right, good morning, chat. All right, I am back. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. And wait, one more thing I have to change. I have to get the gameplay feed up. Wait a second. What I've been using? What's the name? There we go. Well, let me resize this real fast. Perfect. All right, I think we're good. Oh my! Are we already looking at phase one? Oh, we're looking at Las Vegas. Never mind. How much is Dango? This is from Vegas. It's 14% though. 14% from Vegas. Is Dango's percentage drop because of Moltres? No, but that's not how you should. That's not how you should think about the game. It like things fluctuate depending on if a card is actually played, not if a card actually exists. Moltres exists. Just because Moltres exists doesn't mean Moltres will be played. So far, I've not been seeing Moltres in many decks, so. The question is more so, the question you want to ask is like, has Dango hate increased to decrease its percentage? From what I've seen, no. But yeah, an existence of a card doesn't necessarily mean it will be played. Why is no one talking about Dawn anymore? What do you mean? About pile counting? Some people do it, and if you do it in between matches, you're cringe. Got him. Also hits Harden to make it Diancie. Moltres? I don't think Moltres is enough to get through Dango. Probably is on the same level as Chi-Yu. I mean, Chi-Yu's pretty good against Dango, so I don't know. I don't know if Moltres is on Chi-Yu's level, or if it's on the same level as Chi-Yu. Dango is cooked. If any deck plays it, Chi-Yu is pretty good. Your deck usually beats Dango if you have Chi-Yu in it. Usually favored. But yeah, with the Moltres, it's not just the Moltres. You also have to play like a Brave Bangle, so you're actually KOing. One hit KO and a Golden Go. Or like specifically probably be playing with Dragapult because you can like make use of the damage that's put in play later on. As Golden Go, where most decks can't do that. Toxicity good in Absol Turbo. I don't. It could be the best way to play Turbo Absol. I don't really know what the best way to play Turbo Absol is though. Got to see what Tortazon. Probably just Absol. Probably is just Absol. That'd be a pretty good guess. Well, no. I think he might be on something new. He's probably cooked something else up with the new cards. Because he didn't go to LAIC or anything. So it's not like he, like, was prepping for LAIC. I think I said as much on the podcast as well. Is that I would predict Tor to be playing something more interesting. Something new, something fresh. So how far do you think the new Lopunny deck will get? Like Lopunny Dusknoir? I don't know. I don't have that high of expectations for that deck because when I played with it, it seemed fine, but it wasn't like anything ridiculous. Lopunny in general, though, or Lopunny, however you say it. Lopunny in general, though, I would say is probably has a decent shot of going pretty far. Like there'll probably be a Lopunny in Top Cut for sure. A designated Lopunny archetype, though, like, I don't know. At least top 64, but yeah, maybe top 64. Like, if it's in cut, I wouldn't be surprised, but my expectations just aren't that high for the deck. Opening's just random matchup spread isn't really explored at the moment, so it would have to be a golden path. Not really, no. No, that's not. I feel like that's poor analysis. That's just not like, no. The people who've been playing the Lopunny Dusknoir deck for a while probably know the matchup spread fine. And it's just a good deck, so it's not just terrible against like every random deck. It's not, there's not that much depth to the Pokemon TCG. We would need to take like multiple events in a row for people to figure out Lopunny versus random decks. I like to pile count at least 2 times in between every game so I can guarantee I didn't lose any cards. Same. I sometimes do it a 3rd time just in case. Think how far Zoroark will go now with Diancie in the format. I think I actually like overestimated it. I think Zoroark is like still pretty good, to be honest. At first I was like, man, I think Diancie just kind of kills the deck. But the more I thought about it, like, you probably should want to play 3 boss now. You just literally gust around the Mega Diancie. If they don't have 2 Monkey Dories set up, then they can't use Diancie to KO you. And if you play Hero's Cape, they have to have a gust of their own to even get 2 prize cards. So, yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal for Zoroark, to be honest. I actually think the deck is probably just still in a fine spot. You're probably still just chilling. Your Guardian matchup is probably even still favored, to be honest. Or I'd probably no worse than 50-50. So how does Mega Dream? Nope. Worry about that when Mega Dream comes out. In fact, actually, I'm going to cancel Mega Dream. We're done with Mega Dream. Actually, Mega Dream's not coming out, so we don't have to worry about how it interacts with any of the cards in the current format. It's all good. Don't have to think about it. Phantasmal Flames format forever. So much golden go. But it got cooked by that jelly guardy. If you pile count in 3, then 4, then 5 piles, you can guarantee that you have multiple of CC cards in your deck. Using 6 piles is sus because what if you lost 6 whole cards? True, true, true. That's facts. So how do you think the format will look in 2028? Pokemon. Will you try Kanga Boof with the Jumbo Ice Creams? I already have, actually. I already worked on a build early on in the format. There's a video up on the YouTube channel. Why is no one talking about J block print starting earlier than it normally would with Mega Zard Y and Ascended? Because there's nothing to talk about. It's happening. So that's it. That's kind of it. There's nothing really to talk about. It's happening. We just play with the cards when they release. Nothing we can do about it. As long as it's somewhat lined up with like Japan's release. As long as we're playing the same formats as Japan, it's kind of the only thing that really matters, which sometimes we're not, which is pretty silly, but. So do you prefer Pokemon EX facing off? Facing left or facing right in the art? Never really thought about it before. I'd have to like look at a bunch of EX artworks and then come to a conclusion, to be honest. Appreciate the sub there, Try. Welcome to the Rat Pack. I'm predicting a single prize Blood Moon win. That would be quite the dub, I'm not gonna lie. Single prize Blood Moon dub. Doing a single prize tourney. What deck should I play? Like everyone has to play single prizers? I mean, probably Diplin, right? Isn't that just the best? I feel like that's just the best single prize deck by far. You push it 25 months there, Gantiri. Alakazam for sure, best single prize. Nah, it's gotta be Diplin. Would you be surprised if Blaziken Pult won a big event today? Yeah. I'd be surprised if Pult won in general, but Blaziken Pult is definitely not the best way to play Dragapult, so. Slowking eats other single prize decks alive. I mean, if you just have Shaman, right? So like Diplin with a Shaman just bodies it. Because you have like a chance of getting a 2-prize turn, right? Or you can like create a 2-prize turn maybe with like Kieran or something. Defiance Span. If you play Defiance Span plus Kieran, you should be able to create a 2-prize turn at some point. So either you're ahead or you're behind and then you get ahead. Put a Shaman in there, protect from Kyurem. You're chilling. I think Diplin always comes out on top. In like the one prize war. I think Rotobox will do. This is a bait question. I think I'm getting baited with this Rotobox question. Also, is your name literally inspired from Attack on Titan? Tag Heatran? I mean, why would you play a Heatran when if it's a 1-prize tournament, you're using a Heatran to KO other 1-prizers? That sounds like a massive investment of resources. The best single prize, the decks seem like that they're the best single prize decks in the current format wouldn't be the best single prize decks in a 1-prize format. Because you're KOing other 1-prizers and you know you're only KOing other 1-prizers and you don't have to reach for big numbers. That's why Diplin's probably the best. Diplin can't KO Alakazam in a single attack. Alakazam with Togekiss is so much better. Oh, true. That Togekiss is a thing. That's fair, Gintiri. Or so probably some deck with Togekiss then, right? So then it might be Alakazam. You might be right. Whatever deck can utilize Togekiss the best. Whatever that is, I guess, to be honest. And that might be Alakazam. I forgot about Tog. This is the best one prizer right now, Crustle. It might be. Well, I feel like the best one prize deck is probably a deck that has like a chance against Guardy though. And it's definitely not Crust. Not the Crust. Crust has got some problems. Zam. Might be Zam. I missed a few streams. Have you played Alakazam with Battle Cage? Not yet, no. Not tried Zam with the cage. Have you considered playing GLC on live? No, not really. There's too much other standard format Pokemon to play. He was in Germany. I mean, last time I went to... I've never been to Stuttgart, no. Last time I was in Germany was in... when there's a UIC in Berlin, I think. Was it round 4? Round 4 is up. Oh boy. We're getting into it. Round 4, folks. When are you gonna start planning for Toronto? I don't know. What do you mean? Planning what? Do Monkey Frostlass might be better against other single prizers though. I don't know about that. I feel like your damage chart is gonna be too slow for not enough trade-off. Let's same 60 Toronto. Let's run Alakazam. I mean, maybe if the Battle Cage build is that much better. The deck still just dies to Ionos though. You have a favorite caster to listen to besides Chip? Not really. I just don't tune into the casters very often. Yeah. Although I will say I did really like listening to man, I tuned into a European stream last year or the year before. Yeah, because usually now I just watch party them. I mean, they're at the tournament or I'm watch partying, so I don't ever listen to the casters. But Joe and I forget his name, Reboot. What's his name? Someone in chat will know. I really like listening to them. I like listening to them cast. Oh, this is the actual STUTTGART analysis. Hold on, let me close the... %15 golden go. Dude, why do they still do the unclassified thing, bro? Come on. Like, there's no information gained by knowing the unclassified percentage. It doesn't do anything for us. I guess it means a lot of people are playing things that are unclassified, but we don't know. But like not knowing how that classified thing doesn't really help us either. Unclassified has to be like Zard Diancie list, right? No, because if you had like a Gardevoir deck, like they classify Gardevoir decks based on like Does it have Gardevoir EX? And then does it have Gardevoir EX plus Jellicent? And then it's not like a... Yeah, those have to be like an exact 60 science. If you add a Mega Diancie to Gardevoir... If you add a Mega Diancie to Gardevoir, it doesn't become unclassified. It just remains as a Gardevoir deck in the system. So unclassified is stuff like Lopunny, Dusknoir, maybe like... Ooh, 10% Charizard total. A lot of that probably has Lopunny as well. Yes, yeah, I don't even know what the unclassified is, to be honest. Like, Lopunny, Dusknoir is probably... Alakazam is 3%? Dude, what? No way. Sharpedo's in there. Yeah, Sharpedo's going to be in there. But usually it's around 4 or 5%. It's just a little bit higher because it's a new format. And this is the first tournament in the new format. And the European stream is the only one that does unclassified. So, like, if something had proved itself at like, an American regional beforehand, then they would have... If they had proved itself at an American regional beforehand, then they would have labeled it ahead of time, so... Is the classify of unknown determined by an algorithm? No, they just assign card counts to an archetype. So it's like, if deck has 2 Charizard, put it in... if a deck has 2 Charizard plus a Dusknoir, put it in Charizard Dusknoir. If a deck has 2 Charizard and no Dusknoir, put it in Charizard Pidgeot. So they just pick what classifies the deck to be put into a category. And then if a deck meets the threshold on Arcanine, it gets put into that category or whatever. So they just haven't assigned, like, I'm sure if Lopunny establishes itself as a deck, they'll put, if deck has Lopunny plus Duskull or whatever, make it Lopunny Dusknoir. I wish they didn't split archetypes like this. I actually like that they split archetypes like this, but they need to show us enough decks to make it worth it. Like, if they just showed us, if they split Charizard Pidgeot and Charizard Dusknoir, and they split Guardy Jelly and Guardy, and then only show us the first 6 decks, that's so little information. It's like, who cares? I actually like that they split the archetypes up in some way, as long as they still show us enough decks. But that's like that would be the question. Like, are they showing us enough decks? Like, they split like Jelly Guardy and normal Guardy. I like that they show the split, but if they only show us 6 decks, then it's like, all right, well, that kind of sucks. But implies that there are less than 68 Lopunnies at best? No. It just says that Lopunny decks are unclassified. There's no amount of Lopunny decks that would have made Lopunny Dusknoir show up on the graphic. There's not a number that exists because it's not... There's not a card count of Lopunny plus Dusknoir that would put it in a category. I'm sure the category stuff is like all automated. They're not like back there counting decks or anything like that. Are Absolute X running Mist Energy? I mean, they better be. Guardy's still popular, so you kind of have to. I thought there would be like I thought there'd be more American players at this tournament. Is Lopunny your favorite Pokemon? No. Is it Lopunny or Lopunny? How are you actually supposed to pronounce it? I don't know how I always go back to Lopunny, but I do. It's Thanksgiving weekend. Oh, true. It is Thanksgiving weekend. That's a good point. That's a good point. That does make that makes sense. Lopunny. Phantasmal Flames is legal, yeah. Tango was the most popular deck at 15%. Robin Schultz, like the Limitless guy. Yep, that's him. Did you see them put the graphic that said Dewpider was pronounced like Jupiter and not spider? It's like Jupiter. Wait, actually, is that real? Jupiter. What's the most fun deck to play in the meta? I don't know. There's a lot of them. They did post that, but no one believes them. Yeah, I wouldn't believe them either. There's no fun in the meta. Yeah, there's no fun in the meta. When's the stream game starting? Actually, every time someone asks that, they delay it by 5 minutes. So, thanks a lot for nothing. Robin was playing Baneri in the video. They actually looked like, were they doing like the... That was like live from the venue, basically, right? Those shots of the players, like from the first couple rounds. They went around and got those clips. What's your favorite city to go play at? Probably Melbourne. That I've been to like multiple times. So you playing Worlds this year? If I have my Worlds invite. If I ask when the stream match isn't, do they begin the matches 5 minutes closer? I'm actually not sure. I don't even know if they would know what to do to handle that situation, to be honest. But if you ask, well, I guess we'll find out, right? Yeah, I'm not sure they even thought of that one. I wonder now how many Japanese players are there? Edo, Reiji, Yoichi, no Ryuki. Henry Brand. Yeah, Henry Brand is there. Henry and Brent. Was Henry at LAIC? Was Henry at Vegas? Or did he go back to... Because Henry did what? Lil into Gdansk. Reading the new Empoleon EX? It doesn't seem very good. Didn't he stay in EU? Oh, did he? Did he just stay there for a month? It's been like a month since the last tournament, right? I think so. I think she did. Sliso. And he made top 8 at Vegas, I thought. Not Henry Brand. Henry Chow did. You see Nico's tweet? I did, yeah. That's actually pretty bad. That's like a pretty base level interaction. Yeah. Pretty base level interaction. Let me find the tweet. Perrin versus Nicholas. Well, no, it's not Nicholas. It's Nicholas? Nicholas? Or is it pronounced Nicholas? Well, it's not. Can't be pronounced Nicholas. That'd be not legal. Nicholas? You see the video of the guy who brought a deck of 60 jumbo cards to a regional, but only got DQ'd for not having sleeves? No, I did not. Unless you're talking about the guy who brought them to NAIC. I don't believe he got DQ'd. Raging Bolt versus something with Arvin and Ursaluna. Probably, I mean, my guess would be Mega Absol. Mega Absol versus Bolt. Do start, maybe not. All right, predictions up. Appreciate the raid there, Doom. Hope the tournament went smoothly. Also appreciate the sub there, Focus Josh. Welcome to the pack. Oh, it's Lunatone Soul Rock. It is Raging Bolt though, right? It's got to be Raging Bolt. Luna Rock Bolt. I've actually never seen that. I haven't even hit anyone on ladder playing this. By the way, why is it a thing to start the stream in round 4? Because that's just what they do. Got to be a production cost thing. And then they start day 2 in like round 3 of rounds on the day. All right, there's the energy attached to the Soul Rock and pass. Actually, I think it might be Grimmsnarl here from Nick. The Shaman in the deck. Wait, oh, wait, no. Oh, it's the Bunny deck. Oh, this deck plays Trolley? So it's Frostlass, Monkey Dory with a Lopunny line. Interesting. Okay. What is the Lopunny for in this deck? Is it just like extra to like have? Isn't this to do with working hours? No. I don't know where this rumor got invented from. It has nothing to do with working hours. You can pay people to work more. It's a budget thing. The more they have to work, the more you have to pay them. Well, we got the turn 1 Trolley here off the Arvin. Who's favored here? I have no clue. I have no clue who's favored here. Okay, so going wide with the Monkey Dories and has to decide on this last choice. I mean, I think you go to the Snow Run. I think double Snow Run, double Monkey Dory plus Benario would be fine. Oh, it's actually going Yveltal. I don't like this lone Snow Run here, to be honest. This thing is just gonna get picked on. Like, you got to get double Snow Run here. All right, there we go. Every time to the active Badoo, play around the Soul Rock, Dark to the Monkey Dory, and then there's just the Itchy Pollen. So the Badoo won't go down to a Soul Rock hit here, but a Perrin just has Oh, hold on, we don't have much, but there's draw 3. Found a grass energy to cycle. So if we can find a grass energy or a boss here, I think we'd much rather just KO the much rather just KO the Snorunt this turn, to be honest. But it's got to come from the boss. The Prime Catcher's not going to be enough. You just retreat to the Soul Rock. I don't even know if you should punch the Badoo here. You just give... I guess you set up a 2-hit still. Yeah, maybe you have to, actually. There's not 3 Monkey Dory set up there for Nick, so... There's have plenty of Dark Energy in hand, though. Nick can sit on this hand for a little while. Oh, no, we don't have a... We have to go into the Lily here, because we don't have a Frost Lass. I was gonna say, attaching Darks to Monkey Dory is kind of all you have to do here. There we go. Into the Lily. Looking for Frost Lass. But honestly, even if you don't find it, you're still feeling pretty good about the situation, I feel like. And it might just be I mean, if we find the Frost Lass this turn from Nick, it's just kind of a Badoo spam type game, the way it's lining up, to be honest. I appreciate the 5 gifted there. Steph in the red, welcome all to the Rat Pack. I appreciate the support. Indicate with weakness and monkey? Not quite, no. You'd be a couple damage short. But it's pressuring the Soul Rock here, it looks like, which makes sense. We did find the Frost Lass as well, so we have that damage ticking up on the Lunatone and the Ogre Pawn. Yeah, this is pretty brutal. Like, this is like pretty bad. Oh man, there's the Badoo for 20, and yeah, we can KO this Soul Rock next turn with Monkey Dory damage. That's the only setup attacker. The pressure is going to start building up on the Ogre Pawn as well. Boss KO Snorunt last turn would have been a super good play from Perrin. Obviously, we didn't put that together, and now is in a, I don't know, a pretty awkward spot. Yeah, just the punch. KOs the Badoo. I mean, gets a prize card here, but gotta lose our only attacker setup in play. Yveltal gets pushed here initially from Nick. Damage gets ticked up. If we can get into Badoo this turn plus set up the 3rd Monkey Dory, like, sheesh. See fully what Nick has here, though. I see the Poffin in the hand. There's second Badoo in the deck as well. It's eyeing up the Artisan as well. I feel like giving Artisan to Perrin would be a misplay, though. Yeah, and then goes into it. See the Duck in there as well, so it's playing all the cards. Shaman the Duck. Do number 2. Why is Frost Lass not affected by its own ability? Because it says so. Like, the ability says it isn't. Yeah, Artisan could give an owl. I mean, I think you probably know here as Nick that the owls do not exist. Seeing Soul Rock and Lunatone in the Raging Bolt deck means it's pretty unlikely they exist. All right, Monkey Dory number 1. Oh, you could have just KO'd it here. I guess it's like more damage efficient to do it this way, though. 20 over to the Ogre Pawn, and then do we have a 3rd Dark Energy? Ooh, not quite. Actually, the hand is also dead. So if Perrin can chain together a couple KOs on these Badoos, and Nick doesn't get a good prize card, there might be a comeback line here from Perrin. But there's a lot of supporters prize, and it looks like a Lily or a Lily was pulled off the prize card, so I think Nick will be doing just fine. As he's put into play here from Perrin. That is just another liability on the bench. So I think a 4th Sada has been found here. With 0 ancient Pokemon still. Here comes the cycle. Another item card. We don't have 2 grass. Oh no, hold on. We do have the Sandy Shocks. That is an ancient Pokemon. But the price trade is lined up so well here from Nicholas. He can just KO the Grass Ogre Pawn, the Sandy Shocks, and then the Lunatone, or the Fez and the Lunatone, and the game's just over. You have to take your prize cards in a certain order when you play in person, or can you grab it random? You can grab it random if you want. No, she can use Fez, but do KO'd took the knockout. A whiff on the... All right, I actually would concede here, I think, if I'm pairing. Because this could go... It is possible game 2 or game 3 goes long if Nicholas goes through like a retreat lock win condition. Yeah, if we had a KO here, you could have maybe stuck it out, but without a KO here, I think you should definitely concede here as pairing. Back it up, go next. Way too far behind at this point. Just a Lily here from Nick, so a little bit slow out of that hand, but it's fine. I wish we want to find a dark energy here. We're just looking to set up our third Monkey Dory, continue the damage spread to the other side of the field. Solrock got KO'd by Badoo. Badoo KO'd the Solrock. Solrock's weak to grass. Pronounced Perrine, by the way. Okay. Appreciate it. Perrine. All right, 3 gets moved to the active from the first Monkey Dory. I think we should load some damage on the Fez here, to be honest, with the second Monkey Dory. Should move 3 off the... Yeah, from this to the Fez. It's overloading the active. I don't really like the overload on the active. This just feels unnecessary. And it, like, plays into, like, a potential... I don't know, like Penny or Turo or something from Perrine. It feels like unnecessary to overload the active here. I don't like that from Nicholas. I'd rather see the damage get spread out just in case of some kind of damage removing play. Does he want to retreat lock the Fez at some point? I mean, if Fez and Ogerpon both get KO'd at the same time, Nick wins the game. So it doesn't really matter. Even moving damage to the Sandy Shocks is better than just putting more damage on the active. The damage to the active, I feel like, is just overkill. Like, all that damage should have just gone somewhere else. The retreat locking of the Fez isn't a real play anymore because you're so far ahead. If it does happen, that means you've basically won the game. So looks like maybe they messed up a little bit of the damage on the teal mask, but fixed it. Or forgot a little bit of damage. All right, got a KO on the Badoo with the teal mask. Still staring down a very formidable board. There's a Night Stretcher top deck here from Nick. So Nick going into Badoo again, or maybe some kind of Yveltal play, or honestly just benching a Snow Run seems fine as well. We do see the Badoo get recovered here, so item lock will be reestablished. Will we see a third Dark Energy for this third Monkey Dory? Has some Ionos in hand, so could play a supporter of Ultra Balls as well. There is the Iono. So I've been keeping up with the game for months. Do you think the meta is going to widen with Phantasmal Flames, or is it going to stay similar to the last format? No clue. Haven't really thought about it. What is the Sandy Shocks deck? Raging Bolt? Yeah, it's Raging Bolt. We just haven't seen a Raging Bolt. And now all of the Sada here for Perrine are on the bottom of the deck. How many turns does he need to use Badoo? I mean, in this game, you probably would do every single turn of the game. But in other games, it would be different, possibly. Until maybe the end of the game, Nick would look for Ursaluna play, but Ursaluna's prize, so you probably just attack with Badoo every single turn of the game, as long as you can. I don't know how much recovery Nick plays. We're already down 2 Badoos and 2 Night Stretchers. And by playing the Lopunny in the deck, I assume it plays, like, less... Badoos than like normal Frostlass Monkey Dory decks, or like recovery for them, so. Oh, does have a counter catcher here and is thinking about using it. Maybe bring up the Sandy Shocks here. Save it to combo with Yveltal on the next turn. We go off the Lunatone here. Try and trap that in the active for the turn, just to make things a little bit more awkward. And I guess you could KO the Cornerstone here as well if you really want to. Moves 2 over there. What does it have? 180 on it? We should have moved. Wait, 180, 190. Oh, I guess sure. Just KO it. Why not? Nick is playing Frostlass Monkey Dory with Lopunny. Why trigger Fez? There really isn't a good reason, to be honest. It was definitely a mistake there from Nick. Definitely a mistake. But we've seen so. I mean, I think. Yeah, definitely a mistake. Oh, also KO the. Well, I'm KOing the Lunatone's fine if you're gonna take the KO anyways, but definitely a mistake to give Perrine access to the Fez. All right, activating the Sandy Shock's ability. And then has attachment for turn. So you can attack with Sandy Shocks. I think it does like, what, 220, and then you can't attack next turn, right? There's the Fez draw. Area 0 Night Stretcher. Boss is in hand. I mean, Boss KO Frostlass here could be a play. It's probably the play here, actually. Is to KO that. That removes all the damage. That's the damage engine for the deck. 200 can attack? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Perrine's thinking about it. Reconsidering, but I think that's your only play here is to go after that Frostlass. Concedes. Doesn't even go for it. I feel like we could. I don't know. Nick did not have that much damage. If you KO the Frostlass there, Nick was kind of running out of damage. And that's like why I did want to see Nick try and get 2 Frostlass set up, because the potential of losing only Frostlass in play was just so devastating that it gave like a good line from Perrine, but Nick can wait until he can Blood Moon plus Counter Catcher. Well, his Blood Moon was prized still, so that might have been tough. Also, if Perrine plays some kind of hand disruption card, it could have made it hard for Nick to find it, even if it wasn't prized. Why now suddenly? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying too. I don't know why we're conceding now if we didn't concede earlier. Like, I mean, it's better to concede. Well, I don't even know though, because I felt like there was like a potential line there for Perrine at that point to go after the Frostlass. I feel like at the point, like I would like to have seen Perrine scoop sooner, but now that we stuck it out to this point, I feel like okay, maybe something had developed there a little bit for a potential line, especially with like the, I don't know, the sloppy damage placement from Nick. I feel like I didn't love how Nick was like going for KO so aggressively. Not only does it, not only is it inefficient because you're getting less Frostlass damage turn to turn. Overall, the damage is inefficient, but you're also making your Ionos weaker for yourself. So that means your draw supporters are just becoming weaker and weaker every knockout you take. So yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Nick's damage placement and like the damage ready in general. But I felt like once we got to that point for Perrine could have gone for the Gus KO. All right, Perrine does choose second here. He's going to be looking for an aggressive turn 2 attack. Makes sense. Nick did find the turn 1 Snow Run, so there's the potential of the turn 2 Frostlass. And then we see a Nest Ball coming in here. Looks like is going to go after a Monkey Dory. Why play Sandy Shocks? In the late game, it can be like a better ogre pawn in terms of energy acceleration because you don't need the energy in hand. It gets the energy at the discard pile, so it's like a more consistent on-board energy recovery. Yveltal and Maractus? Yeah, apparently I did that. I did see the Maractus, and we definitely saw the Yveltal last turn, so it is playing both. You pop bundle here, or just remove Badoo if attached in bundle, surely. I mean, we have the option, right? Ooh, also Nest Ball here. Yeah, we already have the turn 1 attack here for Perrine. Oh, that's a good question. I kind of don't hate the KO on the Badoo because it puts a lot of pressure on Nick to find a way to move. Well, I guess you can always hard retreat the Monkey Door, but then it's one less dark energy in play for Nick. Yeah, I don't know actually here, to be honest. If we should pop bundle or not. I kind of don't hate the KO on the Badoo though. Because item lock, if Nick can like chain item lock here, obviously Squawkabilly being the choice here from... I'm not sure I like the Squawk. That's such a big liability. We're gonna have to like put a teal mask in play anyways, or probably a teal mask. So I wouldn't have hated to have seen Perrine just get a teal mask and like accelerate off that. The hand isn't that good besides the turn 1 attack, but I don't know. Squawkabilly is such a huge liability against Frostlass. So now Nick's 2 prize card, or you can get like 4 prize cards from like Squawkabilly plus an Ogre Pawn, and then Ursaluna a Raging Bolt to like win the game or something like that. Can also be trapped. Yeah, it can also be trapped, true, and can't attack back as well as something like a Fez or Teal Mask or something like that. I think there was merit to KO, but it was only worth 1 energy. I mean, if you bundle here though as Perrine though, Nick is just gonna send up Monkey Dory, right? Like, you never sacrifice a Snow Run, so you're always expending 2 energy anyways. The possibility of not being item locked next turn is like pretty tempting. Okay, we did find ourselves the Teal Mask. There's the Chien Pao. I think we actually want to try and hold this Chien Pao because that's like a really good way for us to get rid of liabilities. If we can find Area 0 into a Chien Pao combo. But we do also want to play this Earthen Vessel to go get some grass energy for the Teal Mask. So we should probably Vessel away the Fighting or the Lightning depending on what's prized. Also, like, benching the bundle and not using it would be fine, but Perrine here decides to go with the bundle use. I mean, Nick here needs to send up Monkey. Sending up Snow Run is always a throw. Because the Monkey Dory is only usable if Frostlass is in play. Okay, very good. I got nervous for a second, though, because Nick was thinking about it for so long. I was like, I mean, you always send up Monkey Dory here. No, I do not like this Chien Pao discard. I feel like the Chien Pao is such a big deal for potentially bumping stadiums later on, or bumping your own Area 0, being able to go wide, bump Area 0, remove liabilities. Really don't like that discard there from Perrine. Should have been the Lightning or the... I think there was Lightning and a Fighting in the hand. Depending on what's prized, one of those should have gone to the discard pile. It is Prime Catcher here from Perrine and the Raging Bolt. All right, and KO. Discard off the bench. Discard off the active. By Monkey Dory. I think the more I think about it, I like the Badoo KO more because if you need to break the item lock eventually. Well, I don't know if that's true. If you just find Sadas, you should be fine. Yeah, you don't need to break the item lock to get energy access actually. All right, there's a Lily in hand here for Nick. Also has the Night Stretcher for like a potentially Monkey Dory recovery if you want. Prize cards there. The Maractus is prized. There we go. Has Team Evo in hand, is deciding to shuffle it back, and that I could have burned that there or put it in play to potentially use. I actually would have hated to see the Team Evolution get attached to the Monkey Dory there, just in case, depending on how you draw, you might want to commit to Team Evoing out some Frostlass. That is another adjustment I want to see here from Nick in this game as well. I want to see Nick get 2 Snorunt into play, because we do need to play, like, we need to play around Snorunt getting boss KO'd. Like, that's like one of the best plays you can do from on Perrine's side of the board. So definitely want to see Nick get double Frostlass into play here, or like play towards it at the very least. But last game completely just like gave up on it, did not even try for it, and there was no like Snowrun's prize or anything like that. I don't know how thick of a Frostlass line it is here from Nick. It might just be like a 2/2, but still, we did find the Frostlass and we found a Snowrun. I mean, this will tell us where Nick's mind is at, whether or not the Snowrun gets benched. But the Snowrun should 100% be getting benched here, for sure. No questions asked. Slam it. Oh, Countercatcher also found here for Nick. So we could see Countercatcher on Raging Ball to force Perrine to have a way to retreat. Or Sada. I guess you can bring up the Squawkabilly as well. Is Squawkabilly just better, actually? Maybe Squawkabilly is just about as good. Yeah, I guess Squawkabilly is just as good. And you can't just attach to it twice to attack with it. So it should be Squawkabilly bring up here from Nick. Goes for the Raging Ball. Yeah, definitely should be the Squawkabilly here, but it's not a huge difference. I guess you take away the ability for Perrine to attack with the Squawkabilly, though. No bench on the Snorunt. Yeah, I guess like Motivate. Yeah, Motivate is like something to like play around there. So maybe this is better, actually. I can see it. Are these both matchups either play one I put a lot of reps into? Probably not, no. It's not a deck you'd like hit on ladder very often or anything like that either. But it's not like Nick... There's nothing crazy here for Nick to decipher about Perrine's deck. It's just Raging Bolts. So Nick really doesn't have any... Like, Nick doesn't have any excuses for, like, not... Like, the side of the field where it's, like, questionable as to whether or not... that was a good top deck there. I think Perrine top deck the Sada. So we will get a KO here on the Badoo. Like, Nick... Yeah, like, it's just, like... it's just a Raging Ball deck. Like, this is how you play against Raging Ball with Noctowl or like any other big basic deck with a bunch of abilities. Like Terra Box, you play it the exact same way. It's nothing different. So on Nick's side of things, like, he has all the knowledge he needs to win this matchup, whether or not he's played against this deck ever before, which he's probably never played against Raging Ball, Soul Rock, Lunatone, but it doesn't really matter. It's not anything new that you have to decipher. What is the reason for not benching the other Snorunt? I mean, whatever it is, it's not good enough to not do it. So it definitely is a misplay from Nick to not do it. Oh, we actually see the counter game come down to the active. Doesn't leave it open for the air balloon. So Mind Bend here actually doesn't seem terrible, to be honest. But Perrine is definitely a little bit different. Perrine's definitely more in the unknown than Nick is here. There also isn't... I mean, I definitely want to see a little bit more haste from the players as well. There's only 20 minutes left. Like, if Perrine wins this, there's like no time for a game 3 right now. But same thing on Nick's side of the field. Like, if you could definitely lose this game as Nick. So there's like a lack of urgency from both players for sure. The urgency is lacking. Veneri gets played down here. That is a way that Nick can be pretty aggressive in the matchup. You can use like Lopunny, Lopunny into Ursaluna. We do see second Frostlass in the hand as well, so you can start racking up the damage. Yeah, definitely don't give up the... Was about to discard the Ursaluna there. That's like our... Potentially one of our... Actually, maybe that doesn't actually work. Perrine gets a knockout this turn. Perrine gets a knockout this turn, then if the Lopunny goes down, then you just kind of lose the game. So maybe you could have... Well, but I guess if the Mind Bend sticks, then you can go into Lopunny and then go into Ursaluna at the turn after. So maybe this is better. This is probably better. You see, you already have to ask for time on stream. Usually you can't see. There's no like visible clock, but you can just ask the judge and they'll tell you how much time is left. Most of the time, there's not a visible clock. You have to ask the judge for the hookup. All right, there's the attach to the Baneri. Although I think Nick's hand might be dead there. Maybe not. Oh, it might be dead though. It might be dead. Okay, moving some damage over with the Monkey Dory to the Teal Mask, and then there's the Mind Bend for 60. But Perrine has many mobility cards in hand. Has Penny, I think Prime Catcher, might even have Nest Ball for Latias or Latias in hand. So mobility is like the one thing Perrine has plenty of. The question is just, what do you do? Actually, Perrine just has all the options here. Oh, there is an Iono in the hand there for Nick, yeah. Ooh, I don't know if I like this from Perrine. I feel like we should go after the Baneri in this situation. For the current board state with Baneri on the bench, I feel like the Baneri is the bigger target here over the Frostlass. Normally, the Frostlass is a very good target for Perrine to go after, but in the current board state, I actually think this is a mistake. And the Lopunny is a little bit scary. I guess we're not discarding too many energy to take this KO, though, so we're going to have a decent amount of energy still built up in play to respond to the Lopunny. Maybe this makes more sense. Maybe this is fine. Maybe we're not scared of Lopunny here as Perrine, to be honest, the more I think about it. Yeah. In my head, I was like, it's got a lot of HP, but we're going to have a lot of energy in play here from Perrine because KOing the Frostlass isn't worth that much. So, no, this is actually probably the better play from Perrine, actually, the more I think about it. At first, I didn't like the... Well, in my head, I thought we were going to have to expend a lot more to get this KO, which would leave us more vulnerable to the 330 HP of the Lopunny. But that's not really true, to be honest. Gonna recover some grass energy, cycle with the Teal Mask. And it also has the Sandy Shocks on the bench as well, which is very... It's like, actually, if we just don't discard energy off the Sandy Shocks can just respond to the Lopunny instantly and KO for weakness. So this is actually looking... The more I think... Yeah, for Perrine, this is actually looking really, really good. There's the KO. So now I feel like Nicholas has to do something different. I feel like Nicholas has to, like, go back into Badoo. I feel like we have to go back into Badoo here as Nick. Maybe try and do some Maractus or Yveltal counter catcher play, something like that. I feel like attacking with... And we see the Baneri get pushed here, so we don't plan on attacking with Lopunny. I would assume. I guess you could use the second attack for 2 energy. Frostlass gets reestablished, which is good. There's an Ice Shutter in hand, so we can get Badoo with that. And there it is. Oh, going for the Snow Run, actually. Okay, I actually don't hate this, depending on if we have more outs to it. And then into the Iono, it looks like. Yeah, I don't hate the recovery on the Snow Run if Nick has a decent amount of outs to Badoo in the deck still. Should Perrine search for Fez? Probably not, no, because it's a thing. It's a Pokemon that can get trapped in the active that can't attack. We already have one of those in the Squawk, so if we penny the Squawk and then the Fez is still one, we could just lose the Fez getting trapped in the active the rest of the game. Not mentioning Latias, there's a mistake. No, because you want to avoid having too many targets in play that can be trapped by Yveltal and Maractus. Like having just the Squawk in play is one thing, because Perrine does play Penny, so if you can Penny the Squawk, then you don't have another target in play at that point to be chased. So it's probably correct to not put any more retreat lock liabilities in play. All right, Iron Bundle here from Nick, but I don't feel like this is a really hard... Yeah, I don't think this is like a super hard choice from Perrine. You just push up the other Raging Bolts. The rest of the hand here there from Nick is not great. You're actually just going to retreat into... Is it just going to be the Mind Bend once again? It looks like it is just the Mind Bend once again. Nest Ball in the hand, though, for Perrine. Honestly, I almost feel like I want to see Nick concede after Perrine goes... Well, I guess you still have the retreat lock option. But Nick needs to stop loading up damage on the Squawk ability. Why is the Squawk ability getting the Monkey Dory damage there? We want to be able to trap that with Yveltal or Maractus. That's like our win condition at this point for Nick is that. Oh, okay. I think Perrine actually misunderstood where the damage should have gone. Wait. Maybe not? Okay. Looks like they're on track. We're going to see the nest ball here. And I think I did see a pal pad. I know Perrine plays the penny. I think there's also a pal pad, so you could penny twice. Maybe plays Iron Leaves as well as like another mobility card to get around retreat locking. But now there's a Latias in play, so it's another Pokemon that can be retreat locked alongside the Squawkabilly. There's at least one penny in there, and I believe a pal pad, but you have to find those cards as well. I can put 1 damage on Ogerpon and 1 on Billy. Yeah, I think that was a mess up there. I think Nick didn't realize that Perrine put the damage on the Squawkabilly. Initially, he was telling her to put the damage on the Ogerpon, and Perrine put it on the Squawkabilly. And then Nick looked over and realized the damage wasn't on the Ogerpon, but didn't realize the damage got put on the Squawkabilly. So I think there is one more damage counter on the Squawkabilly than there should be here right now. Fighting energy active. Well, we need it if we're on attack. Oh no, we're on a retreat anyways. We have it on the bench one. I say it's just set up ready to go on a following turn. Yeah, I mean, the retreat lock is still potential here, so I guess you don't really have to concede as Nick. I mean, that's a big win condition for the deck he's playing, so I don't really fault him for not conceding at this point, but it's looking like it's going to be pretty tough, especially because we know that Perrine plays Penny, and then we see the pal pad found off the prize cards as well. Nick, of course, maybe doesn't know that Perrine plays Penny, though. So thinks that the retreat lock line is maybe more viable than it actually is. And even if you don't know about the penny, you maybe think we do see the trolley top right there. That seems pretty good. Maybe if you bring up Latias and drop Latias, even if Perrine has a Turo or penny, then you could trap Squawk afterwards, of course. So you're not that far away from winning this game here as Nick. We do see the Yveltal getting lined up off this trolley. He's going to need some Monkey Dories as well. Giving it some thought, though. I was thinking about going to the Ursaluna as well. Ursaluna seems like a pretty weak grab. I feel like double Monkey Dory would be the better route, but we'll see. Monkey Dory number 1. Yveltal, and what's going to be the last one here? Iono plus Bear KO active? No, because then you just lose the Sandy Shock. Sandy Shock just goes Accelerate Fighting out of discard pile, knockout, you lose. You can't KO Iono here. I guess Nick doesn't play Run Balloon. I didn't see the balloon in there. Maybe there is no balloon. Does play a Beach Court, it looked like, though. Okay, we're not quite done. Ultra Ball coming out. I mean, you probably discard Double Lily. You definitely want to play Iono here. Doesn't go for the Iono? I feel like you're just asking to lose the game. Like, if Perrine plays some counter to retreat locking... I mean, maybe the hand there for Perrine isn't too ridiculously big. Maybe it's fine. That doesn't seem correct, though. It seems like a misplay there, for sure. No, we must play Air Balloon here. Otherwise, this play is like... I mean, I guess unless Nick is, like, sacrificing the Frost slots, but at that point, we should sacrifice the Baniri. But we're definitely playing to find Air Balloon countercatcher here. But I guess Nick misplayed anyways, though, right? Nick should have always pushed Baniri in case you whiff. Like, if you whiff... I mean, yeah, the Ursaluna on Nick's bench, I feel like, is bad. And then if we whiff the Air Balloon here, we'd rather lose the... Baniri. Also, Beach Court gives free retreat to basics, not stage 1s. So not pushing Baniri here is even stranger. All right, see what Nick finds here. I mean, I feel like Nick is playing as if, well, not 100%. We did find the switch there, but no counter catcher. There's an Arven in the hand for the next turn. You could switch into the Baniri here and pass. Nope, packs it up. Okay, 11 minutes left. There's actually enough time for both players to win this match, but a lack of urgency. I feel like we should have seen Perrin concede game 1 sooner. I feel like we should have seen Nick concede game 2 sooner. The retreat lock line was still available, but then you're also betting on Perrin not playing something like a Turo, probably. I don't hate Nick sticking out game 2 longer, but definitely should have seen more urgency in the play, playing faster from both players. It would have been nice to see more urgency. Perrin should have conceded game 1 sooner, of course. Game 2 is like questionable if Nick should have conceded sooner or not. But now we're going into game 3 with 10 minutes left. Way higher odds for Perrin to get the dub than Nick. But I think it is pretty possible if both players play fast that we could see either player get the victory here still. But, I mean, speed's going to be the name of the game. Also, Nick can play a more aggressive line with the deck as well. Can go into the Lopunny early and then Ursaluna pretty quickly after that to take aggressive 2-prize knockouts. Doesn't need to sit there and Frostlass plus Badoo plus Monkey Dory plus retreat locking. You can get aggressive here and just draw prize cards fast. Of course, that's not what you want to do. But playing for the win, of course, is pretty important. A tie here for both players isn't super detrimental to the potential of their tournament run, though. I mean, X2-1 makes phase 2. X2-1 probably makes top cut. So a tie here isn't that bad. I still think there was an outfit to win game 1 for Kareem. There was, but definitely should have conceded before we even got to the point where it seemed like an out was possible, to be honest. Hazelwood deck completely cooks Dango Rocks right now. Completely cooks? I don't know. Jelly Guardia if they're not teching for it, I guess. All right, Nick is going second. The hand there is pretty good for Perrin, and we don't even have to put the Squawkabilly in play, I don't think. We have Sada and a Lightning Energy and a Raging Ball in the active, so yeah, things are looking good. Can search out another Fighting Energy here off this Fighting Gong. No haste, no haste. Only 9 minutes left. We gotta go. Just get a Fighting Energy. Is this Bolt Rock variant legit? No clue, to be honest. Maybe. Too much prize checking, not enough prize taking. Doesn't end up on the Fighting Energy. Like I said, has Sada and Lighting Energy in hand, so it's all set up for the turn to attack. Just got here what switching cards does Perrin play. Prime Catcher, Penny, and Palpad. I haven't seen an Iron Leaves, but it might be in there. Okay, over to Nick. Once again, like, Nick can win this. Ooh, the hand here from Nick is not great. No draw power, I don't think. Into the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Can get Badoo plus Snow Run and start to build up the board, though. I mean, as long as you top deck on a turn pretty soon here, you'll be right back into it. Oh, yeah, Nick is just like a top deck away. I didn't see the... Wait, did they show the prize cards? Am I trolling? How far back do I even have to go? I feel like they didn't show the prize card. Oh, no, they did. Okay. Going to game 3. I want to see if the Baneri was prized, because it might have to be a Baneri line here from Nick to actually be able to keep up. Like, we maybe should see the Baneri get searched out here from Nick just to have a chance. Like, you don't have to evolve it, but if you feel like there's a chance to be able to take advantage of that, then you can go for it. Nick is slow. Not really, no. He's just not playing fast. Y'all gotta understand the difference between playing slow and playing fast. Like, currently, Nick is just playing the game. He's playing at a fine pace of play. He's not playing slow. He's just not playing fast. Alright, the Badoo's getting beefy. Monkey Dory getting set up as well. And then we have the switch. The rest of the hand is just a Shaman and an Ultra Ball. So if Perrin can start to chain some knockouts here. Yeah, I get it. All right, I'll let it slide this time. It's like the rage bait thing. Everything I react to is rage bait. Every time I call you guys out for not knowing something, it's like, you knew the whole time. It's like, all right, maybe. All right, Artisan here from Perrin. I don't even know what you grab here. Maybe just grab another, if you have a basic ancient Pokemon, maybe to accelerate more energy into play. Is there a baby bolt? I don't think we've seen a baby bolt here or anything like that from Perrine. Looks like maybe it was looking for something, but didn't see it. Is going back through one more time. Ends up grabbing nothing. 5 minutes. People just don't want to admit they are wrong. That's all. I mean, that's not 100% true. People just don't say what they mean in correctly sometimes the first time around. All right, we can take the knockout on the active, and we don't lose all of our energy here for Perrine. Sometimes they don't say what they mean, but they mean what they mean, but they have to then re-say what they mean. Give me one more thought. We gotta go though. Goes with the fight into the active. Would you pride check in this game given time? No. Maybe maybe just like check like one thing. Like if it's like, oh, I need this for my turn in the sequence. On the first search, or on the search the turn before, maybe check. I'd be like, oh, I need this next turn. Oh, there is a Slitherwing here for Perrine. All right, over to Nick. Top deck was Counter Catcher. Has access to Artisan. He's going to go into the Artisan first. I don't even know what you're going to get here. You maybe just get, maybe you just get Badoo so you can get into Badoo on a future turn. Perrine just discard 2 energy. Yeah, the Badoo had a Braver Charm. Oh yeah, there is a balloon. That is true. Grabs the Iron Bundle. Okay, gonna try and be disruptive here. It looks like is gonna be the. And then into the Ultra Ball. We're just going down to a 0-card hand here from Nick. Getting a Frostlass to the bench. Sacrifices Snowrun in the active. Are they forced to wear those bracelets? Yeah. It's like the thing to show that you like are allowed to be at the tournament, basically. Proves your entry. Proof of entry. If Perrine can actually find a counter to the Artisan on this next turn, then you only need to take 3 knockouts. If Nicholas can't actually top deck or find another basic Pokemon. So finding a Stadium on this next turn from Perrine is actually like a really big deal. Oh, also the Solrock can just KO the Snowrun here. The Iron Bundle here is just actually super weak from Nick because all Perrine needs is a fighting energy. I feel like that's just like not even worth it. Okay, we gotta go fast here from Perrine though. Only 3 minutes left. Finding a counter Stadium would be huge. Because if Nick can use Artisan 2 more times, Perrine has to take 5 KOs. But if Nick just top decks like energy over the next 2 turns, then Perrine can win by just KOing 3 things. But we need to see Perrine play fast as well. I don't think we're gonna have enough time in this one though. Ogerpon gets searched out. I think there is a Sada in the hand that is about to get played, but it's gonna be a little too late. What I mean by prize checking is cringe. Both players spent a minute plus in game 1. The whole unwritten to have 9 seconds to prize check ends up encouraging mid skill to play without urgency. Them prize checking. There's so many other flaws to their play besides prize checking though. Like also nothing is forcing them. No one's forcing them to prize check. I don't know. That seems silly. Like just because you can miss, like we should remove play. We should limit. I'm not saying we shouldn't get rid of the rule, but your argument being like people miss by the rule not existing, people misplay more is like a silly reason to remove a rule or to enforce a rule or to make a rule. People will misplay less if we add this rule to the game. There's so many other flaws to their play if they're trying to maximize their win percentage in this game specifically, outside of prize checking. Like, and even if them prize checking was the only thing that they messed up, that's still on them at that point. Seems like a an overinvestment into what the players are doing. Oh wait, we had the Chi and Pow. Oh, I mean, there's only 1 minute left, so it doesn't really matter. But Perrin had the Chi and Pow, or Perrine, excuse me, had the Chi and Pow. We could have bumped the Artisan. Wait, that's how it works, right? Yeah, Perrine had just played faster. We had Ultra Balls in hand as well, so we're guaranteed the Chi and Pow. If we just had Chi and Pow, if we just went Chi and Pow attack there as soon as possible, we maybe actually win that. And there was a counter catcher top deck for the first top deck. But now with 40 seconds left, and Nicholas at least gets one more use out of this Artisan. Starts with the Artisan use, gonna get one more basic. Now Perrine needs to take 3 KOs. We could counter the Artisan next turn. $15 left though. Gonna grab Badu. Gonna counter catcher up Lunatone. Yeah, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's done. It doesn't matter who ends up on the next turn. There actually was a line there for Perrine that actually could have worked with how little time there was left going into game 3. Yeah, with how little time there was left going into game 3, there was still a line available. But we see it kind of all like stack up as the game progresses. Like the first 2 games, both players could have played faster. Perrine could have definitely should have scooped game 1 faster. And then, I don't know, once again, I go back to like game 2. Nick maybe should have conceded game 2 faster. I'm actually not 100% sure about that, to be honest. Whether or not Nick should have conceded game 2 faster. But I definitely kind of lean towards it. But you still should have played faster in the first two games to give yourself time for more time for game 3 as Nick. Yeah, unfortunate end in a tie, but I mean, that's why we need the urgency. That's why you need some urgency. It's not their fault though. None of them are pros at manipulating time. It's not. It has nothing to do with manipulating time. Also, it is their fault. Like, it's also like fine that they get like. Well, no. Okay, none of it has to do with manipulating time. Manipulating time always implies like malicious intent. It has nothing to do with manipulating time, and it is completely both of the players' fault. But that might come off negative to say it's both the players' fault. It's also fine that the match ended this way. It's also fine for the players to play as fast as they did, and for this to be a tie. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're always analyzing the point of the game from like maximizing, like giving ourselves the best chance of winning. That's what the point of analyzing gameplay. It's like, okay, what can we do here to give ourselves the best chance to win this match? And what the both players did here, honestly, there was definitely probably some gameplay errors back and forth, but the most egregious error from both players was just not playing fast enough. The time management from both players was just like really bad. That was like the overarching biggest mistake from both players, biggest flaw to both players' gameplay. Like, it's like fine that the game ended in a tie. It's fine that both players played at the pace that both players played at was also a reasonable pace to play. We don't analyze gameplay from are both players having the most amount of fun and enjoyment in the current moment. We're analyzing from, all right, how are we winning this match from player A to player B as they go back and forth in a game of Pokemon. No, it's not fine. Have they heard of urgency? Honestly, true. The lack of urgency is fairly apparent here. Both players should be banned from the Pokemon TCG for the lack of it. At League Cup, I went to the judge, didn't think ties were a thing, and tried to give a dub to the person with less prize cards. Wait, you mean in your match you tried to do that? Or you tried to do it for someone else? Did Nick have a 1/1 cop of... Yes, there was a 1/1 Lopunny in Nick's deck. Wait, what is the other Lopunny that I've seen in people's... I'm gonna look this up real fast. There's like another Lopunny I've seen people playing in decks. Is it the dashing kick one? This attack does 50 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon? It has to be that one, right? That's terrible. What the heck? Did that 50 snipe attack? Oh, the next round will be coming up quickly, which is nice. Don't have to wait too long for the next round. I don't know what it's used for. I mean, sniping 50 damage, I assume to pick things off the bench. I have seen it in the deck that Nick was playing. In the Frostlass and Monkey Dory deck. So you're playing a spread deck that has a snipe attacker? I mean, yeah. I mean, sniping for 50 is like pretty weak, but yeah, sniping for 50 is pretty terrible. But the option of a sniper attack, I guess, is okay if you have a Baneri. I think Lopunny as its own deck is any good. Lopunny Dusknoir, I mean, I think Lopunny Dusknoir has potential. I haven't played enough of it to really have a strong opinion on it, though. As a viewer, ties are definitely the least entertaining outcome. For sure, yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, as like we're sitting here spectating, we definitely want to see players like play for the win when it makes sense to play for the win, and not be content with the tie. So yeah, as like a spectator, yeah, it definitely isn't, and that's why it's like important to like put like, and I think we see less of these kind of games and outcomes when you prioritize putting, you know, established top level players on stream. Like when that becomes like more as much of a priority as possible, like you'll see less ties. Or less dissatisfying games, I feel like, most of the time. Like, Vegas is a good example of that. So someone has to tell you, and unfortunately it's me, you use egregiously way too often, although it is a good word, and fuck you for making me spell it. No, I'll be alright. You think Mega Lopunny can be good in Zoroark? I don't know, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I don't think it seems great. Seems kind of mid. It seems kind of bad to have a 3 prize Pokemon in play. Vegas spoiled us with high level gameplay. Vegas was definitely the best. Yeah, the best stream I have ever watched, I think, in terms of gameplay. Like, not even close. I can't name it one that's even close to it. It could be the best. It could literally be the best gameplay of all time from a tournament. But I've never like watched a World Championships or anything like that. So. Why they show Zard Pidgeot 2 times on the best of the rest stat board? One of them has Dusknoir, one of them doesn't. So they're just showing Zard with Dusknoir versus Zard without Dusknoir. My friend is currently 3-1 with Lopunny Dusk. He was 3-0 going into this round. Said they didn't put it on stream instead of that. I've still got, well, not really actually. The chance of Lopunny existed, I guess, technically. So I'm going to a League Cup tomorrow. I'm playing Jelly Guardian. I'm expecting a lot of Dango. Should I play a 2-2 Jelly, no Diancie? Probably not. I don't, like, 2-2 Jelly is not specifically good against Dango, I don't think. 2-2 Jelly is like specifically good for the mirror match, I feel like. The second Jellicent, like Frillish is your stronger attacker in the Dango matchup. That's why in Yu-Gi-Oh, when you tie, you both lose. Everyone has to play fast. I mean, hold on. That just happened this season. That just became a change. I feel like you're acting like this is like a long-term or a long-standing thing. That just became a thing this season in Yu-Gi-Oh. Is Mega Diancie better than Drifloon, though, for Guard EX deck? I mean, they're just different. They're both good cards, and they just do different things. It just depends on, like, the metagame or what you're trying to beat specifically in a specific meta. they make a lot of rule changes often, like the overtime rules, or not too often? Rules do not change very often, no. Yeah, they don't make rule changes too often. Although we have seen... Actually, I don't know if that's true. We saw a rule change going into this season. Did we see a rule change going into last season? Into this season, we saw them change +3 to +1. Last season... I don't remember what we saw last... I don't think there's anything the season before that in terms of rule changes at all. I don't remember. Dual cards? Well, no, I think they're talking about like tournament rules. Yeah, not yeah, I think they're talking about tournament rules, not cards. When is supporters not being used first turn change? Well, I mean, I don't actually remember. Sword Shield base? Oh, okay. But there was a time before that where you also couldn't play. I think I don't remember when it changed though. Maybe 2011. Yeah, it was 2011. That's right. Yeah. So in 2010 you couldn't play a supporter on your first turn, and then 2011 you could. And then you could, from 2011 till Sword and Shield. And then Sword and Shield, you couldn't play a supporter on your first turn. Honestly, what a terrible rule change. Actually, just awful. The fact that you can play a supporter on your first turn in the game ever was just a terrible... Probably just always terrible, to be honest. What's up, Cash? I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, 2010. I started playing in 2009, 2010. You couldn't play a supporter on your first turn. 2011, they changed it so you could. But it was an absolutely, honestly, like looking back on it, it was just an absolutely garbage rule change. Actually, current turn 1 rules are maybe the best turn 1 rules have actually ever been. But arguably 2010 or 2010 rules, 2009 rules, whatever, are just as good. But arguably, the current turn 1 rules that we've had since Sword and Shield have been the best that it's possibly ever been. Although I guess like actually I see a comment in chat. Back in the days, Tapu Lele GX early game was with bringing supporter card was a chef's kiss. Honestly, that turn 1 Bridget format using a supporter on the first turn of the game didn't. Maybe it was still bad. No, it wasn't. Actually, that didn't feel that bad, to be honest. There was some moments where it didn't feel terrible, but just saw Nico's tweet. Do you think judges need a better process to actually being a judge? I don't know. I don't know if it's like a widespread. It doesn't seem like this is like a widespread problem. So I would say probably not. But one of the problems with that as well is just going to be who are the people who actually want to judge. So yeah, if this isn't like a widespread problem, then no. That probably shouldn't, like that. I don't know. That's a pretty baseline level rule though. So it probably just like kind of shouldn't happen at all. Like not knowing that interaction is like it's a pretty like base level knowledge thing. But whether or not what was I saying? Oh, yeah, whether or not we need a better process, I don't know. It's the first time I've heard an instance of like that's pretty egregious. Like I will admit that's pretty egregious, but I haven't like heard like many instances of that happening at like the regional level. Obviously, like more of that kind of stuff happens at like a local level, but like judges need to learn how to judge somewhere, right? And like I think we probably will like the idea of like players, like people being able to almost like just immediately get into judging over ever like even playing the game, or like playing the game like super casually, but then becoming judges. Like that's fine. But another thing that will come up though is just like how big is the pool that we can pick judges from, right? Like if they need 200 judges at this tournament and 200 people applied, it's like, well, I mean, at that point, there's nothing you can do. Now, if there was like 1,000 judges that applied and you need 200 judges, and a bunch of the judges they picked messed up the Bouffalante Cornerstone interaction, well, then it's like, okay, well, maybe you need to get better at picking judges then, right? I heard a suggestion that a judge has to have top 8 at a cup. No, that's stupid. Like, see, that kind of stuff is just stupid. You don't need to be able to play the... You don't even have to ever have played the Pokemon TCG to be a judge. You just need to know the rules and rule correctly. Yeah, having to, like, top 8 at a cup or whatever. And that is, like... It's a pretty bad take. It's just a bad take. As a judge, if you're unsure with the answer, you just seek a head judge for clarification. Yeah, for sure. But what if you're sure of the answer and your answer is wrong, right? That seems like what's happened here with the situation that Nico tweeted about. Was the judges were probably sure of the answer. Like, yeah, like what if you're sure of it though? Like, you can't go bother a head judge every single time. You have to be able to, like, you're not a very good judge if you have to go get the head judge every single time as well, right? So you got to be able to hold your own to an extent. Pronounce the player's name in 9th place. The Mace. Mace Brennickmeyer. Chip doing the analysis desk at STUTTGART. Yeah, he's actually in one of the little houses on the right-hand side. They're gonna like super zoom in on him. He's in the top right window of the back middle 3 houses, and he's got his desk in there, and they're gonna zoom in on him to cut to the desk segments. With these suggestions about judge qualifications, we would have like 10 judges. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a balance to it. There's a balance to it. It's like, how big is the pool? The players already tied 1-1. Double game laws. Oh, hopefully they just forgot to input. I'm assuming they forgot to input it. We got Rune though, already a regional champ on the season versus, I'm actually not sure who Rune's opponent is here. But he didn't even ever win Worlds? What the heck? Can we get someone else? Oh, no, I'm joking. Wait, what happened? Wait, I don't know. What happened? I don't know. Y'all are the ones who are freaking out. I don't know. Vincent. The World's dub washed? That's what I'm saying. Back it up. Literally played in seniors for multiple seasons and didn't win Worlds? What the heck? What the heck, man? Which regional are you sniping for a Worlds ticket? I don't know. First one I'm going to is Toronto, so we'll see what happens. Oh, I didn't even pay out the last prediction. Hold up. Oh, it was a tie, though, right? Oh, boy. Tie. New prediction. All right. Wait, what was that? Grass Energy and Prime Catcher? Dude, more Raging Bolt action? Oh, wait. Actually, is it? The fuck is Vincent playing? Prime Catcher, Grass Energy. But then I also saw Iono. Is it like a Terra deck? Joltik Box? Oh, Joltik Box. But of course, a classic. Mawile start. Not great. And Secret Box start here for Rune. Plenty of options. Looks like a mulligan or two happened as well. All right, just piecing it together here. Actually, as Rune here, you could just have Candy Guardy. You have Candy Guardy in hand. The question is, does Rune know what he's up against to want to go that aggressively for Candy Guardy, or is going to opt for a slower line? Ooh, I see a Turbo Energize in the list. Turbo Energize is back? Oh, it's because there's the Mega Diancie in there, right? We have Diancie now. Turbo Energize is pretty cool with Diancie. You can just play the game through the Diancie. Is it the Mega Diancie? That's what it is, right? By the Curlia? That's a Mega Diancie. Oh, actually, the Mega Diancie is like hard for... That's actually weird. It actually is kind of awkward for Vincent to deal with, right? Yeah, so off this Secret Box, Rune can get Supporter for turn. Supporter for turn plus Candy. Supporter Candy. And Artisan or something. If you want to go for the turn 2 Guardy. But you might as well, right? You go for Nest Ball if you want to set up another Pokemon, but I feel like turn 2 Candy Guardy is like too good here. Unless you're scared of like your Ralts getting KO, but I don't think you're scared of that here. Giving it some thought on the item though, isn't committed to it. There's the Candy Grab, okay. Did you give up the... No, I guess that makes sense. I was kind of questioning the Arvin give up there, but I guess that, yeah, why wouldn't you give the Arvin there? Yeah, the Mega Diancie is actually really interesting in this matchup because Mega Diancie with a tool card survives a Pikachu hit. And can KO Iron Hands pretty aggressively. I guess an Iron Hands with a Bravery Charm would still be kind of tough to get over. But if you KO the Iron Hands back, then the Mawile could KO... Wait. Actually, does it? Does a Mawile, after drawing 2 prize cards, even KO a... I don't even know. Alright, double roll search out here from Rune. Oh, so wait, do we have one in hand and one off the Artisan? Where did the first rolls come from? Did they just spawn in? Alright. Pass over to Vincent. Pokegear in hand, draw for turn his boss's orders. A lot of energy, Ultra Ball. So, looks like everything Vincent needs to get going here. It is the Joltik Box, of course. Wait, didn't Joltik Box get like a new card from the set? Or am I trolling? I might be trolling. Fancy with the Charm has 350. Mawile, after you've drawn 2 prize cards, does 320. So you survive, right? That's actually so bad. The trade could look like... Vincent goes for... I actually don't like the Ultra Ball for Miraidon here. I think she would just get the Ultra Ball for the Iron Hands here. Vincent... So if Vincent goes Iron Hands KO like Monkey Dory or Ralts for 2, then Rune can go Diancie Knockout with Bravery Charm, and then it survives Crispin attached to Mawile, right? Diancie with Charm is 320, no? No, but it has the ability too. The ability reduces the damage you take by 30. Weakness Azul? Oh yeah? Weakness? You know Mawile does 60 damage for each prize card you've taken. So if you draw 2 prize cards with Iron Hands, you'll be doing 160 damage. Times 2 is 320. Diancie with the Brave Charm effectively has 350 HP. Maybe instead of shouting weakness, you should do some math. All right, where were we? Got a Crispin. But actually, do we have a way to move the active? How much retreat cost does Mawile have? I actually don't know. Math is my weakness. Late game? Dude, I literally said turn 2. I literally was like, okay, Vincent draws 2 prize cards without Iron Hands. Rune responds with KO with Mega Diancie. Does Mawile have 1 retreat cost? We can actually... It's 2? So we're actually just stuck here. This is actually pretty bad. All right, we're just going to overload. Maybe we're just swinging with Mawile early, though, I guess. Actually, this is kind of funny. Can't Rune, like... Can't Rune, like, attack with just, like, a damaged Pokemon, and then the Mawile does nothing? We see Ultra Ball in hand here for Rune, and the Bravery Charm. You could Ultra Ball away Screamtail and Counter Catcher to get Diancie here, and then just Bravery Charm the Diancie. I feel like that's pretty good here. Well, actually, the Mawile setup. Maybe you don't want to do that, actually. I take it back. He passed. I mean, there's nothing for he could have done. There's no attack possible. The whiff off the Pokegear just killed his turn. Use the second attack. The second attack would get you there if you can get there, but it's a lot more costly to get to the second attack. But if you could get there, the second attack would work for Rune. All right, just gonna commit it to the Monkey Dory to play around Iron Hands KO Monkey Dory, I guess. That also works. Also, there might be 2 Bravery Charms in the list here for Rune. Protecting your Monkey Dories with Bravery Charms in this matchup is pretty good as well. Especially with the current setup from Vincent, the Diancie option is like way less good. Also, you have Guardy as well. You don't even have to attack with Diancie in this matchup, to be honest. All right, Lily Frayed here. Rune only has 1 Psychic in the discard pile currently, so we do need some energy and a way to get it into the discard pile, or Rune won't be attacking this turn, actually. What's the Mawile for in the Miraidon deck? It's for just, like, closing out games. So 2 metal, you can... After you've drawn 4 prize cards, 2 metal does 320, which KOs Guardy and Dragapult, which is, like, pretty cool. Couldn't Lopunny have hit for 160? Did I miss the math? Let's Mega Mawile in the active here. I appreciate 3 months there, maximum. Screamtail KO Joltik. Oh, Screamtail KO Joltik actually would be pretty good here. But actually, Rune can't even do that. A single Dark Energy in the hand. Maybe it's a Mind Bend angle? Thinking about the Frillish, actually could go into item lock. That would be a play as well here from Rune. And actually, would you make it so that the Frillish doesn't even die to the Mawile? Because the second attack does what, 30 damage? Because you can leave something damaged in the active and then punch the, and it's gonna go to the Frillish here. Frillish is weak to dark. I thought Frillish was weak to metal for a second there, but Frillish is weak to dark. So yeah, we can do this. I would honestly leave the damage. I would leave 1 damage on the Monkey Dory almost. Gonna heal the 20 though. Okay, and then yeah, go into the item lock for the turn, which won't inhibit Vincent's turn too much. The hand here for Vincent is literally all energy. So we can attach to the Joltik. We can now retreat the Mega Mawile. It does cost 2 energy, which is pretty bad. Losing both of our energy here is not good. And then we can load up our Iron Hands on the bench. Yeah, load up the Iron Hands on the bench. Get set up for that on the next turn. I think you're still... it was a whiff here from Rune. You would have liked to have seen, like, KO Joltik, punch active harder... Honestly, you just want more Psychics in the discard pile. And actually, the Mawile is like super weak for Vincent to have and play this early, because now Rune can like game plan around that. So Rune can like strategize to go knock out Joltik, knock out Iron Hands, knock out Mawile to get the 6. Now the KO on the Joltik is like super powerful. And we actually see Pikachu getting searched out of the deck here from Vincent. So it was actually committing to the Pikachu early, which is something you basically never want to do. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's committing to the Pikachu early. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's about as bad as it gets, to be honest. I love the Pikachu this early on. Because now Rune is just not going to feed you something that the Pikachu can KO. Wait, why the peak? I mean, Vincent's scared of Guardy attacking next turn. Vincent is scared of Rune going a retreat punch with Guardy. So wants to be able to like have both options to deal with that. But it's still like, I don't know, it's pretty bad. I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest, here as Vincent. You maybe just hope that Guardy can't punch. Because you did see Rune whiff last turn. Oh, only one energy. Oh, we get one. Oh, no, there we go. Never mind. Vessel plus energy. All right, Vessel plus energy plus Ultra Ball. Rune can do literally whatever he wants. And it's probably going to start with a Adrenaline Brain to KO this Joltik. And then see what Vincent pushes up. And then go from there. But yeah, this one's looking pretty cooked for sure. It feels like Rune's way too far ahead at this point. And all Rune has to do basically this game is just make sure that he never gets caught with Gardevoir getting KO'd by Pikachu. And he should just win this game. The 20 damage Adrenaline Brain turned to 40 on Mawile. Rune attacked with the fish. Iron Hands push. Okay, I think that makes sense. You're scared of Jellicent here, but if Rune doesn't have Jellicent, you're not too scared. Oh, wait, there is an Ultra Ball in the hand here. Discards Jellicent? So maybe we're not going Jellicent. Wouldn't Jellicent be, like, fine here, though? Or maybe we are just going to punch with Guardy. We see the Curly get searched out here from Rune. Oh, where our benches. No. Doesn't matter. We see the Curly get searched out here, though. So it looks like Rune's just going to retreat into Guardian Punch. And give the Pikachu KO over to Vincent. If Vincent wants to retreat this Iron Hands and has Crispin. I assume. Well, you could have just gone into Jellicent there and punched with Jellicent, right? Wouldn't that have been just fine? I guess this sets up a better 2-hit here from Rune. Does it, though? Like it's an effective 1-hit, I guess, with Double Monkey Dory next turn. There's a retreat to the Screamtail. Okay, so Rune's going to do something else here, actually. Maybe it is just going to punch them all, like move 30 off the Frillish to the active and then punch the Mawile for 120 and then clean up the Iron Hands on the next turn, maybe? Puts it on the Mawile. And then punchy active with the Screamtail. Wait, how is this better than just not evolving to Jellicent and punching with Jellicent? Isn't Jellicent punch for 80 just literally the exact same thing? But you have a Jellicent in your active item locking Vincent? Rune had Jellicent in hand, right? Yeah. I'm confused how this is like better than not just evolving to Jellicent. Unless Rune valued the cards in the hand so highly that he really wanted to get Curly. No, but you don't care about Curly because you're not attacking with Gardevoir. Getting Curly and play this aggressively doesn't matter unless you're attacking with Gardevoir because the Pikachu can't even KO your Curly or your Guardy here anyways. I'd consider a scoop for Vincent, to be honest. Yeah, I would too. Yeah, for sure. Punch with Guardy plus Mew next turn. That's true. There actually was a line with the... Yeah, the Guardy Punch plus Mew would have actually just won the game for Rune. But then you're putting the Guardy in the active. Which is like Vincent's only win condition here is like KO Gardevoir and hope that Rune can't recover Gardevoir. So I don't know if you want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. This play from Rune just literally seems worse than just attacking with the Jellicent. You keep Vincent item locked and then tool locked as well, which... I guess that could come up for like an Air Balloon or a Bravery Charm or something. But it feels like, I mean, Rune is still going to win this game, though. Like, Rune's just going to go attack the active with Gardevoir next turn, knock it out, or something like that, and then KO the Mawile off the bench, win. I guess it gives like time for Vincent to like Penny or Turo the Mawile out of play, but you're probably not playing around those cards, which would be fair to not play around for sure. So. Mew 3 prizes. Well, yeah, but the Mew play doesn't really matter when there's a Mega Mawile on the bench, right? I guess this does line up the Mew play for Rune to go Amp with Mew. And then even if the Mawile gets taken out of play, he can go 3-3. Well, he's already drawn a prize card. He's at 5. That's why the Amp on the active doesn't really matter from the Mew. Because there's a Mega Mawile in play. But it does play around not being able to go after the Mega Mawile from Rune here, I guess. Like, this allows Rune to go Amp the active with Mew, I guess, if he goes for that. And then he could... KO a 2-prizer in case Mega Mawile gets like turret out of play or something. And that's what he's going for. He's going for the Mew, so he's going for the Mew KO. But yeah, I just this feels This feels like still like the incorrect line because you're at 5 already. Maybe he's like forgot he has drawn a prize card. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Rune was like playing as if he had 6 prize cards left. And then this play makes a lot of sense. If Rune had 6 prize cards remaining, this play obviously is the play. He's at 5, so I feel like the jelly makes a little more sense. This does prep for boss KO on anything on Vincent's bench, though. Well, Rune doesn't play boss. Yeah, Rune doesn't play boss, and the other play would basically do the exact same thing, though. Okay, loads up 3 on the peak. 3 more to the Mawile. Oh, we Turo'd the Frillish out of play? I was wondering where the Frillish went. And then Amp on the Iron Hands. There's no Psychic Energy in Rune's discard pile, and also just played Turo. Vincent could boss the Guardy, but I don't see how that ever leads to a win condition for Vincent, to be honest. Like, you can do that. That is a play you could do here as Vincent. But it just doesn't... I don't see a win condition that it gets led to. There's the Ursaluna here for Vincent. Also, one more thing about the play that Rune did is Rune gave up his Screamtail, which means he doesn't have Screamtail anymore to KO the Mawile off the bench. He has to find Night Stretcher or Super Rod or something like that. But if Rune had just KO'd the active, could have had the Screamtail still to work with on the bench to then clean up the Mawile going into this turn as well. Like another reason to have held the card. All right, there's the Ursaluna from Vincent. Vincent still does not have a way to actually take back-to-back 2 prize knockouts. Like, you have the Ursaluna KO Mew, but there's no Fez on Rune's bench. Rune doesn't have to put the Guardian in the active. Oh, there's an Iono here from Vincent, actually. Okay, hold on. But still, like, Rune doesn't have to leave the Guardian in the active at the end of the turn. Or actually, Rune could and just double Monkey Dory heal it and then still attack with it and be fine. So this still feels like Vincent maybe should have conceded this match a little bit sooner, to be honest. Got our energy for our Ursaluna. Okay, we do have Nest Ball in hand, so if Latias is in the deck, you could get that to save this energy on the Pikachu. I think the Mewline is a bit better since it pretty much locks his prize race. He doesn't need Screamtail or anything. Since Ampine put him down to 2, he can just kill active with Guardy, double Monkey. Well, he's not going to be able to do that this turn, though, because it's going to be an Ursaluna, but it should be good enough for sure. As for 3. Like, there shouldn't be a way for Rune. Well, hold on. Actually, I say that, but that's actually not true. Vincent can now Mawile to 1-hit KO the Guardy. We don't have a Metal Energy set up on the Mawile yet. But yeah, Vincent actually wins with, like, Crispin Metal Prime, which is a lot. That is a lot. And pretty unlikely to get to. Ultra Ball in hand here for Rune. Top deck Night Stretcher. I mean, that should be game here. Wait, actually... No, I feel like it should be game here, right? We have enough damage. There's only 3 Psychics in the discard pile. Oh, Mew KO the active also works here. I was doing the math for the Mawile, but yeah, there's a lot of win conditions here for Rune. Diancie wins the game. Was Diancie in the discard? There might have been Diancie as well. All right, Rune takes game 1. I assume we will see Vincent be choosing second then. And trying to get off that turn 1 Joltik, which Vincent did whiff the turn 1 Joltik. Usually the Joltik deck is like pretty good at doing what it does almost every single game. It's one of the strengths of the deck, and it's been one of the strengths of Joltik box for a while. Has just been, well, you get turn 1 Joltik every single game, and then you start attacking with your attackers and just go from there. You really waste that much time playing it out, to be honest. I like not conceding. I don't know. How much time do they have left going into the game 2? He still should have conceded sooner, I think. Honestly, he should have conceded on, like, turn 2. I'm pretty sure. Like... should have conceded after the Frillish KO. That's what he should have conceded. After the Monkey Dory KO Joltik, and then when Rune had like a free swing. I think he probably should have conceded. He literally should have conceded there. Like Rune was just too set up to like basically give you a chance to ever win the prize trade. Our Mega Dancy is priced here for Rune. Mega Mawile is priced for Vincent. Joltik start here for Vincent is good. Hand here for Rune is dead. Starts off with a Nest Ball. Did you see the meta breakdown? 8% unclassified is wild. Not really. The unclassified number doesn't mean anything. The fact that they even put it on the chart is like irrelevant. It just means it's a bunch of decks that they haven't like given a category to. It's like an irrelevant stat. And it's specifically high at this tournament. Well, they only show the unclassified number at European tournaments. So it exists at American tournaments. They just don't ever show it. And it's only this high at this tournament because Europe is the first tournament in this format. Or this is the first tournament in this format. If other tournaments had happened in this format already, some of those decks would have been classified at this point. So, what do you think of Vitality Band and Joltik deck for the extra 10 on hands and Pika? I think with the Mawile in the deck now, you don't need either of those, to be honest. Like before, it was kind of nice so Pikachu could KO a Guardy, but now you can just draw 4 prize cards and then Mawile can KO a full HP Guardy. So maybe it's better to play more ways to enable like the Mawile, like the energy switch and stuff like that. I think it's like better inclusions. It just means they were too lazy to differentiate the decks. Yeah, basically. Well, it could be a mix of laziness, but also just being unsure if it's worth differentiating them, right? Because if these decks don't become established archetypes, it's kind of like, who cares if we know what percentage the decks are, right? And that's probably what it more so is than anything. It's just like, do we really want to dig into this unknown percentage of decks that we haven't classified yet without knowing if these decks are any good or worth it, worth classifying? So that's why it's just kind of like an irrelevant stat. All right, we got our hands, we got our Fez. Honestly, the Fez bench is... I don't like the Fez bench here from Vincent. It's not terrible, though, because we didn't have to put Miraidon in play, but the Guardian deck is pretty good at not giving you prize cards early on. So it's like sometimes a trap to put the Fez in play too aggressively. It's probably not terrible here, though, specifically because Vincent didn't have to put Miraidon in play. Okay, over to Rune. The hand is still dead. Yeah, the hand is still dead. That's not good. Sets up for the potential Mind Bend. And actually, actually, we do KO the Joltik here. Is the prize card good enough? Nope. Okay, so you have a decision to make here. Oh, the Fez actually, we actually get the Fez draw early here. You have a decision to make here as Vincent. Do you Gust KO the Ralts, or do you KO the Monkey Dory that's in the active? You know that Rune isn't drawing that well, but Rune could just have Fezandipity in the hand and waiting to use Fez. So if you don't KO Ralts, Fez becomes Candy Gardevoir potentially. So I feel like Boss KO Ralts is probably correct here from Vincent, as long as you're... Whoa. Nest Ball for Joltik. Boss Ralt. Oh, I thought Rune was literally scooping there. Why did we get a Joltik off the Nest Ball? Wait, I'm actually like so confused why that Joltik is on the bench. Why is there a Joltik on the bench? If you get Mind Bending, you charge again? Well, no, you have Iron Leaves in hand. Or you could get access to Prime Catcher. Galvantula 180 Mew? Yeah, but we don't have an out to the Galvantula in hand. Like, it's just a liability for Rune to get another one prize knockout. Like, we should just be setting up a Miraidon or something here. One prize attacker? We don't want a one prize attacker in play. That just gives Rune more prize trade options. There's the Fez there from Rune. We saw the Super Rod. The hand here is still dead here from Rune. We can draw one card, I think, with this Mew here. Like, we don't even have it. Like, Vincent doesn't even have Galvantula in hand to immediately evolve this to protect it from an Adrenabrain. Like, Rune doesn't have Guardy this turn, but Rune could have Candy Guardy next turn and then just go Adrenabrain KO the Joltik for free. This monkey is getting stacked. There's the Mew for 1. We need a Ralts. There's an Ultra Ball. Oh, we haven't Fez yet. My bad. Okay, we have a Guardy. Or, excuse me, a Ralts. Yeah, you can Ultra Ball away the fish. I mean, no, that play from Vincent is just... I'm pretty sure it's just terrible to bench Joltik here. I can't justify this Joltik. There's no way this can be justified. The Joltik bench here, especially with the hand that Vincent has, cannot be justified. All right, Monkey Dory back to the active. Goes for the Mind Bend on the Iron Hands to try and slow Vincent down. But Vincent has Iron Leaves and Boss in hand. So that Ralts on the bench will be going down next turn. Also found the Mew, which is a pretty good Pokemon to put in play here. Play around Iono. I can justify it. He's cute as heck. Nah, it doesn't work. So this is about as good as it gets here for Vincent, to be honest. Got the reset off the confusion. We got the boss on the Ralts. I mean, the Miraidon should have already been in play. And that's why we maybe should just... Yeah, we should have like had the Miraidon in play and attached to it on that previous turn. Actually, no. We should have had like Ursaluna on the bench plus Latias. We should definitely bench the Mew here as Vincent. One way you can lose this game is... Oh, all right. Yeah, so like if we don't have Joltik in play, then our bench could have been like Latias plus Ursaluna with an energy, which would be way better. So I play one Miraidon. Miraidon was prized. Oh, okay, sure. Well, then get Latias or something. Just don't get Joltik. Basically just don't get Joltik. I definitely don't like the Mew play there, or not playing Mew there from Vincent, because now in Iono, down to 2, we'll have no draw power in play. Also, we don't have Latias in play, so Rune could gust something off the bench and try and trap it. Commits the Ultra Ball to save the Rare Candy, though. We'll probably see another Ralts get grabbed here. And we also lose a bench space to the Joltik, so now we don't have bench space for Mew and Latias. Yeah, honestly, the further it goes, the more I hate it. All right, Mew for 2. Rune should scoop. Nah, Rune's fine. Arc Energy to the Monkey Dory. Dude, this Monkey Dory is loaded, bro. Lily here for 8. Yeah, there's 23 minutes up. This matchup is pretty fast. Like, you can still come back from this game as in this situation as Rune, especially with the mistakes that Vincent has made. Did he just draw 9? I swear he drew 9. Yep, that's 9. Oh, wait, no, he used Fez. Wait, no. Wait, no, this is correct. That's correct. He should have 9. Because he went Lily for 6 plus Script for 3. All right, Mind Bend again. He did draw a prize card, so he doesn't get 8. Our tandem unit for Vincent. Lines up the Prime Catcher. I assume there's an Arven in the hand then. There it is. Arven. Show the Prime. Rune picks it up. 22 minutes. Plenty of time left for this match for game 3. It's good to see that. Wait, what the heck? They don't even like the brand of chairs they got, bro? Covered up. Game 3. Rune will get to go second this time. We've seen Vincent go second, or go second 2 games in a row now. Did whiff the turn 1 Joltik in the first game, though. What brand chair do you sit on? I have a steel case. Whatever that, yeah, that one. Steel case. I want to give it any clout to anything? I know, what the heck, bro? They're so stingy with the clout. Putting tape on the chairs? Honestly, the tape on the chairs just looks bad, though. Like, it looks so bad. I don't know what brand it is, but it just looks bad to have the thing on it. Honestly, why don't they have like custom Pokemon chairs? Like, why don't they hit up a brand and be like, yo, can we get something with like a Pikachu on it or something? Like, I mean, it's not something they have to sell, but just like something for the stream tables. Also, those chairs suck. Honestly, all the stream chairs suck. I'd rather have a folding chair than the stream chairs. They're literally just terrible. Looks like the hand there from Rune is lacking in terms of a draw supporter. Secret Labs does have a Pokemon collab. Oh, do they actually? What the heck are we doing then? Get some Secret Labs on the stream tables. It's probably equipment from the TO though. I don't know. Because this is like the stream setup though, which is like the well, actually in Europe, I don't even know. No, the production company is like different than the tournament organizer. So I assume that all the stream equipment, the stage, the chairs, all that stuff, that's all production company, which means Pokemon and TPCI is more closely tied into that. And even if they're not, they should give it to the even if it's the TO, who cares? Even if it's the TO, who cares? Give the TO some chairs. Like, what are we doing? Gotta lock in out here. All right, Iron Leaf start here, obviously, for Vincent is terrible. We did get Joltik, Iron Hands, Miraidon down off the rip. Iron Hands bench. You don't have to bench it yet, but it's not that big of a deal here from Vincent. Ultra Ball off the rip here from Rune, giving up the Mega Diancie and the Latios, it looks like. Got Ralts in the active. Turwin Frillish doesn't seem that strong of an option here. Well, I don't know. Nah, it's not that good. I mean, for a Rune here, actually looking at it, you got Ralts Energy. You kind of have to go for Mew as long as it's not prized from Rune. And actually, I think we have that information. I just wasn't paying attention. If Mew's prized here... Oh, no! Mew's prized here! Oh, boy. Can we take the Ultra Ball back? I think the line here for Rune is to ask Vincent, hey, can I take this back? And then you see what Vincent says. And if Vincent lets you take it back, you take it back. Because that way you could Ultra Ball for Fez later. Or like if you topped at Candy, you could like Candy or Candy Guardy. Like, listen, it's not looking good for me. Can I please... Can I take the Ultra Ball back? And then we'll see what Vincent says, and you go from there. Because the Ultra Ball is pretty bad. My prize are really bad. Can we start over, please? Please, come on. All right, Arvin from Vincent. Bravery Charm, Pokegear getting searched out. Bravery Charm, the Iron Hands is big. The rest of the hand is okay. We are going to activate the Miraidon here as well. I don't think there's any reason to get anything here, though, from Vincent. I mean, if you're going to attach the Pikachu, I guess it's fine. You're going to put an energy on the Pikachu. Okay. Taking Fez wouldn't be better. Wait, is that Secret Box in the hand? Wait, when did that Secret Box get to the hand? Has that always been there? Oh, we got it off Collect. Dude, I was like, what the fuck? Like, what? I was like, how did he play out his turn that way? Is it better to get the Fez off the Ultra Ball? I actually don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. All right, the Secret Box does save here for Rune. It was looking terrible. Now it's looking... I mean, it's fine. We're where we want to be here as Rune. The potential of the Candy Guardy is available. No Bravery Charm anymore to send up a Bravery Charmed Monkey is kind of unfortunate. Taking the Turbo Energize, it looks like, gonna have that option. Also, is going for the Mystery Garden. There we go. Well, I guess we might be vesting away the Turbo Energize here. Maybe to specifically establish that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory. There we go. Vessel and Turbo Energize. A Psychic Dark searched out. Should see the Dark to the Monkey Dory. I guess you could Mystery Garden first. You don't play TM Evo? No, no TM Evo. Are we going to cycle with the Mystery Garden now? For 2? Is that even worth it? I feel like it's not even like really worth it. Like, I almost feel like we should... Oh, no way. Okay, no. We got Stretcher Candy, but the Stretcher was... I feel like we should like save the Garden draw for after the Lily. I actually don't like that Garden use there. Like, what could we draw that would actually even be like a Monkey Dory, I guess? But saving the Mystery Garden to combo after the Lily's Determination, I feel like has such a higher potential to lead to Candy Gardevoir. Which, like, in this situation... If you don't get Candy Gardevoir, you're unlikely to get Candy Gardevoir probably, but like that's what you're playing for is Candy Gardevoir. So I feel like saving the Mystery Garden for after increase our odds of getting Candy Gardevoir. And no Candy Guardy. Oh, I guess the Mystery Garden is for the discard of the energy. That's fair. It does discard the energy for us ahead of time. Sure. Yeah, I guess. Maybe that is worth it then. Okay. No Ultra Ball for a Curlia here from Rune. He's benching. There's no reason to bench the Fez, though, right? Would he have been able to get his hand low enough after Lily to use Garden, though? Yeah, potentially, for sure. Why not? We could draw into a bunch of... Oh, we're going to retreat to Fez. Okay, sure. We could draw into a bunch of... draw into a bunch of Psychic Pokemon in, like Ultra Balls, Vessels. Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard at all to potentially get it low enough. Okay, now we're to Vincent. Now, this is where Vincent wants to be. We got Boss. Just Boss KO Monkey. I think we go after the Monkey Dory here. Going after the Ralts is also okay, but the chance of a Candy Guardy here is, like, pretty reasonable from Rune. The only other thing we'd want to see here from Vincent is attached to Mawile, I think, at this point. Mawile's in the hand. We don't really want to bench the Mawile for just get Counter Catcher Trap, though, because we don't have Latias on our bench. And actually, that's why... Okay, I do take it back. I did not like the Pikachu from Vincent. I thought when we were getting the Pikachu, we were attaching to the Pikachu. Using Miraidon to get Pikachu from Vincent was a really, really bad play last turn, because we're not even attaching. There's no energy on the Pikachu. We just lost a bench space. And at this point, Pikachu getting loaded up is probably pretty unlikely. And that could be a huge hindrance to us later in the game here as Vincent to lose a bench space to the Pikachu. So the Pikachu grab from Vincent was actually just really, 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 really bad. I thought when he grabbed it, he was at least going to attach to it for turn, but that didn't end up happening. So, and we haven't even attached to it this turn either. So, yeah, the Pikachu bench there from Vincent is, I mean, this could definitely come back to bite him. We'll see. Ultra Ball here for Curlia from Rune is going to play a draw supporter before committing to the Fez draw. Oh, a Power Glass prize too. It's even worse. The Power Glass doesn't really matter too much because you're probably, if you attack with Pikachu in this matchup, it's probably only ever like a single attack to get your like last 2 prize cards. So the Power Glass isn't that big of a deal, to be honest. Because like for the current situation, we're probably getting 4 off Iron Hands, so then we just need to find our last 2. Mega Diancie getting committed here from Rune, which is pretty good here. It does KO Iron Hands. Well, actually, no, it doesn't because of the Brave Charm. Here we go. Iono for 6, and then we'll have the Fez draw to work with after that. I don't even know. Was it even worth Ionoing Vincent here? How many cards does Vincent even have in hand there? The Lily might have been a better play from Rune, to be honest. Draw there from Vincent is not great. Just double Crispin. Did get the Galvantula, which protecting the Joltik at this point, if we plan to try and get into a Mawile at some point, will be worth it. Like, will be a difference maker. Could be a difference maker. Mega Diancie. For 2 Psychic, it does 120 for each Psychic you discard up to 2 from the Mega Diancie. So it caps at 240 damage. Going for a Counter Catcher on Miraidon, so trying to buy some time here, but the Crispins will free up Vincent. We haven't attached return yet here from Rune. He's going to attach to the Monkey Dory, not going to retreat to the Fez. So all Vincent needs to do is retreat the Miraidon to get a 2-prize turn? Shouldn't Rune have retreated this Ralts instead? I think it's a misplay from Rune. I feel like the retreat on the Ralts was way more important here. There's the pass. Vincent can maybe just win with triple Iron Hands attack. The Arven off the top doesn't really change too much, I don't think. You just see a Crispin here. Now committing energy to the Pikachu would be fine, but we could have gotten Search Out Pikachu this turn. So yeah, I don't hate an energy to the Pikachu on this turn from Vincent. Yeah. Yeah, I really feel like Rune should have retreated the Ralts there with the Dark Energy into Zindipity. Now loading up the peak. Get the Galvantula established as well. That takes away the 1-2-3 prize trade from Rune. If we want to put Mega Mawile in play at some point, Rune can't just conveniently Monkey Dory, Adrenaline Brain KO the Joltik anymore. And there's the Amp for 2, going down to 2 prize cards remaining. Does have Arven in hand, so has game already with Prime Catcher. Rune does have the Frillish on the bench, so we could see a Jellicent punch here to take away Prime as an out for Vincent. That's probably what we'll see if I had to guess here from Rune. That's why the Frillish was benched last turn, so you can leave something beefy enough to go up against a Iron Hands into the active. Doesn't even... Oh, no, we do have Guardian Hand, actually. I don't know if we have an Iona, though. Oh, okay. I guess one thing. Okay, the Monkey Dory save here from Rune does allow Rune to go double Monkey Dory, Diancie, KO, Iron Hands this turn. So maybe that's what Rune was playing for. Rune didn't think it was worth the risk. So the trade-off would become if Rune retreats the Guardy or the Ralts, then if Vincent has a 2-price turn anyways, there's no way to answer the Iron Hands. But if Rune sacrifices the Ralts, you get to save the energy for the Monkey Dory, and then Vincent gets KO'd by Diancie this turn with the double Monkey Dory. So that might have been the thought process there from Rune. It's like, okay, I'll give the 2 prize cards up, make Vincent work for it a little bit. Vincent had the energy to retreat. Then Vincent KOs the Ralts, but now a Monkey Dory does get the KO. But Diancie dies to Pikachu. I mean, not if we find Bravery Charm. Also, there's not 2 energy on the Pikachu. Like, if Rune just finds Iono here, then Vincent has to find an out. Okay, we're into the Mystery Garden to begin with for 4. No Iono yet, but we still have Fez, a Vessel in here as well to thin out the hand. Need some urgency, though? Nah, we got 9 minutes left. Plenty of time. There will be a winner of this match for sure. Yeah, Rune does still need to find a way. Oh, wait, the Bravery Charm is gone, actually. Rune doesn't have Bravery Charm. So it has to be an Iono. Of course, Rune doesn't know that, but we do. Unless the energy for Vincent is really weird. What I'm promoting the Diancie the best since Rune has Turo in hand? I don't think so. We do see the Jellicent get searched out here, so maybe Rune is going to go the Jellicent route instead to take away the possibility of Prime Catcher? Well, that doesn't make any sense, right? Isn't it always... No, it's always Mega Diancie, because you always lose to Crispin anyway, so you may as well just KO the Iron Hands right now and not lose the boss. All right, Fez for 3. Is there a boss? Or is there Iono? Excuse me. There is an Iono! Jellicent gets set up. But yeah, I don't think we're attacking with Jellicent here. I think it is going to be the Diancie. Iono down to 2 from Vincent. Still wins with the Crispin, but no draw power setup, and the Pikachu only has 1 energy. Arven Mew. The Mew is a good draw. Arven is not terrible. I don't know how many counter catcher Rune has left, though. And with the bench being locked, I don't know if Rune has access to chase the Pikachu ever. Or if the Pikachu is always just going to be able to be charged up on the bench until it can get to a 1-hit KO potential on something. And after Rune draws 2 more prize cards, Ursaluna will also be a threat to Gus KO Fezandipity. Alright, Rune's giving it some thought here. Maybe he's considering not going for the 1-hit with the Mega Diancie. I think he literally has all of his Psychic Energy in his discard pile as well. I see, thinking about but it doesn't make any sense, right? Because if you attack with Jellicent, you could lose the boss. If you attack with Mega Diancie, you just win. I guess if you attack with Jellicent, you could 2-hit KO the Iron Hands and keep Vincent item locked. So maybe there is some validity to attacking with Jellicent here. Maybe there's some validity to attacking with Jellicent. Yeah, is going to go the Jellicent route. You do just lose the boss here. So Rune's committing to trying to get a 2-hit on the Iron Hands, right? Oh, actually, no. You effectively 1-hit the Iron Hands here, actually. You can Monkey Dory 6 and then punch 160 Monkey Dory 6. But you risk losing to boss here. Top deck for turn. Prime Catcher, but that's not good enough. We can Mew for 1. Mew for 1 to draw boss. If you draw boss, you win. No, not even going to try for the win. Goes into the Arven. Isn't going to even attempt the win here. Well, Pokegear's a dead card. Or, yeah, Pokegear's a dead card. Pokegear would be a terrible grab here from Vincent. You just draw 1 less card of Mew. Why are we grabbing Pokegear here? Rune is not moving this Jellicent. This Jellicent is staying in the active for the rest of the game. Until Rune wins, the Jellicent will not leave the active, probably. The Arven, I mean, if you're going to play, you could play Arven, you just should take nothing. Primus win here? No, Jellicent's in the active. Jal took off the draw from the Mew. jelly play so far working out here from Rune. There's the punch with the arm press. Yeah, Rune plans, I assume, on keeping the Jellicent. Actually, we could see the Jellicent get retreated this turn. I assume Rune's going to keep the Jellicent in the active here, though, to continue the item lock. We'll see. He could retreat it. I don't know if that makes any sense, to be honest. Can Rune even take 6 prize cards before time? Should be able to, yeah. That shouldn't be too big of a concern. Got plenty of time. No real threat from Vincent's side. Yeah, not really. Dude, the Pokegear crap there was so bad. Like, we're just drawing -1 off Mew, and then we draw -1 off Mew next turn. And, well, now that Rune knows there's a Pokegear in Vincent's hand, you definitely leave Jellicent in the active, right? Like, you always leave Jellicent in the active here as Rune. Nitrogen are coming in for a Psychic Energy, just to draw with the Mystery Garden. And I assume we have to see the 6 move over, right? There we go. That KOs the Iron Hands. But like I said, I don't think Rune has Prime Catcher or any counter catchers available, so he has no access to the bench Pokemon. I feel like that's a misplay from Vincent as well. Shouldn't the... What? Should we Iono here? We know Vincent has a dead card in the Pokegear in the hand, right? It did nothing last turn. I don't even know if that's correct there from Rune. Also, I feel like Vincent should have sent up Galvantula maybe, right? But I guess it gets... I don't know. The Iron Leaf seems sus. It like sets up Rune for the trade a little bit better, I feel like. I don't know. The Iono from Rune also seems questionable for sure. Like, you know Vincent like was doing nothing last turn. If the active loses to Crispin, the argument would be leaving a 1 prizer in the active to force Crispin plus Prime. From Rune here, retreating to a 1 prizer? No, but the 1 prizers don't put on pressure. You don't win the game. All right, the hand is still dead here from Vincent. Does have... no, you could draw 1 card. You can draw 1 card here. You could bench the Iron Hands and then draw 1 with Mew. Are both counter catchers gone? That's what I want to know. I think they are. Both counter catchers are gone. So Galvantula being pushed up at some point is still pretty... Can buy Vincent time, possibly. Commits to the Iono, doesn't even try and draw with Mew. Crispin would have been game, though. If that top card's Crispin. Oh, chill. Only 2. Chill. Is it Crispy? Nope, was a Vessel. Arfin Vessel is the hand. Now we Mew for 1. There's the Crispin. But it's not enough next turn. Because the active Iron Leaves are going to get KO'd. Oh, we're going to see the... you lose. You lose if you don't. You can't do that. Okay, and Vincent loses. I think Rune is just making sure. He's like, wait, do I actually win? Wait, am I trolling? He actually wins, right? Yeah, Vincent doesn't realize that he just loses. Rune was questioning there for a second if he actually loses, because he's like, well, why would you do that if you just lose? Why not Galvantula? And Rune gets the dub. I mean, he shouldn't even set up Galvantula. He should just leave the Iron Leaves in the active. The correct play there... the correct play there from Vincent is just leave Iron Leaves in the active and just pass with it in the active. So then you get more information to make your decision off of after Rune double Monkey Dories to it. Or Rune misplays it, doesn't realize it. Yeah, definitely quite a few errors there at the end from... We did see that mistake from Rune. The Iono felt very questionable. It feels like that was a misplay for sure. And then... Rune... I mean, yeah, Vincent, yeah, just literally at the end there. that literally just loses them the game. We definitely just miscounted. Brother had win next turn, too. Not necessarily, because Rune doesn't have to KO the Galvantula. Yeah, Rune doesn't have to KO the... Although he might have to KO the Galvantula. Yeah, Rune doesn't have to kill the Galvantula, so that can make things weird again for another turn. And then, like, If we see Vincent, like, if Rune goes double Monkey Dory, KO Galvantula, or KO the Iron Leaves, and Vincent pushes Galvantula, Rune could just pass with the fish in the active. And then Vincent Crispins loads up the Pikachu, and then Rune could double Monkey Dory to the Galvantula and then retreat into a 1 prizer that turn, maybe, or something like that. Can he push the peak since Rune had both monkeys? Well, at that point, Rune would probably just commit to KOing the Pikachu, though. And then you lose your only threat on board. Like, then Rune just KOs your Pikachu, and then you have no Crispin threat. And you need to have, like, Boss Ursaluna to win the game or something like that, right? Or actually, maybe Ursaluna would be able to KO the active, but you would need Ursaluna specifically, which Vincent did not have in hand. You completely lose the threat of Crispin. The unknown V-Star thing is just a 1 deck or different archetypes. It's just a bunch of different archetypes that they haven't given, like, their own category yet. It's just like, yeah, the unknown thing is just, not only is it zero, there's zero value in knowing it exists, but it's just confusing for people. That's actually maybe the worst thing, is the unknown V-Star on the meta breakdown is just confusing for people to look at. It's like, it's not super clear what it means. I mean, they maybe explain it on the cast. I actually don't know, to be honest, but they gotta remove it, bro. They gotta freaking remove it. Champions League next week? There is Champions League next week, yeah. I mean, Leaves inactive and then Monkey kills Leaves and push peak for a guaranteed game with Crispin. Oh, sure, yeah, Rev, that is true. Oh, yeah, that makes it, yeah, leaving Leaves in the active is like even that much better, right? Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. But yeah, once both Monkey Doors have been expended, you can push the Pikachu in the active freely. Yeah. Yeah, he just miscounted. He thought like the Iron Leaves was surviving or something. It's not guaranteed because Rune could Turo triple Monkey off peak promote. Oh, true, yeah.
So, I mean, Gardevoir, this was the deck that you already won regionals with, doing the run back here. What made you pick it? Is it just that you have the experience with it and you thought, why switch?
I tried to play the best deck every tournament, and it just happens to be Gardevoir for like the past year, so that's why I'm sticking with it.
It makes a lot of sense, especially if you've seen success of it before. Now, talking about the match specifically, Game 1 and Game 2 kind of panned out a little bit in an expected way, I guess. I mean, the Game 2 had some very rough draws, and it was just the Ampy very much so. It happens sometimes. But Game 3 played out very interestingly, I think. Can you talk us through that for the folks at home?
So the Iron Hands deck is very powerful if they get their Joltik off, and then they boss 3 times to win the game. But the deck is not very versatile. It doesn't draw a lot of cards. It doesn't have that much mobility. It has a Latias, of course, but if you item lock it, they can't find their Latias. So there are always like some tricky ways you can beat the matchup. You can Iona them, they need to hit boss every time. And when they don't, you can take like multiple prize turns, and then you can get ahead pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And those last 2 turns especially, I think is worth talking about, because your opponent ended up promoting the Mew, and then you had the easy way to win with the Adrenabrain and just attacking with the Gardevoir. Like, what were you expecting your opponent to do there? Because at that point, and we were just talking before, and you were saying, oh, I actually wasn't expecting to win that game. What in your mind, to say if things had gone a bit differently, what were you worried about?
So he Iono'd me, and I knew I had a Turo and an Iona on the bottom of my deck, so I would probably draw into those. I expected him to retreat into or his Miraidon or his Galvantula, because he had his Iron Leaves active, so I could Monkey Dory it, then he promotes something else, like the Miraidon or the Galvantula. And then the problem is he only had 1 energy on his Pikachu EX, so he needs to Crispin to it, but when you Crispin, you don't have boss to get something in the active, or it's really hard to retreat. And when you're item lock, you can't find your Latias, so it's a one-off in your deck. The deck doesn't really thin their deck. So the chance of him drawing into that would be pretty low. And eventually after the turn I won now, I would have probably won.
Yeah, and also, of course, not only that, but under item lock, say the one where you could do Crispin plus Gust would be prime catcher, but of course, Jealous shuts that off too. Now, I also want to take a moment. It didn't come up that much in this particular match, but Mega Diancie EX, this, of course, is the big new addition to the deck from Phantasmal Flames. You decided to play it. How has it felt in the deck so far? Has it felt like revolutionary? Like, how have you made use of it at all yet?
I think the card is really broken, but it's heavily misused.
Interesting. Okay.
People use it to just one-shot things, but I'd rather use it against matchups like Charizard, Grimmsnarl, and I don't really get out a Guardy. I just use Energize to the Diancie. Then you have a complete one-price board. Then you can use your Diancie, set up some Monkey Dories. They hit into your Diancie. You can take 2-3 prizes and have Monkey Dories in play without having to put a Guardy in play.
That's absolutely fascinating there. A tip for the Gardevoir players at home, make sure you mute your Diancie right. A powerful new tool, but perhaps not quite being used in the right way yet. Now, I'd like to ask you as well, I mean, you've been playing for quite a while now. You've been playing through juniors, seniors, and masters. I know that you have like a lot of your local player base at home and people supporting you. So is there anyone from either your local group or just in general that you'd like to say thanks or give a shout out?
I definitely have to shout out Henry Chow, the Guardy God. He gave me the list. He explained why Diancie is so good, why the Energize is good. Nobody's been playing it so far, so that's definitely the A Chow diff. Then of course Isaiah Bradner, a really good friend of mine. He convinced me to play a third nest ball over second Artisan, which has been clutch. And then my girlfriend, my dad, my mom, my whole family, all my friends.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Now,
I think the Leaves promote off the hands KO was the real mistake. Leaves lines too poorly. Yeah, I guess you could always promote. He should have just promoted Galvantula, right? Because I for some reason in my head I was thinking that the fish could hit for 80 on the Galvantula, but it has to hit for 160, right? So you probably should always just push Galvantula there as soon as possible to make things as awkward as possible for Rune. I think you're right. Yeah, just push Galvantula up that turn. For some reason, I was thinking it could get punched for 80, so I was like, I didn't mind the Iron Leaves push, but it has if there is going to be a punch, it has to be 160. Yeah, definitely should have been more aggressive with the Galvantula for sure. What do you think about the Diancie Turbo Energize play? It seems pretty good. I was thinking, when I was playing with the deck the other day, I was thinking about it. I had it in my list for a little bit, but it never came up, so I ended up cutting it. But it seems pretty good because you can just... It's really easy to play through... Turbo Energize lets you play through like a Mega Diancie board where you don't need... You just don't need Gardevoir. Like, Mega Diancie plus a Turbo Energize turn. And as long as you don't whiff attachments from there, setting up Monkey Doors or punching with the Mega Diancie, you can set up plays. Was there a Team Devo in his list? That's actually something I'm curious about now. I assume there was, but actually I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there was, actually. Now that I'm thinking of it, I don't think there was. There's not. Predictions? Okay, I got you. We saw one prize in game 3. Did we? Go back and check. Wait, is this really game 1? What the heck? Oh, that was like the recap. No, no Devo. Do you still evolve to Guardia at some point? I mean, if you need to, yeah. It just kind of depends. I mean, you probably like bench a Ralts, and then if you need Gardevoir, you evolve to it. How does Turbo Energize the Diancie lineup versus Zard if it's Dussard? I don't know. Never played the matchup. Probably just get... You probably need to go into Jelly if you're up against Dussard, I guess. I mean, honestly, without Devo, you just get railed by Zard. There's like no way. you don't have TM Devo, yeah, if you don't have TM Devo, those Zard players should just cook you. Especially if they have Dusknoir. I mean, you can 2-punch their Diancie, but why do you care? Maybe they can get, if they can get enough Monkey Dora uses off, I guess it could be weird. Like, that's the only thing I can think of is, like, if the Mega Diancie actually survives 3 turns. If the Mega Diancie actually survives 3 turns. But if it doesn't survive 3 turns, then, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that good. Or it doesn't seem like you care. So why are you spreading this propaganda? The matchup is close. Not without TM Devo. Bro, if I played Charizard and I lost to a Guardy player that didn't have a Jelly Guardy, like if I lost to that list with Charizard, I would retire. Like fully retire. If I was playing Charizard and I lost to the list that Rune is playing. There's just no way. That'd be confirmation of washed. We're already retired? What? I'm excited to retire you in Toronto. Okay. For my test games for Singapore, all the Guardy players were going aggressive with Diancie and Desard. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, right. That has to be like the angle you take. Maybe I could be underestimating the Diancie in the matchup. I could be. Maybe. It's possible. It is possible. There's no way though, right? Also on Toxtricity Absol. That's a pretty cool deck. Pretty chill. I'm doing good, Hell Saint. How you doing? Bond took that personally. Although it would be, I mean... He made too much of a splash at Premier Brawl League, so I think it just has to be good here too. I mean, if it's good, it's good. It doesn't really matter where you're at. Well, should I play Dango, Zoroark, or Shark to Champions League next week? Dango, Zoroark, or Shark? Probably not Shark. The answer is never Shark. I would, between Zoroark and Dango, I'd play Zoroark. But you have to heavily tech for Golden Go. You can't, you gotta play like, you have to heavily tech for Golden Go. You gotta play something big. Although maybe Lopunny makes the matchup too hard, to be honest. Maybe now with Lopunny, you just can't beat them, actually. Might not be possible, even if you have like Toad Scroll. So maybe the answer is just Golden Go. Maybe Zoroark's just kind of dead. Also, the Guardian matchup got closer as well, because they have, the Guardian matchup got closer because they have Mega Diancie. So, it might just be kind of cooked, to be honest. So you're coming to Melbourne? Probably, yeah. I mean, that's the current plan. We'll see what happens, though. Gary Palpat and Zoro? That doesn't beat Golden Go. They still beat you. Gary Palpat is like a fake tech for Golden Go. Or, yeah. That's what I meant to say. So should I play Hydrapple or Zard to my League Cup? I mean... It sounds like you don't care about winning if Hydrapple is one of your choices, so I'd go with Hydrapple. Is there a list of decks used today? Nope. Is there a world where Mega Heracross is competitive? Yeah. Not currently, though. It doesn't have that much potential either. You never know what the future is going to bring. Like, if they just print a bunch of cool grass things, you never know. Been watching the Uncommon Energy Scarlet and Violet episodes. Love the series. Glad you enjoy them. For sure. About Sydney? Probably not. I don't know. When is Sydney? For some reason, I feel like there's already a reason why I don't want to. The same week as Santiago, the week before EYC. No, I'm definitely not doing Sydney. Not doing Sydney. Probably doing EUIC. Anything interesting so far with the new format? Not really. And we saw Guardy with Diancie. We saw Frostlass, Monkey Dory with a 1/1 Lopunny. Lopunny. Yeah, nothing crazy. What's the optimal way to play Zard in this format? Shuffle face up or down? Probably shuffle down, but I haven't like fully stress tested shuffling face up with Charizard, so there might be some more. There might be something more to that, to be honest. Be a little bit more to it. It sucks that PFL gave buffs to the best decks. It's a little. It's like not the. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's just kind of. It is a little bit annoying. It's just like, can we just stop? Like, Guardy would be fine without Mega Diancie. Like, it would just be. Yeah, it'd be fine. You don't. It doesn't need more. Not the end of the world. It'll be okay. Rotation is still looming, but it's like it's not. It's like not necessary. We don't need this. It's not like necessary. Like we can. They'll be fine. So Terra Box is a good play right now. No, Terra Box is fine. I've been testing double Petra and double Mochi to consistently swing for 290 with Zekrom, but it doesn't help with the single prize board save versus Dango. And so far, Dharma has been too inconsistent to set up as an answer. Is the play just running Toadstool? I mean, for that situation specifically, you could play Unfair Stamp. So if they say it's a one prize board state, then you can go KO one prize or plus Unfair down to 2 and just beat them because they actually didn't set up enough to have a board state that can respond to it. Just play Unfair Stamp as your A-Spec. Something like that. You have to play a couple Arvins then though as well, which Arvin's kind of mid, but it'd be like fine. And you like force him to play the game sooner, I guess. Cape Dew. Hit him with the Cape Dew as well. Why is there no competitive grass deck? Because the grass decks aren't very good. Mid grass decks. Although I do like Turbo Meganium. Turbo Meganium is pretty sick, but even then, like, not good. Other stuff's better. Because Saraledge? No, Saraledge is not the reason. Saraledge is not the reason grass decks aren't good at all. I think I know what might be the stream game. Miloslav and Daniel got paired into each other. Hopefully not. I'm not trying to watch a mirror match. Especially a 60 card mirror where both players know each other 60. That is like that's like peak boring. Is a 60 card mirror where both players know the exact 60 cards that they're playing. Did you hear about the judge ruling that was wrong? Yeah, I did. It's pretty bad, to be honest. It is pretty bad. Like, it's not even that intricate of a ruling. Like, yeah. If it was like an intricate ruling where it's like, ooh, okay, it's like maybe there's some understandable, but nope, it's just basic. What is an effect? Yeah, it's just literally not knowing what the effect was. What was the judge ruling? They ruled that Bouffalant's ability reduced the damage that Cornerstone did. Cornerstone's attack ignores all effects. They ruled that the effect of Bouffalant applied. So they just didn't understand what was considered an effect, because Cornerstone says it ignores all effects. So if you know what are effects and what aren't effects, you know what Cornerstone ignores. So it's pretty bad. It's a pretty big miss. Pretty big miss. Not gonna lie. Usually I am more on the judges side of things because I feel like the community is like I don't know, the community, like, there's like a whiff that a judge could have messed up or TPCI could have done something wrong, and the community like overreacts usually. But I don't know, this time around, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad on the judge's part, I'm not gonna lie. If you can choose one Pokemon to get a meta deck, whatever they want, whatever deck they want to have a meta deck as, whatever the Pokemon company wants, I'm with them. Already reprint, please. Dude, stop. Stop. Can you imagine? What if they did reprint Guardy EX in the rotation set? They just like basically the exact same thing. They just reprinted it. Honestly, we just need to things need to change up. Things need to change up. Gardevoir's new best friend. Every Darkness Pokemon loves this. Finds a whole evolution line down with damage counters. I think they're reprinting Polt. I mean, they don't need to do that. Polt doesn't rotate. Oh my god, I meant to mute, dude. What the heck? I meant to mute my mic before I sneezed, and then I didn't mute, and then I muted when I was gonna unsneeze or when I was done sneezing. The thing I noticed is that the text under the toxicity is off center. It's like too far to the left by like, I don't know, 5 pixels, 10 pixels, whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit too far over to the left. They need to fix that. I'm curious, how does Rune beat Dango without Devo? It's just Frillish, like Frillish chaining. That's how Guardy Jellicent usually beats Dango, by Frillish chaining. The Devo is just a way to speed up the process of beating them usually, and sometimes is an actual win condition. Sometimes it is your win condition. But usually Frillish chaining, or just getting ahead on the prize exchange. Sometimes Frillish slows them down enough where you just get ahead on the prize chain. But Frillish chaining, or just throwing a Jellicent in the active and hope they don't have boss also. Just start punching them with Jellicent and monkey dooring damage over. First open necklace is Vancouver. It's Toronto. But yeah, same thing. Same difference. Appreciate the 5 months, Grizzly. Also appreciate the sub there, Midnight. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Applying to unknown deck, I think, is somewhat informative in the first event of a new format. If the unrecognized decks are a significant percentage, could mean that new set shook up the format significantly. Yeah, but we won't know until after the tournament anyways, though. Right, Willie? Because we have to see what actually performs. Like, it's not relevant. It's still just, like, irrelevant. It's just, like, an irrelevant number. All it does is like for the uninformed viewers. Honestly, I didn't even like think about that until someone actually mentioned in chat. But all it does is make things more confusing for the uninformed viewer. Like they just see like an unknown and they're like, wait, what the fuck is this? We should plan to go to Houston. Now I don't want to go. Now I'm not gonna go for sure. Thanks a lot. I was actually gonna plan to go, but now that you've told me I should go, I'm not gonna go. I can't believe you would do this to me. The only thing I truly wanted was to go, but now I won't go. You've ruined Houston for me. Wait, is that where the Texas Regional is this year? Man. What do I want to click on here? The updated Zard deck with PFL cards. I made one with like 4 Dawn, but like that was a while ago, so not really, no. So what number is better, 6 or 7? Probably 6. I'd go with 6. Any interesting decks? No, not yet. But there's plenty of time. We got like what, 3 or 4 more rounds today. Plenty of time for an interesting deck. Okay, and I gotta do this real fast. I just need to have the gameplay pulled up so I can see it. Cool. All right, I'm back. I'll just change something in OBS. Oh shoot, we're into the game. Whoa, chill out. All right, we got Shoichi versus Henry Brand. Henry Brand with the Pult. Shoichi with, I'm gonna guess Gardevoir, but could also be Pult. And it looks like Henry did choose second here. That is Guardy, and has a pretty good start. Fez pass from Shoichi. Henry here, turn 1 Badoo. We got some Dreepies. We got some Duskulls. Probably playing the exact same 60 from Gdansk. Although maybe he's down to the thin Nor. Slim Clops build. We'll see. I didn't see a ton of, oh no, I think I see the second Duskull in hand. I think Henry is playing, actually maybe not, maybe it is Slim Clops. He was also anti-Dawn. Henry was. It was mid on Twitter. Just a hater, bro. Okay, over to Shoichi. did have some basics off the Iono, and then we see another Iono here. There's an Artisan and Energy. Has Fez in the active with an Energy. Yo, are we... Yo, Cruel Arrow? All rolls prized. Oh, wait, actually, no memes. Well, yeah, if he's only playing 2 rolls, they are all prized. But hold on. Cruel Arrow. I think we go for the Cruel Arrow here, right? We do see the fish getting searched out here. So could retreat and return the item lock. I don't hate that either. That might be the move. Yep. Is committing to the return the item lock. Returning the favor here over to Henry. See how many Dracloaks Henry has, if any. Oh, we see a Hilda there. Okay. And Dragapult. And Monkey Dory. And Luminous Energy. Definitely some place here for Henry. Giving it a thought. And we're going to see the Hilda get committed here. Gets the Neo. Gets the Dracloak. And does have the threat of a Dragapult attack next turn, which is pretty good. And of course, Shoichi here has no threat of anything on the next turn. I guess besides like a Jellicent attacking. But you, as Henry here, you could even just commit the Neo Upper to a Dracloak. The question is, what else do you even want to put on your bench here? Wait, is Henry thinking about going for a Dusclops? Doesn't ever make any sense, right? Oh, maybe is going to go for Dusknoir to... No. Why wouldn't you just Dragapult to KO the Frillish? I was like, maybe you're going looking for a Dusknoir KO Frillish? It's got to always be Dracloak Neo, right? Monkey for sure, right? Move the damage, you have item lock. Frillish has 80 HP, so it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't KO the Frillish. Yeah, Dracloak Neo... If you could KO the active here, there would be some value there, I think. But like Poffin and Nitriture, not gonna be able to utilize either of those, obviously. I mean, I think we just see the Neo get committed to the Dracloak here. Yeah, I would just commit the Neo to the Dracloak here because you're not under any threat. No Ralts means no Candy Guardy, Screamtail. Although you're Bedouin, so that's not even a threat, anyways. And then there's the Badoo. Oh, wait, no. There's the Artisan. Excuse me. Could get another GB. Could get second Duskull if he plays it. I feel like it's Slim Clops, though. I think he's got a 1/1/1 Dusknoir in this deck. Where you need the Diancie Turbo. Honestly, yeah, that'd be pretty nice, for sure. Move 20 pop. Oh, wait, no, you're right. That is 80. No, you're right, yeah. Hilda for Clops. Had Luminous Monkey Dory in hand. Yeah, I did the math wrong. You're right. The math was there. That was 7, 8. Yeah, for some reason I was counting to 7. All right, Monkey Dory is set up here from Shoichi. No Ralts off the prize card. Both Ralts still prized. Could push Dracloak. Oh, the Dark Energy's been committed to Monkey Dory. Dracloak safe. Dracloak safe. I was like, Shoichi could have Clefairy Jelly Energy, but we attach return to the Monkey Dory, so that's not really a possible play. So we might just see the item lock again here. I think their Jellicent's in hand, so you could see the Evolved Pass, actually. And that's what we see. Evolved Pass over to Henry. Can Henry find a Dragapult? Did have one in the last hand. Got Iono'd. Actually, did we get Iono there? Am I trolling? We have like the exact same hand. Maybe. Definitely have the KO though. We did get Iono'd? Okay, I was like, I thought we got Iono'd, but like the hand looks literally like the exact same hand we just had, so I'm questioning. I'm questioning whether or not we got Iono'd. Because Dragapult, Dusclops, the whole squad. Henry seemed about going with Boss, actually. Interesting. It was after the Monkey Dory. I guess this makes sense. You KO the Monkey Dory, and then you put 6 on the Jellicent, which means Shoichi can't attack with Jellicent and set up a Monkey Dory next turn. Honestly, if I'm Shoichi here, I think I'm just conceding. Like, there's no real win con here, right? Unless Shoichi plays Turbo Energize, maybe there is a win con. But if there's no Turbo Energize, it feels like there's no win con. And then yeah, 6 to the Jelly. Now it's in 1-hit KO range, or effective 1-hit KO range. I mean, you're not item locked, so you can get a counter catcher KO to get a rolls off the prize cards. But then Henry has a Dustclap set up on the other side of the field. Like, yeah, there we go. All right, cool. I love to see it. It was doing some thinking. It's okay to like take a second to like confirm that that's what you want to do, but yeah, I guess like that would have been an interesting play from Henry there, the Monkey Dory play. But I feel like for how poor of a setup there Shoichi had, I definitely don't hate Henry going for the just get Dracloaks online, set up Dracopult. Because if you don't get Dracloaks set up online there and you take that KO with the Monkey Dory play, then you get Iono'd. You know, things can start to get pretty bad pretty fast. But just like, yeah, get a Dracopult online, start attacking, go from there. Makes sense. Yeah, I miscounted. For some reason, I thought we had the most we could do is 70, but yeah, Badoo does do 10 damage, so that would have been our 8th damage counter. Still reasonably timed concession, for sure. Yeah. Henry Brand is from Australia. Still has a Rolls prize here for Shoichi. On Henry Brand's side, Duskull and Dusclops are also prized. Henry, of course, will be going first in this one. Did open the lone Ralts. Well, how does it feel being the longest reigning IC champion? Probably about the same as if I wasn't. So, yep. Okay, just one Ralts prize this time. Only 2 Ralts is kind of insane. Not really. A lot of games you can play through a single Gardevoir board state, like 1 Ralts into guarding, you're good. Some matchups you need double Ralts. But with Jellicent and now the Diancie, like there's more board states where you need Gardevoir and play less consistently throughout games. So even if you set up a Gardevoir on one turn and it gets KO'd next turn, you can leave enough of a board state set up where you don't really care that it got KO'd. And you might not even have to recover it. Arvin in the hand here for Shoichi. And he's playing the Team Devo. Not that that matters in this matchup usually. We'll probably see the secret box grabbed here, of course. Does have secret, or I think it has both stadiums in hand, which is actually kind of unfortunate. I don't know if there's a Team Evo. That would be a question here for sure. Do we play a Team Evo in this build? Or is this similar to... Yeah, no stadium to be gotten out of the deck, maybe, unless there's like a second Artisan or Garden in there. Would you have used an Ultra Ball and Henry's hand to play around Frillish? Probably yes. I'd have to see the hand. If Henry just has 2 Dracloak, then maybe not. But that's kind of the question. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. There is 2 Dracloaks in the hand, so maybe not. Yeah, there's 2 Dracloaks and a yeah, what would you even Ultra Ball away? Dude, what? Yeah, what would you even Ultra Ball out of that hand? If you get item locked, discarding any of your Pokemon is bad. You have 1 supporter in hand, yeah. No, the answer is no, I would not have. And we do see the turn 1 Frillish. It looks like getting lined up here from Shoichi. There's the Frillish. Latias put in play as well. And has the energy. The Gloom is on the way. It might be really hard. for Henry to get into item lock here, to be honest. Or it's something you want to do, but might be tough. Anything cool yet? Guardy using their new cool inclusion. Mega Diancie. We saw a Frostlass Monkey Dory that had a 1/1 Lopunny, but did not ever attack with a Lopunny. Honestly, it's been kind of lame so far. It's been pretty lame. We have Henry Brand here playing the exact same 60 that he played at Gdansk. Not actually, but actually maybe. Yeah, far from anything cool. Well, that's true. We do have the Artisan here, so Henry can pretty easily get into... Well, you wouldn't want to expend your energy here like that, though, I feel like. That's a pretty good draw here from Henry as well. Yeah, Henry actually drew super well there. We got Duskull. We have Artisan to get Badoo, Latias, and we can build up an energy on a Dracloak this turn as well. Like, oh, we have Badoo in hand as well. Sure, why not? Another Dreepy off the Artisan maybe then? Does not get much better than this for Henry. Going to the Artisan there. I feel like... Oh, Monkey Dory. Sure, that also works. Although... We're not going to use it this turn, right? I don't think. Wait, the Monkey Dory grab there is actually just like... Seems a little weird to me. Like, doesn't Henry want to potentially get aggressive on the next turn? Like, are we attaching this Luminous to the Monkey Dory this turn? So we don't bench Duskull here? Or is our only Dusclops prized, maybe? Right, there's the Itchy Pollen for 10. Doesn't use the Monkey Dory, which I'm not surprised to see that. Because if you move the damage over, then Choichi can KO your Badoo. That feels a little weird. Jamie Terra as well here put into play. It's bumped right back. Good chance that he plays 2, so we'll be able to win the Stadium War if he can find it. Is Dusclops and Duskull our last 2 prizes? Okay, so I guess he doesn't have access to Dusknoir, I guess, this game. Which then I guess makes more sense. Yeah, sure. I guess that makes more sense then, yeah. I guess that makes sense, yeah, because you want the damage spread with... Oh, I guess it sets up for, like, Neo Upper KO rolls off bench, right? So I guess that's what we're looking at here. Actually, was playing the Jamming Tower a mistake from Henry? Doesn't Henry know that all of Shoichi's stadiums are in hand? Hang on. Or it could be prized, but, like... Shoichi played Secret Box and didn't get a stadium off the Secret Box, right? So that should tell Henry that both stadiums are in hand, or there's one or it's they both prize, or there's one prize. But I feel like actually that's a mistake then from Henry to actually put the Jamming Tower in play, because it's more likely that both are in hand than both are prized, right? Or then but if it's like a 50-50, you probably shouldn't even like play into the 50-50, right? I mean, TM Evo maybe. I think he knows there's no TM Evo in Shoichi's deck, just based on Shoichi not using TM Evo last turn. Whether it's prize or doesn't play it, I think Henry could make that read for sure. Because he played Secret Box? Yeah. Played Arvin and Secret Box, and TM Evo wasn't found. Pretty slow turn there from Shoichi. Just hit for 20 and pass. Now, if Henry can find second Jamming Tower here, you're kind of cooking. But yeah, it feels weird to put that Jamming Tower in play aggressively, to be honest. Does Shoichi play 2 Artisan? Not sure. Diva to buy a turn could be kind of good, right? If he finds a Curlia. Yeah, Devo to buy a turn there would have been decent, yeah. Definitely. There's Neo Upper and Dragapult for Henry. But you don't want to attack. You don't want to break item lock unless this Ralts is going down. So I don't think we're going to see Henry... I don't think we're going to see Henry attack this turn with Dragapult unless we find Jamming Tower. Dracloak number 2. Hilda versus Lily. Goes for the Hilda grab. You might as well heal your Badoo now, right, as Henry? Then you force Shoichi to have Monkey Dory plus Dark. He discarded Evo already, I think. Devo? Oh, Devo. Yeah, he did discard Devo turn 1, right? Off the secret box. Yeah, the heal. Okay, yeah. And then it would be pretty weird to not heal there. All right, over to Shoichi. Has an Iono in hand, but it just gets Henry closer to boss's orders. It makes sense for Henry to bump the stadium to limit Shoichi's access to basics under the item lock. Oh, that's fair as well. You would be also limiting the access to the basics. That's a good point. You're not just fully going all in, because that is like potentially Shoichi's out to the next Ralts, right? To getting 2 Ralts in play and then making it that much harder for you to deal with. That's fair. Clefairy gets benched here from Shoichi. So even if Guardy is KO'd, as long as you attach to the Clefairy for turn, you'll have threat access. He's maybe thinking about trying to benching Fez or the Monkey Dory. I mean, you have Latias in play, so you have the mobility. It's not like they would get stuck on the active. I don't hate the idea of benching Fez here from Shoichi. Like, bench Fez plus try and get attached to Clefairy for turn seems okay. The Monkey Dory seems... the Monkey Dory is also pretty good as well, though. You kind of want to use... Actually, you don't even need to use Monkey Dory here. I take that back. I don't hate the Fez, though. But it looks like it's going to be the Monkey Dory here from Shoichi. Goes for the Monkey Dory. Unless you're trying to, like, KO the Badoo this turn, Shoichi, I guess. That'd be the question. Is you really... Oh, I guess you do need to Monkey Dory, right? You do need Monkey Dory, or you just lose the... Or Jellicent. This increases your odds. That might be a Dark Energy. I actually can't tell. Nope. 3 Psychics. We did find the Curlia, though. But... Ooh, it doesn't matter. Actually, it has less HP now. Henry, oh, well, Henry could whiff the Dragapult, I guess. At Shoichi here, you're hoping that the Dragapult gets whiffed. Just draw 2 off the Mystery Garden. I guess another reason to have put the Monkey Dory in play is to play for the Mystery Garden draw power. All right, over to Henry. Does Henry have Dragapult? Not yet. Is item locked for the Ultra Ball? Can't find it. There's 2 Dracos to work with. A Hilda. There's a Boss. I mean, Boss is still pretty good. I mean, not that good here, I guess. We need a little bit more. Number 2, Dragapult. 1 time. Another Boss. No Dragapult this turn for Henry. That's pretty big. I mean, if you have Dragapult here from Henry, you maybe just win. Like, you just get a 2-prize turn, then Clefairy responds, and then you KO the Clefairy, and then Ursaluna KO Latias to close things out at the end would be pretty reasonable. But now, things are going to get a little bit more interesting. A lot more interesting, maybe. We might be seeing a Mind Bend to KO this Frillish here from Henry. Wait. Oh, wait. He has KO on Curlia with Monkey Dory. Let's go. The Boss Mind Bend on the Curlia. Genius. We can heal our Badoo as well, so it can't be KO'd. Going to the active, and then the Mind Bend to knock out the Curlia. No Guard 4 threat next turn from Shoichi. Still have some options. Definitely looking to recover this Ralts this turn. I mean, Counter Catcher KO. Although, not Mind Bend. Mind something. Item Lock is broken. Counter Catcher KO Dracloak is like pretty good here for Shoichi. And if you can do that, yeah, with Jellicent, it's not terrible. Yeah, you're not feeling terrible about your situation, especially if you can also reestablish the Ralts for turn. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize. Yeah, Shoichi just literally has free retreat with Latias. Why are we thinking about this hard? First, I thought it mattered what we sent up there. So I was like, all right, yeah, we got to figure out what do we send up here. There's a lot of options. Stuff gets stuck. Nope. Everyone has free retreat. All right, well, at some point, Shoichi will be getting a warning here. Okay, Monkey Dory is getting loaded up. There's the Super Rod. Ralts and Curly get recovered. It looks like there's a Pokemon at the bottom there. I don't know what it is. Is there any Paul in hand? I don't believe so, no. What is at the bottom of the deck that he's thinking about grabbing? Did he just Dawn for Paul and kill Curly with 60 damage plus Monkey? He could have. He didn't have an out to the thing, though. He could have done that, though. Why, a warning? He's taking it. Well, the first two things from their Shoichi were taking a long time. Like him deciding what to send up into drawing and then thinking that long was like taking a long time. Warning for taking too long. Warning, no urgency. Yeah, lack of urgency. What was it? Foul on the play, play on the foul, foul on the play, lack of urgency, prize penalty. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. All right, we're looking for a Ralts. We're looking for counter catcher. We're looking for Jelly. That is none of those. Actually, literally none. We drew none. But we got Fez. We could draw 3 more cards. And it's possible we draw 3 more of nothing. There's the Vessel. Has Shark to Monkey this turn? Yes. Attachment for turn was to the Monkey Dory. And then here comes the Fez for 3. Some merit to attach to Clefairy, so you don't need Jelly. That is true. Then all you need is counter catcher, right? Jeez. Well, I mean, that's not good. You can go back into the item lock. We got our Ralts. You can go back into the item lock. But at the very least, Henry will just respond with item lock himself. But it could get worse. It could be a lot worse for Shoichi next turn. If Henry just has... what's Henry need here? Dragapult. It's looking pretty good. Back into the fish. And he gets second look with energy. Yeah, and yeah. If he just goes to Badoo plus attach return to Dracloak, you're safe from the counter catcher play. Well, I guess Badoo also plays around the counter catcher play, to be honest. You're ultra safe from the counter catcher play. Because even if both players and all of us and all the judges forget about item lock, you'll have the Dracloak with the energy to spare. So it'll be even better. And we had second boss in hand. Could mind Ralts again. That's true. We could just go, yeah, boss KO Ralts again with the mind bend. Would you prefer that over? No, you'd probably actually maybe is that ever better? No, you'd probably just draw the prize cards, right? Like just attacking with Dragapult this turn is still probably better if you get there. Right? 6-1's there, Marshy. So slow. Yeah, I mean he's got to get a warning here soon. Monkey Dory 20. Why are we putting 20 on the Dracloak? Does that make sense? It seems like literally where the damage is least relevant is on Dracloak. Ooh, Jamming Tower found there for Henry. Also a Lily. Depends how much you want to keep this hand versus just see a bunch of new stuff. I guess the Jamming Tower isn't that good. It just bumps the Mystery Garden, which takes that away from Shoichi. But that's all it really does. Dracloak number 2. Dustnor Psychic does have an energy in hand already, but might favor the Psychic energy. There's the attach. Does have the boss, though. You can just chase that lone Ralts, but this is Henry's second boss. You are starting to run out of Gust effects, and you're ahead on the prize exchange. You're not going to have access to counter catcher later on. I wonder if it's better for Henry to just retreat to the Badoo here and maybe Lily. Or what about Turo Latias out of play, bench a Dreepy, or retreat first, something like that. Retreat to Badoo, Turo Latias, bench Dreepy, and then just like Badoo item lock. I guess then Shoichi gets to go Monkey Dory, KO your Badoo. I don't know though. I don't actually like boss KOing Ralts that much here, to be honest. Goes into the Lily. Yeah, I just boss KO Ralts here just feels like too all in. What happens when a Zard player is able to win because they took a 2-price penalty? You don't actually physically draw the cards, so it doesn't affect Zard's damage. You just need to draw less prize cards to win. You don't need boss if you find Palt here, though. Oh, that is true. If you find Palt here, you can just attack with Palt to get the KOs. That is fair. But I like going like this, and if we find Palt, cool. If not, that's fine. Also, the Fire Entry should still be on the Monkey Dory, right? Am I trolling? I actually wonder if Henry should have only moved 1 damage off the Dragon Ball there, and just keeping more damage is just better. All right. Okay, looks like they caught it. Cool. Wait, no, maybe? Nope, they didn't catch it, but hopefully it doesn't matter. Or hopefully they catch it before it matters. All right, over to Shoichi. The Clefairy does KO the active, and I don't see another play here from Shoichi. I think it has to literally be Clefairy KO active. And there's also a lot of damage built up on Henry's side of the field. So Henry will have a lot of... Well, Henry has the potential for a 3-prize turn next turn. KO Clefairy plus KO Ralts off the bench if Shoichi benches a Ralts. But if you don't bench a Ralts, you kind of just lose. So you kind of have to go like Clefairy attack plus bench Ralts, I feel like. Or Mind Bend. Well, I don't know. Everything is free retreat here, so it doesn't matter what you send up here, Shoichi, right? Like, it literally does not matter what you send up. Not moving more, fine. He has resource for damage to Monkey later if he needs. Well, just the damage on the Dragon Ball never matters. So why not just leave why not leave more damage on the Dragon Ball? So you have the potential of like Monkey Dory, like Turo Monkey Dory or something like that. I don't really see a reason to not leave the 10 damage on the Dragon Ball here, just so you have it for later. It's more helpful for you to have 1 damage counter on your Dragon Ball than it is for Shoichi. So you may as well just leave it. Why couldn't Henry boss Clefairy kill Ralts last turn? He didn't have a Dragon Ball in hand. He got the Dragon Ball off the Lily. But she's still giving us some thought. What is he cooking? Wait, isn't his hand literally just dead? Don't we just have to literally draw with Fez? This guy, yeah, he needs to get a warning. Like, he definitely feels like he needs to get a warning at this point for sure. I'm not gonna lie. Feels like the warning should have come by now. If he shouldn't have definitely gotten a warning, it's very close. It's very close to him getting a warning for sure. Our Clefairy's loaded here. We found the Night Stretcher. There's the Fez for 3. Fire Energy still hanging out in the discard pile. All right, Ralts on the way. I'm most concerned about Shoichi's pace than the Fire Energy. The Fire Energy probably won't matter, so it's not going to be a huge deal. People shift cards really fast in their hand to be attacked to act to the judges like they're making an action. No, it's just like a habit thing. It's just like a fidget thing. And before stretch it for fires, brands only energy for 1 turn. I mean, it could matter. Yeah, it could matter. Okay, there's the KO. And the squiggles involved there. Rolls to the bench. Henry's hand is 3 Ultra Ball and a Buddy Poffin. Let's go. Ultra Ball away, double Ultra Ball to get, I assume, a Dragapult and then maybe Buddy Poffin for a Dreepy. And then we're into the Fez, followed by the Dracloak to try and set something up here. Lucha doesn't seem super relevant. Yeah, so we don't need to leave the bench space open, I don't think. So it should just be Poffin for Dreepy here. Why'd the Guardy player not play a Charm to the Ralts? I mean, I don't think they had a Charm, did they? Ooh, it's going for the Duskull, actually. Okay, okay. That seems fine. And then here we go. Fez for 3. I saw a counter catcher and that's it. And then into the Dracloak for 2. There's an Iono. There's more draw power on the way, possibly. There's the Dragapult. And then into the Iono. To try and find... Ooh, honestly, losing all those Ultra Balls and then putting Ursaluna on the bottom of the deck does not seem very good. Like, our outs to Ursaluna are pretty low at this point. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter here for this situation. Actually, I take it back. It is a whiff. Henry whiffs. Wait, that's huge. Hold on. Itchy Pollen. Okay, no counter catcher, though. Okay, hold on. No counter catcher. Oh, but the Itchy Pollen is so good. Oh, does it even matter? The Itchy Pollen is so good here still for Henry. Like, you just completely slow the game down. You're still playing at your pace, it feels like. Is there really any hope for Shoichi? I got like super excited, but then... Oh! Curly Guardy. Shoichi, do you even KO the Badoo here? I feel like you don't even KO the Badoo. I feel like you should just wait. Oh, and we do see that play happening. Retreating to the Monkey Dory here. I don't know what else you'd retreat to here. Feels like Monkey Dory's got to be the play. Makes sense, though. That was Monkey Dory 10 over and then pass over to Henry. Fire still in the discard pile. Nitrogen was found here as well. Dude, no. No. No! No, what's happening? No, I can't believe it. It's happening. No way. It's actually happening. Don't do it, Henry. Don't use it. Don't play the Night Stretcher. He's cooking here. Is he thinking about just like, is he thinking about just literally, well, no, you have Lily in hand. You always play the Lily, right? Oh my, no, he plays the Night Stretcher, gets back the fire, and then into the Lily. Oh no. It could still be caught. They still have time to catch it and just shuffle the Night Stretcher in the deck and put the fire back in the discard pile. What's wrong with the Stretcher? The fire energy is supposed to be on the Monkey Dory. Henry retreated a fire energy off the Monkey Dory with Latios in play. So it should be on the Monkey Dory, not in the discard pile. But they didn't catch it. Chat, if we all yell loud enough into our screens, maybe Henry will hear us. It's too late now, though. He drew the 6. Oh, boy. That's insane that that ended up mattering, man. What the heck? Will that be a DPL when caught? It could be a game loss. It could, if they keep playing too long, it'll be a game loss. Like, if they play like another 2 turns, it'll be a game loss for Henry. All right, just some more pollen there from Henry. Now we're to Shoichi. Guardy is set up. A game loss for Henry, even if Shoichi didn't attach it. Didn't catch it. Yeah, it'd be game loss for Henry, warning for Shoichi. And if Shoichi has previous warnings for similar situations, then he'll eventually get like a game loss, match loss, whatever. But the judges, are they real? They can't be real. Ooh, good question. Are they just AI? But it's like not AI, they're just AI holograms? You could be onto something, actually. You might be cooking. Shake my hand as we'll text you on the job. But what do you mean? We're in the middle of a Shoichi turn, bro. What else am I gonna do? And Shoichi is checking his discard pile. He's going back into his discard pile again. He's thinking about getting a psychic energy. Still thinking about getting the psychic energy. And now he's taking a look at Henry's discard pile. What will Shoichi see in Henry's discard pile? It's the same things that have been there before. And now he puts it back down Henry's discard pile. Take a look back at the hand. And back into his discard pile. Here we go once again. Taking a look through. The psychic energy are still there. Oh my gosh, this is intense. And then back, take a look at the hand. Will we get one more glance? No. Commits the energy to the Gardevoir. Is not going to take one further glance at. There's the KO and the Badoo. Okay. What do we got for the prize cards? Ooh, it's a Turo. I don't know what that does. Well, I know what the card does. I don't know. Can it be that impactful in this situation? Ooh, what does that one do? Oh, we can Turo the Monkey Dory out of play. Oh, wait, does that work? Because Henry can currently win with Clops pop on Monkey Dory plus KO. But if you get the Monkey Dory out of play, if you Turo the Monkey Dory out of play and then Shoichi KOs the active with Clefairy or Guardy even, right? With Norlucha. Oh, true, that would still win. No, but it would force Henry to have more cards, right? You still do it. You still do the play. Like Turo, Monkey Dory, attack with Clefairy seems like the best play for sure. Oh no, attack with Guardy, right? Attack with Guardy, yeah. It looks like that's what he's going for here, yeah. Throw the Guardy. Or throw the Monkey Dory. Yeah, he slapped that thing. All right, and then Guardy KO. Henry can win this turn still. Henry can win this turn. Oh! All right, now they caught it. Wait, no, did they catch it? The judges are interrupting the game. They still haven't. Wait. Oh no, they had to have given Shoichi a slow play warning, right? That has to be what it is. Shoichi had to have gotten a warning there. So Henry, well, I mean, Henry wins this turn, but like he's already not allowed to win this game. So like, we also have counter catcher available for Henry as well, which is a big deal. Now the fire energy could be in the discard. Yeah, but he found the nitrogen beforehand. Honestly, if Shoichi uses his pace, he might get a big enough penalty to cancel out the fire stretcher. True, yeah. Well, no, it could be like game loss for Henry because of the fire stretcher, and then Shoichi gets a game loss for slow play. We're playing slowly. Too many people in chat are fiending to be like, oh my gosh, he's slow playing. I mean, he could be, but I mean, I'm not going to try and make that judgment myself. He's playing too slowly. He needs to get a warning for sure. If he hasn't gotten a warning up to this point, he probably needs to have gotten at least a warning at this point for sure. Oh, you appreciate the sub there. I play angry. Welcome to the Rat Pack. All right, Nor pop on the active. Oh, wait, can Henry get to a small enough bench where Clefairy doesn't get the KO? Is he just gonna Iono here? Iono plus KO the Guardy. And then into the Iono. Iono Shoichi down to 1 card. Does have Fez in play, though. And Shoichi just needs 3 Pokemon. Shoichi needs 3 Pokemon, and we'll be able to KO the active here. Would it be correct for Shoichi to get a Slowpoke warning even after the event that happened that broke the game state? Yes. Even if someone broke the rules in a game, and if the rule, well, like theoretically, yeah, you still get the penalty. Yeah, you're still breaking a rule, even if a rule that was, even if there was a rule that was broken before. It doesn't matter. That'd be like saying even if like a rule got broken, even though we could like figure out it didn't affect the game, should they still not get a penalty for it? Which the answer would be no. Our 2-card hand here for Shoichi. Has Fez draw power access as well. Oh, he wants to try and keep open the potential of drawing more with the Mystery Guard and then using it now. Yeah, I think you do that. I think you Fez first here. Fez 1. Oh, the Mew is huge. And the Ultra Ball? What? What the fuck? All right, Ultra Ball first here. Get a second Pokemon. Doesn't really matter which one we grab. Dude, what an insane draw. I mean, honestly, I feel like Shoichi does have the, is likely to win here, but still. Well, actually, it's good that Shoichi wins this one. Oh, it'd be good for them to catch the thing now. Well, honestly, game 3 is not going to finish anywhere, so who fucking cares? But they actually could, like, go back and retroactively give Henry a game loss, and then Shoichi wins 2-1? 1-2. There's a Monkey Dory retreat, Clefairy KO. And Shoichi wins game number 2. Yeah, they could like look back on that and be like, well, and then give him a game loss going into game 3, which means Shoichi wins 2-0. And also, both players could item lock the other player out of game, to be honest, as well. Item lock could be a pretty impactful win condition for both players. Like if someone just draws really, really slow under item lock. That game 1 for 40 minutes. No, that was game 2. Sure, that's not fair. He should be given the game loss where he had the mistake. No. Why should I be unbiased? Because the judges were too slow. Well, but if he doesn't get penalized for it, then if they don't catch it ever, well, yeah, if they never caught it, then he gets rewarded, right? Wait, does that make sense? No, he should still get a game loss, I think. Yeah, I think it still makes sense to give him a game loss, right? Even though it was in a previous game. Like, if you never catch it, then he gets rewarded for breaking the rules. I feel like you have to punish him for breaking the rules, right? Even if you caught it later. All right. Henry is going second. Did open the Badoo. That's pretty good. Both players open their item lock, though. So I feel like with both players opening item lock here, this game's not going to finish. No one's going to be able to draw fast enough to win it. Oof. And Secret Box in the hand here for Shoichi. What standard are judges held to? Being upheld because upholding proper game state can't be it if only the players get punished. I mean, yeah, if you're too sloppy as a judge, they'll specifically get like demote you to lower roles or like not allow you back on stream and stuff like that. Like yeah. I don't want to say like judges get punished, but like, yeah, if you're sloppy as a judge, you're not gonna get the same amount of as prestigious of like potential opportunities and stuff like that. You're not gonna be as regarded as highly for situations, for judging roles, head judging, stuff like that. So it definitely impacts, like being sloppy as a judge impacts your potential to judge future events for sure. All right. I mean, I guess Henry could just be dead drawing here. Nope. What? The hand's not that good. It does have a Dracloak in it, but we'll be living off that Dracloak, it looks like. But if the judges had just caught it when it happened, he would walk away from this match with a tie because of a loss. Wouldn't fixing the game state be as if they caught it during the game happened? I'm not sure what you're asking, Basket. If the judges had caught it when it happened, he would walk away from this match with a tie instead of a loss. Are you saying if they had caught it when it immediately happened, it's different than catching it? I mean, you just do the best you can for where you are. You just do the best. You just do the best you can for where you are. I feel like this is a time only moves in one direction type situation. Like we can't go back. We have the information that we have for the current situation, and we do the best that we can with that information. We can't. Yeah, we're not time travelers. Like time moves in one direction. Do GG Pokemon and forgot that the energy shouldn't have come off the retreat. I want a refund. It wouldn't have been a game loss if they caught it immediately. Yeah, true. It would have just been a warning. When all the previous time they retroactively done the penalty, the player making illegal action ended up winning the game. Does that change anything? In all the previous times they retroactively done the penalty, the player making the illegal action ended up winning the game. Does that change anything? No. Like if you lose the game, you should still get a game loss in the next game. If we're being consistent, you should get a game loss going into the next game. Unless they want to like set a new standard for the outcome of situations like this. Like Henry should probably get a game loss here for sure. Because it's the same thing as your situation, right, Abon? Or close enough? Was your thing more egregious? I guess that'd be the only question. But you won a game, and then game 3, you got a game loss, right? Okay, pretty good there from Henry. Into the Lily. Maybe converted to a warning so the player can't be correctly applied. The penalty can't be correctly applied because the judge's lack of attention. Feels bad losing a game instead of getting a tie because of this case. I think it was way less egregious. It didn't affect anything. It also it was a DPL. Oh, your thing was a DPL. Oh, it was a DPL going to the next game. I mean, maybe Henry should be a DPL going to the next game. Well, no, yeah, maybe Henry should be a DPL going to the next game. That'd be fair. Sure. I thought the standard that was set previously was a MAC game loss, but if it's a DPL, then yeah, maybe you should get a DPL going to the next game. DPL or... I mean, it could just be a warning, but it feels like it should be more than that. Yeah, if we're being consistent, it should be more than that, right? If we're being consistent, it should be a DPL. But I guess we could say we're setting a new standard, right? We could say that we're setting a new standard. The new standard is a warning. Also, for people who are... There's not judges... Like, you guys can bring up the judges, but there's not judges at every match, right? So you want to judge the stream games as you would judge a floor game, right? Sometimes there's a judge standing around... Did time expire? No. Sometimes there's judges standing around watching a game and they see something happen that shouldn't have happened. Sometimes there's not. In this situation, they're on stream, so there's judges right there, but that shouldn't affect how we rule the situation. The judges should be scrutinized to some extent, for sure. The judges should be scrutinized to some extent, for sure, but not to the point where like it affects the player's judgment. The player's judgment should just be based on what happened in the game and what the players did. Because like on the floor tables, it's not going to be like what's it called? Well, that's not true. They outline clearly stream games can have retroactive penalties from replay. Oh, that's because you can confirm things and it's not a he said she said though. Abon, I'm just talking about in this situation. We know he fucked up, and if we like knew the Latias thing fucked up on the floor, it should be like the same penalty is what I'm saying. That's because for like the stream matches, you can go confirm a situation. It's not just a he said, she said situation. So you actually know for sure what happened. But like on the floor, you obviously wouldn't know that. But in this situation, both players, like on the floor at a normal table where judges aren't watching, two players could be like, oh, we messed up in the previous game, or we messed up. They could have caught it towards the end of the game and be like, this happened. And they both players agree. And then the judge rules it based on correct information because the players agree. In this situation, we just know for sure what happened. And it should be like the same punishment for both those situations. In that case. Nitrogen used on our item lock? No, it was not nitrogen used on our item lock. Henry retreated a Monkey Dory with Latios in play and discarded an energy. There was then a fire energy in the discard pile. Later in the game, Henry, not under item lock, used Night Treacher to recover the fire energy and then used it to attack with, and like the fire energy was relevant. That's the problem. Okay, they're in overtime now. But now they tied in this game. I think, dude, I don't even know. Like, they don't know at this point still, I guess. It might come up before the next round starts. Like, Henry could still receive some kind of penalty for sure. It's crazy to think that if both players miss something in the game, it concludes. We can just let it be / give a warning. Are you saying like there should be some kind of penalty for Henry? I agree. I think there should be. I agree. Like, Henry should probably get a double prize penalty going to the next round. And then we can only apply it for where we are as well. That's like another thing. Once again, time only moves forward. So if they submit this the result of this match and it ends in a tie, that's fine. But then they're like, well, Henry did mess up, so Henry still needs to be penalized. We'll penalize him in the next round. So the next round, that's when people start the next round with like a game loss or a match loss or a, well, yeah, or double prize penalty. So going to game 1 of the next round, Henry should maybe have a double prize penalty, right? Like, that's fine. Or game loss, I don't know. Give him something. For a handshake. Isn't the player who wins the first round wins the match? No. If it's 1-1 and time has expired, it's a tie. Henry's a chill guy. I think we just looked the other way this time. Yeah, he's chill. He's a good guy. Sorry. Sorry to start watching. I just started watching. Sorry for repeating, but what did Henry do? He did a backflip in the middle of the game. And then his shoe came off at the peak arc of the backflip and broke one of the lights above them. So they're debating whether or not to charge him for it or not. And if they have to like press further charges. So that's what they're currently debating right now. They finished the game. They like didn't stop the game. They're like, all right, let's finish this game. And then we're going to decide what to do and what you owe us. So they might put him to work. Like, he might have to judge a round. So he might have to take a round off and judge a round to like work back his pay to pay for the light. And then he'll have to like lose that round, obviously. But like, it makes sense for the... I think the punishment fits the crime in that kind of situation. So my take was I'm down to just let it go as if it happened on the floor. I don't really see the value of giving him a penalty for this. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, he should at least get a warning. I mean, the standard has been set that it probably should be something, right? The standard has been set that he should probably receive some kind of game loss or double prize penalty going to the next round. But I can see the argument that like we should change that moving forward. But at the very least, he should get a warning. At the very least, he needs to be written up for the play. No matter what, he needs to be written up. And then if you get written up enough, it doesn't matter how unconsequential or potentially unsevere the error is. Once you've been written up enough, there should be some more severe penalties. I can agree with you. I don't think it's maybe not that serious. Yeah, I agree with you. It's maybe not that serious, and like just giving him a warning here would be like fine. But the standard, this current standard is like a double prize penalty going to the next round or a game loss going to the next round, stuff like that. So we should definitely just be at the very least we should be consistent. But I don't think it would be terrible just to make this a warning. And then obviously, once again, enough warnings equal to harsher penalties. You don't just have infinite warnings. No value. The value is that it upholds game integrity. Judges and players are responsible for some extent. Yeah, of course. But like a warning still leads to that as well, right? Like just give, even if Henry doesn't get like a double prize penalty or a game loss going to the next match, giving him a warning still is like, what's it called? Warning is chill, but why should your next round opponent randomly get gifted a game? Feels like that's worse for the tournament integrity than a warning. I don't know if I fully agree. Like it's just to punish the player, right? It's the if a player is not upholding competitive integrity and like all the procedures you need to uphold as a player, you know, making sure your cards aren't marked, your sleeves are in good condition, you're not breaking the rules of the game and playing super sloppy. Like there needs to be players need to be penalized for playing super sloppy, right? You can't just let a player get like retreat with Latios and play turn after turn after turn after turn, right? It's called so like you need to get punished at some point. Like you need to get punished at some point. Whether your this round opponent gets rewarded or your next round opponent gets rewarded, it doesn't matter who gets rewarded. Like at some point you need to be punished. Once we see it happen enough, you can just. I think the only argument you could make is that like it should just be a warning. If the first time it happens like this, it should just be a warning. But the next time it happens, you need to be like there needs to be more severe punishment, for sure. Because you can't just infinitely get warnings for being sloppy, right? So as long as we catch it, as long as it gets caught, even if the opponent in the current round isn't the one who's being rewarded, it's not so much rewarding the other player. It's all about punishing the player for playing sloppy. It's not about rewarding. It's not about anyone getting rewarded. It's about punishing the player responsible for being sloppy more than anything. And it's just like coincidentally lines up that sometimes it'll be the person outside of the match who gets rewarded, right? But that's just kind of like the reality of the situation, I feel like, more than anything. But yeah, you could definitely argue like this, the first what's it called? First offense should maybe be a warning in a situation like this. Second offense should probably be game loss, double prize penalty, whatever. Now just DQ everyone, event's over. Big Pikachu is your regional champion. Let's go. Did they catch Henry? Oh, they caught him all right. No, they did not. He got away with everything. I cannot believe it. He literally just got away with murder on live on stream. It's actually insane. I'm gonna go to Yu-Gi-Oh now. This would never fly at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Would it be a crazy idea to just make a point adjustment if a bigger punishment is needed? Wouldn't give a random player a random advantage, just still punching the player? Like reduce their match points? I don't know. That seems kind of... That just like feels bad. I don't know. I'd have to like think about that more. Like just take away match points? No, I don't think so. That just feels weird. All right, we take a look at our the standing. That's what I meant to click on. Aha. What happened though? I was walking my dog. It's just like he had to be there type deal, you know? All right. Drew Stephenson. Bro, Drew keeps doing it with the... I assume Drew is still playing Golden Go. 6-0 stars. Pretty good. Henry Brand. Wait, 6-0. Wait, how is Henry Brand 6-0? Did Shoichi concede? Must have gotten a penalty for slow play? Or was misinput? Gentlemen's? Maybe. Well, what would the gentlemen's be? Or even still on Charizard? Probably. Maybe there was a gentleman. Maybe they had a gentleman's. The plot thickens. I mean, maybe Shoichi got a game loss for slow play. That's possible. A match or two to go. Shoichi is 5-1 as well. Well, yeah. If it gets input as a win for Henry, it has to get input as a loss for Shoichi. They just gave both of them wins. Fuck it. Run it up. The judges come over and they were like, you know what? Honestly, we missed the Latias Fire Energy. And Shoichi was obviously playing way too slow. So in this one, we're going to give the judges the L. So that means both players get the dub because they missed the Latias Energy and they didn't give Shoichi sufficient warning. So the judges are going to take the L on this one. You both get a dub. Congratulations. Good luck in the next round. Yeah, I wonder how maybe they had some kind of gentleman's, I don't know, or it was just misinput, I don't know. They're showing videos of Gabriel. They probably haven't had time to adjust their thing. They don't have any new content. This is like stuff's already planned way ahead of time. All right, I'll be right back. All right. I've got updated. Both players are 501. 2-1. They just stole Brand's win like that? No, it's already submitted. They can't do that. They have to give it back. And the cutting games part isn't that hard to edit. Well, sure, but they also maybe don't care. That's also another thing. Like, maybe they don't care that he's still in the videos. Maybe they're just kind of fine with him being in the videos. Gotta turn off your BRB. Actually, I don't. I could leave it up for the rest of the stream. And for the rest of my life. I don't have to move it. You maybe think I do. What's the problem with Gabe being in the videos? I mean, nothing really. Did Gabe get perm banned? I have not seen anything. What if the reason I left it up because I wasn't back yet and y'all were just hearing voices the whole time? You ever think about that? No, you didn't. You didn't think about that. I know you didn't. Bro, I always hear voices that say new. Anyone who ties is a bad person because they reduce the total number of match points in the world. True. We should all want as many match points in the world as possible. When a game is coming down to the end and it's about a tie, it shouldn't be a question of, I wonder if my opponent's going to concede to me. It should be a back and forth of who is going to concede to the other person. Maximize match points in this world. Both players should want to actively concede to their opponent. Miloslav 6-0. Drew Stephenson also 6-0. I assume they're both playing Golden Go. Golden Go's primed to take down the whole tournament. I have to worry about that because we have to worry about double game losses here in Asia. Well, I mean, oh, it's just I can't. There's nothing we can do about that. Sometimes something is so cringe, there's nothing that can be done. This happen most of the time because players can see it the same frame. Yeah, true. So, what do you think? Baby Dango is still viable for gold Cornerstone route over Lopunny? No. Baby Dango is not good enough to beat any dedicated Cornerstone deck. Hazel, you didn't watch WR of LAIC, second WR with Miraidon? I don't know what that is. I watched all of LAIC, so I don't know what I would have missed. Any urgency issues so far? Definitely, yes. Definitely a lack of urgency for the most part, to be honest. You didn't match win rate of LAIC, second win rate with Miraidon. I still don't know what your statement means then. Are you saying Miraidon had the second best win rate at the tournament? Is that what you're saying? Rogup, has Diancie Guardy been on stream yet? Yes, twice. Seems like most Guardy players are playing the Diancie. Does it want 5 out a cup with Pulsar Prime Catcher? It's better than you think. No, it's not. And you going 5 out at a cup does not confirm anything. Yes, because only 2 players played it. Me and a random one. Wait, hold on. Why are they the random one? What if you're the random one? I mean, that's why it doesn't mean anything. Even if I looked it up, it wouldn't mean anything because there was 2 players in day 2 with Miraidon. All right, here we go. Main character energy. I'm the real one. They're the random one. Stefan from where? Also, do you like the chicken pult list? Yeah, it's pretty sick, pretty cool. Seems really cool with all the options with the Defiance Band. I mean, I don't play the Defiance Band, but that deck is pretty cool for sure. Definitely cool. Definitely way better than Pulsar for sure. That deck sucks. Even even if you go 5-0 at a cup with it. Have you played the new One Prize or Sarah Ledge in the Sarah Ledge deck? Would you change the energy? No, because I just wouldn't play the new One Prize Sarah Ledge in the Sarah Ledge deck. That card is ass in Sarah Ledge, but it's kind of cool in Golden Go though. Defiance Band is the only cool part about Paul Chicken. I mean, I could be convinced to put that in over the Vitality Band. I'm not sold on the Vitality Band or anything like that. Yeah, I think you just want a damage modifier. Do not disrespect my Pulsar like that. No, I'm disrespecting all Pulsars, specifically, especially your Pulsar. From where? Where are you from? So mysterious, bro. Cypher Maniac, Dustnor. Oh, it's Lopunny, right? Lopunny, my bad. It's Lopunny. Stuff. Ooh, the Klefki start off the rip. No. He could be cheating. He could be hacking. But we're never able to catch him because we don't know where he's from. Haha. All right, enriching energy off the rip onto the Klefki. Oh, honestly, with 2 Jets prize, we actually don't have that many energy left. Latias to the bench, but benching Latias this aggressively with the Klefki in the active feels a little weird. He's playing the Jamming Towers. One of those makes its way into play. And there's the pass. Terror Box here for Wagner. Energy in the hand. Dude, this is so bad. Can't even fan Rotom. And that's all we could do with this hand was go for fan Rotom. And now we're just... What do you grab? Dude, this is so bad. I mean, the start over there for Stefan's not that good, but like... I mean, come on here. Like, this is... Do we just go next? Like, is it even worth like mentally trying to figure this one out? Like, what do you grab? I mean, you have to grab an attacker, right? A Water Pawn. Sure. Let's grab a Water Pawn. Did prize a Water Pawn, so if it only plays 1 Water Pawn. Nope, second one. Oh, that's Terrapagos. There's second Water Pawn in there. Or Terrapagos, sure. I guess that's the play, right? Grab Terrapagos. Load him up. Yo, appreciate 22 months there. Will R and Daniel. Also appreciate the subs there. Royal One and AK Toss. Welcome both to the Rat Pack. Don't see why I could see Lopunny Nor should finish games quick. But you just never know when a game is going to go long. Yeah, they shouldn't concede yet. They shouldn't concede yet. I do agree. I do agree. I'm being a little over zealous. Just like the lack of urgency in the previous games has kind of like just built up to the point where it's like, man, we got to get more urgent out here. Prediction? Oh, what was the prediction for the last match? Last match was a tie, right? So this should be a tie outcome. All right, predictions up for this round. Get your Bulu Bucks on the line. That's right, you can turn your Bulu Bucks today from hundreds to thousands to hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of Bulu Bucks. Get in on the predictions over in the Twitch chat. Put your Bulu Bucks to work for you in this round's prediction. Wagner with the Terror Box versus Stefan from where we don't know with Lopunny, Dusknoir, and there's a Lily. Duskull down, Dusclops down, Lily. We're just looking for a Baneri here. That's all we want, just at least a Baneri here. And we should be feeling pretty good. Henry won, scammed. Henry did not win. No, that was a tie. Actually, you should have went for Hoothoot. No, because there's no Terra Pokemon in play. So, why is there not a Phantom KO? Because you can't get the Phantom in the active because of the Klefki. The Klefki is... Oh, also the Jamming Tower shuts off... Dude, it's even worse than I thought. Jamming Tower shuts off to the Sacred... Sparkling Crystal. Ooh. Oh, no, there is one. I was like, I didn't think I saw one, but there is a... All right. There's a Baneri in the... And there's a Buttlebee. Wait, no. A Lopunny. There might be a Buttlebee as well. Actually, is there even a standard legal Buttlebee in the format? Red Candy in the hand. There's also another Dusclops and a Nest Ball. Not sure what the Nest Ball is going to go grab here. I assume plays the Kangaskhan engine. Almost everyone plays the Kangaskhan engine. You could grab Kangaskhan here, retreat to Kangaskhan. Draw 2. Ooh, a Cram in this list. Interesting. The Cram is curious. Could get second Baneri. It looks like doesn't play the Badoo. Bro, no way. The Badoo is so good in here. Is Mega Bunny like good? Yeah, it's pretty decent. I mean, for what I played, it seems pretty decent. Goes for second Baneri here to protect against a Baneri going down. Sure, why not? Needs to jet to retreat. What do you mean? Retreat. Latias is 2 retreat. No, Latias is a single retreat cost. Wait, what are we? I'm not. You know what? Everything that was just said in chat is just wrong. Latias has 2 retreat. No, it's not. I'm not getting baited here. What the heck? Latias has 1 retreat cost. Wait, does it actually have 2? And now there's enough of you saying it where I think I am wrong here. I swear it had 1. Are we sure? It's 2? Dude, is it 2? No, it's 1, dude. It's 1, isn't it? Dude, am I actually about to look this up? No, it is 1. Latias is 1 retreat cost. No, it's 1. It's 1. I'm not looking it up. I refuse to look it up. It's 1. It's 1. It's 1. It's 1. No, it is 1. It's 2. It is not 2. Dude, I actually don't. Well, obviously that's free retreat. No, because I've had this thought process or discussion before that like Latias should have 2 retreat cost. So you could like, is it 2? Is it 2? I don't think it's 2. I don't think it is 2. Maybe they'll show it up on screen and then I'll be forced to look at it. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look. I'm just going to believe it's 1. All right. There is the low punny KO. Fan top deck here from Wagner and does just scoop it up. Yeah, I think that's reasonable at this point for sure. What? It is actually 2? Wait, it's what? It's 2? Dude, I do not remember it being 2. I just saw the bot in the, what's it called? Dude, what? I thought it was 1. Well, I remember it being 1. I don't know how I remember it being 1, though. I mean, that's good. That's a good thing. Oh, my complaint with Latios was always that it shouldn't give itself free retreat. That was always my complaint with Latios. That's what I didn't like about it. But it does have 2 retreat costs, which means if you do Klefki it or Flutter Main it, then it's like a higher chance for it to get stuck. For a second, I thought that was my complaint, is that even when you Klefki or Flutter Main, it's just 1 retreat away from moving. Nope. It is 2, though. Okay, Wagner already had to deal with it. Dude, if... Okay, thank goodness. I mean, did open the Kangaskhan. That's still pretty good. Prizing the thing there is actually pretty bad, though, for Wagner. You can't go, like, turn 2 Boss, Crystal, KO double Duskull, or double Baniri, unfortunately. So we're going to Ultra Ball here for Fanordum. We're going to get Ditto and some Hoot Hoots. I think there might be a Noctowl in hand. But with Crystal being prized, you have to attach to a Water Pond this turn, and then you have to Crisp it next turn. And I don't think you want to go for a Pikachu line here. You don't want to commit to Pikachu, because then the Kangaskhan is just going to end up on the bench. You don't have a way to chase it as Wagner here. So you have to commit to Water Pond for sure. But it is, I mean, yeah, it's not great. It's not where you want to be. The lack of Crystal means you have way less powerful options on the next turn. How much retreat does Latios have? Shut up. So why don't you go find out where Stefan is from for me? Thanks. All right. Into the Fanordum here. Gonna search the deck. Oh, I guess we get Ditto, Noctowl, Hoot Hoot here. Mega has 1 retreat, right? Wait, which one? Anna's Wolf for being toxic. All right, we had a Hoot Hoot in hand, so we can get a Noctowl with the Fanordum. Then we got the Ditto. And like I said, I think it has to become Water Pond. I think you still have to go Water Pond here. And we see Wagner's lined up all 3 of the Terra options in the front. I guess you could go Grass Pond just to like have... No, you gotta... I think you have to commit to Water Pond. Yeah, we gotta go Water Pond here. Is Mew important for Megalopony? I think if you don't play Pidgeot, it is. If you do play Pidgeot, you're probably correct to not play it, to be honest. And the Pidgeot is like questionably good. I still need to like revisit the deck and like try some other stuff out. The Pidgeot's like really good when you set it up. Honestly, maybe you cut the Mew and you go to like a 202 Pidgeot line. To be honest, maybe that's the answer. Want a Pikachu to 1-tap Kanga? Because Kangaskhan's not going to be in the active next turn. So like if Stefan just runs to a Klefki, if you commit... Oh wait, we committed to the Pikachu. Okay, this is a really bad play from Wagner. Like Stefan's just going to retreat the Kangaskhan to like a Klefki and pass with Klefki in the active. Or even punch your Pikachu for 10. Actually, that's the play here for... You can get the punch in for 10. Yeah, the Pikachu play is really, really bad here from Wagner. Stefan is literally going to go Klefki punch for 10 with a Jet, maybe. Well, actually, we don't have that guaranteed in the hand, but that could be the play we see here from Stefan. But literally just like leaving... you just literally don't... The Kangaskhan is not going to be in the active at the end of the next turn. That's why this play is so bad from Wagner. I think his Crystal and Water Energy are prized. Oh, wait, are both prized? Well, hold up. That is, like, going to take way too long. Oh, my gosh, you're right. The Water and the Crystal are prized. Okay, I still don't like the Pikachu. It should probably be... maybe it is best as the Pikachu, then. I was gonna say maybe it should be Terrapagos, but honestly, no, actually, yeah, the Water and the Crystal are prized. Oh my gosh. Not good. I mean, Fanrotom, like Wagner here, you need to Ditto into your Terra Pokemon, obviously, but like Fanrotom's probably gonna be your attacker next turn, because yeah, you're probably attacking with Fanrotom next turn as Wagner here. That's pretty bad. And we see the setup here from Stefan looking pretty clean, and looks like it is going to be the Klefki to be pushed to the active here, and could be even better for Stefan if Stefan does get a Jet Energy here, or even the Enriching, I guess, would work as well. Oh, hang on, actually, think about the Latias instead, and does go with the Latias. You just want to leave something in the active that is not... this seems fine. You can retreat to a Duskull here. You just don't want Mega Kangaskhan in your active staring down a Pikachu, basically. But yeah, just retreat to the Duskull. And research, we're not even done yet. But wait, there's more. I kind of still liked... Oh, I still kind of like getting Klefki over the Latias and then switching into the Klefki, though, right? That feels like a little bit better. Like, why not do that? That feels like it's just more powerful. Klefki takes away some options. Did Stefan prize Badoo? Stefan doesn't play Badoo. We have not seen the Badoo from Stefan. Interesting that you say that, though, Curry. I remember you saying that you also think Badoo is terrible in the deck. So why would you be looking for a Badoo here from Stefan? Interesting, you know? All right, retreat to the Baneri here. Actually, this could backfire for... Well, no, whoa. This is a terrible play from Stefan, right? What the heck? What if Wagner just water pawns you here? Like, is Stefan just making the hard read that Wagner can't water pawn? I think there's a decent read that something is prized from Wagner. Like, water pawn is so much better to set up here, but are you really making the read that there's no way for Wagner to get into a water pawn? Maybe that's fair. Maybe that is fair. Because again, Water Pawn is way better than Pikachu here. So maybe that is fair from Stefan to be like, you prized double Water Pawn, or you prized all your outs to attack with Water Pawn or something. Yeah, I guess I don't hate it the more I think about it. The more, yeah, I guess, yeah. Maybe that read is not a terrible read from Stefan. You do have to like consider some amount of respect for your opponent, though. So you're assuming that Wagner made the right play. Because if Wagner just misplayed by getting Pikachu, and then it's like, oh, now I can Water Pawn double Baneri, then you get, couldn't really call it a punish, though, from Stefan. I just wonder if like there's like a better middle ground from Stefan where you just retreat to a Duskull instead. But maybe making the hard read is like correct here. But yeah, I think we are going to see that Fanrotom attack here to KO this Baneri from Wagner. Get the first prize card here. And a few dozen more games with the deck can change someone's opinion. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you, Gary. I agree with you, but he was broken in the deck and should have always been in there the whole time. Yeah, but Badoo would have been pretty sick there for Stefan. Well, I guess it would have been like fine. Item locking Wagner would have done literally nothing for the turn. Yeah, item locking would have done literally nothing to Wagner that turn. But getting that 10 damage on the Pikachu would have been pretty nice. Because now you have to like... See, that's why I would have liked to have seen, like, Stefan, like, instead of getting Latias, just switch into Klefki. And if you get an energy, cool. You get to do 10 damage to Pikachu. If you don't get the energy, fine. You just have a Klefki in your active, right? Yeah. I was actually thinking of going to 2 Badoo. All right. Calm down now. Gotta rein in a little bit. I mean, yeah, see, now this, like, turn... I mean, the turn could still be pretty good. I mean, if you just KO the Pikachu, like, that's the only real threat. The turn can't even be that good from Stefan, to be honest. What did we get off the prize cards there from... Wagner? Because someone said did Wagner really price 2 energy switch as well? Did they show the prize card? We got a water energy off the prize cards. Cypher feels so weak in this deck. I don't know. It kind of pulls things together a little bit, right? 2 energy switch. We priced both energy switch as well. So Wagner can't even water upon this turn. Are they showing 1 round of phase 2 in day 1 today? I assume so, but yeah. Well, yes. I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes. They're not gonna LAIC us. All right, Candy Nor. Bunny also established. I mean, there's options available here, but Stefan doesn't seem that confident in like what he's trying to do, to be honest. Stefan just doesn't seem that confident in like what he's trying to do. Stefan also plays the Cramorant. Actually, going like pop Dusknoir to the Pikachu here, and then Cramorant KO the active could be a decent play. And then Dusknoir KO the Pikachu fully on the next turn. There's the Dusknoir commit to the Pikachu. Another Duskull makes its way down. Oh, he has Candy second Dusknoir in hand. Wait, what are we debating here? This is cooked. Wait, this play is fucked. He just has the nuts. And you could also cram here as well if you really want to. I think there's a Lily in here. So now we could Lily. We haven't even played a supporter yet, right? No, we ciphered. I'm trolling. Yeah, you could pop Nor first, draw some prize cards. Pikachu never even got a chance. Oh, this is why you gotta play Psyduck, kids. Make sure you put your Psyducks in your decks, because this Dusknoir Bunny deck. Also, the Dusknoir Bunny deck, they do play the Klefki, but they don't handle Psyduck that well. Like, it's annoying to deal with for sure. Oh, we got a counter catcher off the prize cards as well. Oh my! So Stefan can just go counter catcher KO the Mew. Wouldn't KO double Hoot be better? I don't know. Leaving the Pikachu alive with an energy seems kind of bad. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. There's the counter catcher. Stefan's gonna go down to 2 prize cards, but it's not done yet. Actually, Wagner is a KO away from winning the game on a Mega. There's 2 Megas in play here. So this game is not over yet. Stefan still has 2 prize cards remaining. We have an Owl in hand for Wagner. Oh, got Area 0. We got an E-Switch. Wagner could... If Wagner plays Counter Catcher, I think Wagner has game on Kangaskhan. I don't know if Wagner plays Counter Catcher, but we have Crispin E-Switch. It might be game if Wagner has Counter Catcher. You can KO the Kangaskhan off the bench. Actually, Mega Pokemon existing makes Counter Catcher in Terra Box so much better, right? And it looks like Wagner's playing for it. Maybe? We just need Counter Catcher. Does play Counter Catcher. Plays Briar as well. That's game. Counter Catcher plus Death Ball for Latios. And Wagner is going to win this one from what looked like a unwinnable board state. Isn't this why KO in the Hoots is better? Gives him less options? But then dealing with the... you might... I mean, you could be right. Like, yeah, it does give less options. I don't know. The Pikachu's kind of scary, but I guess the plays only happen with this deck through Noctowl. You could be cooking. You could be cooking, to be honest. You might be onto something. Oh, wait. Does Wagner not have it? Does the Crispin not make it work? Can we Ultra Ball for another Noctowl for, like, a Super Rod? Okay, there's Super Rod grabbed. Hold up, maybe we don't have it. And Ultra Ball. Plays the Super Rod. He's playing the Super Rod before playing the Ultra Ball. The energy recovery. I feel like Wagner still has this, right? Ultra Ball away the water. So now we get Lightning plus Metal. E-Switch the Grass. Ultra Ball for Noctowl. Noctowl for Counter Catcher. I think we still got it. I think we still got it here for Wagner. We have switch in there as well. We can go switch instead of the... You probably don't want to show the switch to Stefan, though, so you want to go with the Latios. Because the Latias is predictable. E-switch. Very sick. Last turn. Wagner basically did nothing this whole game. Wagner basically just watched Stefan play this game and then pulls together the Pika combo. Yeah, honestly, I don't know who said it, but I think you're right. I think Stefan probably should have KO'd double Hoothoot instead, for sure, right? Yeah, KO double Hoothoot was probably the better play. I think you're right. Because then if Wagner has it off of without the Hootoots, it's like, all right, screw me. But like, if you leave the Hootoots alive, then Wagner can put it together. And we saw Wagner put it together pretty reasonably as well. It wasn't even that hard for Wagner to put it together at the end here. So yeah, from a terrible start from Wagner, double E-switch prize, water energy prize, crystal prized. The only thing Wagner had going for him was going first. It's one knockout with a fan rotom. Stefan goes for the big Dusknoir combo play. Probably should have KO'd the Hootoots instead of the Pikachu. Had a big 4-prize turn. And then Wagner puts it together with a counter catcher play on the Kangaskhan off the bench for the dub. We'll go to game 3. How do you knock out the Kanga with a Pika? Kangaskhan has 300 HP. Pikachu does 300 damage. Isn't Kanga 330? No, it's 300. Come on now. Wait, I'm gonna run an ad in between the things. All right, here's where things get really tough, though, for Wagner. Stefan's going first, which means turn 1 Klefki, and it's already set up. Shutting everything down. No fan rotom. Oh, wait, but is Stefan's hand... No. There's no way Stefan's hand is dead. We just Ultra Ball away 2 research. That'd be criminal. Onto the Klefki and passed. All right. What do you got, Wagner? Ha! Joke's on Stefan. Wagner didn't even have an out to fan rotom anyways. Nice try, buddy. Yeah, nice use of resources, but my hand sucks anyways. But you feel real silly now, huh, Stefan? So lining up the... lining up the Latias... Checking for the double psychic. Okay. Appreciate the 41 months there. Denny House, appreciate the sub. 4 months there. XL Chicken. And then appreciate the subs there. Weehawks and Ryle. Welcome both to the Rat Pack. So should Stefan have you even popped any Dusks? What if he just like counter catcher KO Hoothoot or Mew? I don't know if Stefan had a counter catcher, did he? We also know Wagner prized some good stuff, so giving him prizes without Iono seems a bit troll. That would have been a line as well, to be honest, Salamence. Yeah, either taking out the Hootoots or just not overcommit, like not going all in could have been better for sure. Terra Box, Pixel God. All right, there's the Vessel, Psychic and Grass. So yeah, this Latias is very much indeed getting set up here. Man, this is such an unfortunate game 3. Although I guess like it's really hard for Wagner to even have like a powerful turn 1 when the Klefki happens. Like it's so hard to like do anything anyways. Is that it? Is it over? Are we about to see Nor the bundle into Jet the bunny? Come on now. Dude, that Klefki, man. The Klefki is just yeah, Terrabox just gets farmed. They can't hang, man. I mean, it's kind of like a go first thing, I guess. Like if Terrabox does go first. But you're not trying to have to win a series by having to go first, because then all of a sudden you just don't go first and then, I mean, lose. There's enriching. Okay, but it's not a switch. They need a switch to go with it now. And I don't even think I see the bunny in the hand, so Wagner might survive a turn. But what could Wagner even top deck? I guess Lily, right? The deck plays Lily, right? So if Wagner top decks Lily, maybe that would be an out to enough Hoot Hoots to stabilize from there. Okay, Stefan's considering not attaching the enriching energy. Okay, we commit to the enriching. We can get Switch Ultra Ball here, so it's still possible to win this turn. And what do we get? No Switch. So the Klefki is stuck in the active this turn. You could pop the Dust Storm to get a prize card, but you don't have to. I mean, just getting a Duskull down this turn is like more than enough, I feel like, from Stefan. Let's see. There's the Duskull. Doesn't he switch with Latias and play Surely? Yeah, surely not. I mean, if he just cheats and his opponent doesn't realize, I mean, we're good to go. We've already seen people abusing Latias once in this event. Why not twice? All right. Draw pass from Wagner over to Stefan. Still does not have. Still not there quite yet. Out of Dusclops. Think about just going with the Lily. I feel like we should try and see this Ultra Ball get played here to thin out. It's like thinning out 3 cards. Like, get rid of this Kangaskhan. Keep the Kangaskhan. What? What do we need the Kangaskhan for? All right, get rid of the Cram and the Nestball. The Cram's interesting. What matchup does the Cram matter that much in? All right, into Lily. A Jet Energy, a Switch. That's kind of it, actually. Wins the game here. I don't know how many Switch Stefan plays. Probably not 4. But definitely plays 4 Jet. And definitely plays some count of Switch. Here we go. Cut from Wagner. Will Wagner get one more turn? Once again, I don't even know what... Even if Stefan whiffs here, though, like, the only out for Wagner would be, like, an Iona or a Lily top deck. There's the Jet. Jet's the Mind to the active. Pops an Aura in the active. And then Bunny KO. Yeah. I mean, it was always going to be tough as long as Stefan could find that turn 1 Klefki. But, I mean, that was literally... I mean, there was just nothing for Wagner at all. Clean. Klefki's brutal in this matchup. Yeah, Klefki just kind of destroys these Fan Rotom decks. I mean, if it happens, right? You have to get it in the active on the first turn, but that's not like that hard to do if you go first. If you do the Klefki thing, yeah. It's tough, man. It's tough. These fraud Rotom decks. We might not know where he's from, but we know where he's going. Stefan to the top. Let's go. How much retreat does Latias EX have? Don't worry about it. You don't need to know. Why are you concerned about that? That's just like not... The information would not like do anything for you. Super unnecessary to know that information. I don't even know why you're wondering. What deck should I take to a challenge? If you're trying to win a good one. This is the optimal Baneri. I think the other Baneri is better. Actually, in this deck, I'm not sure. Maybe. What if my Lotus get trapped in the active by a Klefki? I need to know these things, Azul. I mean, you have to figure it out on the spot then. In the moment. It'll be a lot of pressure, but I believe in you. Could Stefan not have attached to the rabbit and retreated Klefki? Klefki shuts off all basic Pokemon abilities in play. All basic Pokemons. Attaching Jet into jump around back to Klefki says Kang is relevant. Sure, yeah. So my back hurts. What should I do about it? I mean, probably start working out your back specifically. I used to have back pain, but actually one of the reasons was definitely like my chair. Once I got, but between getting a better chair and then working out, I don't have back pain at all anymore. Like I'm literally like, I never wake up like sore or anything, yeah. Key was working out, or the key was lifting weights, and then good mattress, good chair. That's it. Lifting weights, good mattress, good chair. Do you spam deadlifts? Nope, I don't deadlift at all. Good chair is game changing. It really is. I actually like felt the difference like pretty instantly.
Feeling right now? So it was 7-0 now, right?
Yeah, well, that's I feel great. I wasn't expecting it. I just came here to have fun.
What an awesome attitude to have. So you're one of the people banking on this new Mega Lopunny Dusknoir archetype. What made you want to play it? Kind of take a risk on something new?
Well, I always like playing new decks, and I played it a lot, and my friend and I just playtested it a lot, and it seemed quite strong, so I went with it.
Yeah, I mean, you showed it to great strength in that game, right? It feels like the games where you won, your opponent never really stood a chance, right? You kind of just blow them away with a Curse Blast and just attack with a Mega Lopunny. It feels like a very kind of unfair style deck, you know what I mean, in a positive way.
Yeah. Well, I think he got some bad starts as well, and I misplayed big time in the game too. I should have killed both his Inhuted with my Dusknoirs, but so that might have won me game number 2 instead. So yeah, but always a little nervous on stream.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of people watching. But of course, we mentioned it, we got close to the beginning of the game. You've been playing for longer than maybe anyone in this room, maybe longer than some of our current masters have been alive. I mean, what was Pokemon like back then when you got your second place at Worlds in 2007? Like, how much has it changed?
So the format changed a lot. There's a much more heavy, fast plays where we kind of build up with setup Pokemons a lot of the times. Buddy kind of made that possible with the Dragapult and stuff like that. But it was different time. We also played best out of one, so a lot of luck and really making the deck consistent. Was
it best of one even in the World Finals, or was it just
no, not in the finals, but the 6 pre-rounds. That was.
Yeah, I mean, to give you some idea, I've been playing a long time as well, but I started competitively in 2011, so you out-veteran even me, which is not many people can say that.
I also played at the Super Trainer Showdown in 2001 in San Diego.
Oh, how do you do that?
Yeah, so I was third place in third place in Göteborg in Sweden when I was 11, and got the invite there, so I went there.
So basically, what you're saying is, in terms of the amount of people who can say they've been playing longer than you, who are still actively playing, you probably count them on one hand, maybe. Like it's a really, really cool thing. What would you say is so we talked about how it's different now compared to then. What would you say is the thing that is the most exciting, what they would say is better now compared to them, and what is one thing that you missed from before that maybe would be nice to have now?
I would like the possibility for Pokemon with slower, the decks aren't so fast, more build-up time, more Stage 2 Pokemon are available to play. When you played back in 2004, the Gardevoir Blaziken deck, you have to switch back and forth to kind of preserve your reserves. I kind of missed that. And what was the?
So, and then what is one thing that you think is better now than it was back then?
Well, I think the format is more diverse at the moment. There's a lot of metagame or archetype decks that it could be played, and it gives a broader variety of play styles. And that's.
Yeah. And then one last thing before we wrap up: is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out or say thank you to?
Well, my pregnant wife at home, she's rooting for me at home. So, yeah, shout out to my dad for driving me here, and my friend for testing with me, and all the other Danish players.
No, that's really awesome. Thank you so much. Absolute honor to talk to you. Best of luck.
He played all the way back in 2001, he said, in the second place in the 2007 World Championships. But did they say what division? Because he didn't look that old. I wonder if he was a junior or a senior back then. Anything crazy happened? Oh yeah, you missed quite a bit. He said 11, so he's what, a senior then, or junior? Actually, I don't even know. Senior, right? 2001, he said he was 11. Oh, so maybe he was a master. '17, 2007. Okay. In 2001, there wasn't divisions like there was now, I thought. No, there wasn't. Oh, I didn't pay out the prediction. Yeah, pre 2004, there was. Pre 2004, if you were 15 or older, you couldn't play anymore, I think. You had to be under 15 to play the game. But then once 2004 came around, they added the age divisions. When I started playing, they had the 3 age divisions. There was still a under 10 and 11 to 14 split under Wizards of the Coast. Oh, was there? Was still 2 divisions, but you couldn't play if you were older or 15. If you were 15 or older, you still couldn't play. There's a documentary on YouTube for the early days of the Pokemon TCG. From who? They wanted to funnel older players into Magic. Yeah. Any new games that you played, Azul? No, I've been playing Hades 2. That's about it, though. I wish Pokemon had more folks like Azul. You as a commentator for these. You like Azul / you more as a commentator for these. These streams sometimes their commentators are cringe. I mean, it's okay if you like. It's okay if you like watching me or like my commentary, but you don't need to bring anyone else down to do that. You can be a fan of me or a fan of me commentating events, but you don't need to bring anyone else down to do that. You can be a fan of me without shitting on someone else. Can I bring you down instead? Yeah, that's fine. I'm bringing you down with me though, Soda. So I watch your commentary because it's better than mine. That also works, yeah. That's fine. You can self-deprecate. Do we next run and make a signal, or is that card garbage? No, the card's pretty good. Well, the card's like fine. It's like not anything crazy, but like no deck really plays it because no deck is like committed enough to make us to warrant playing it. It's seen a little bit of play in non-trolley builds of Mega Absol, but that's about it. If you don't play the games, what is it about the TCG that you like so much? I might just enjoy the game in general, but that's about it. Yeah, I just like the Pokemon TCG. It was just the game that I played growing up as well, so it just kind of like all came together. But I said this before, like, if I had just, like, gotten good at a different game, then I don't know, I'd maybe be doing that instead. Or, like, theoretically, I might be doing that instead. I think Signal should be played in Bunny Bomb? No. Every other Pokemon search card is probably better than them playing that. S balls are better, Ultra balls are better. Yeah, it's like a super low value card in that deck. Playing another Mega Lopunny is maybe even just better. I don't play poker, no. Basketball better? Well, actually maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we can see Stefan's list. Yeah, so if you go out of the main entrance of your house and you turn left 2 miles down and then take a right and then 2 blocks and then take a left, there's a shop on the corner of that street and they have the deck list in there waiting for you. Basically, it would only be good if you were already capped on Ultra Ball and Poffin. Sure, maybe. But even then, at that point, just playing another Lopunny might be better, right? I don't believe you for some reason. No, it's there. It's there. It's there. Trust me. The deck list is right there. Bro just told us where's Stefan from. I told you where Stefan's from. Found him out. What's your highest qualification? Like, did you graduate or only high school? Just high school. Confirm that's how I get my Joltik box deck list. Can you please repeat directions? No, that's it. I'm allowed to say it once per stream. I'm here to say it once per stream. That's it. You can go back in the VOD though. But the more often I say it, the more likely that shop is to get swarmed, and they don't want to get like over swarmed with what's it called? Deckless hunters. Fish and chips? No, it's an omelet, but I didn't realize that the potato thing that I specified was fries. I thought it'd be like home fries. The last round the last round finished a little while ago. The last round did not. We're gonna have to wait a little while. That was a pretty quick round, right? Overall. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit here for the next round, but we can take a look at the standings. We haven't taken a look at those in a second. Stefan from 7-0, or even 7-0. I assume with Charizard, but I actually don't know for sure. Dang, NA is getting farmed at this tourney. What do you mean? There's 10 Americans, and we got 511, 402, 421. It's pretty bad from there, but that's like, you know, 3 of like, it's like a third are still in contention for the phase 2, and then the Canadians 4-3 from Kieran. Adam is still in. Adam just needs a dub to get to the next phase. I think you're kind of hating, to be honest. I think you're hating. The victory potential is still there technically. It's not like there's that many North American players over there. Isn't it wild how Cherish Ball was used so much and Mega Signal isn't? No, because they're different cards in different formats. You should analyze a card should be analyzed on what it is when it is, not just because there's a similarity to another card that was not based on it being similar to another card in a very far removed format. You have the data yet? Oh, I always have the data. It's just whether or not I'm going to share it with you guys. So out of your major dubs, what is the toughest matchup you've won in the finals? I don't know. I don't even remember all of them, to be honest. Probably... Wait, one came to mind and then I lost it. Toughest... Probably the when I beat Szymanski in the finals, I think. STUTTGART versus Vileplume. STUTTGART versus Vileplume, what was it? Vileplume Walls. Vileplume Walls. Probably that. Did you say out of my dubs? I think so. I think those. San Antonio is up there? Fuck, why are you telling me what is up there? San Antonio? Actually, that one, that was like fine though. What matchup did I feel unfavored against? Out of your major dubs, what is the toughest one you've had won in the finals? I think that one. That was like the toughest matchup. That one was close as well, though, I guess. That was a close one. That is true, Abon. That one was close against Grant. It was close, but I didn't feel like the matchup was tough, I guess. Yeah, it was close, but I didn't feel like the matchup was tough. But against Szymanski, the matchup was tough. And it was close. If I remember correctly. Yeah. I remember I hit him with the... Dude, my list was just so much better than everyone else. It wasn't even close. I was literally like 4 formats ahead of everyone. And my list was... Well, I mean, at the time, my list was the best list by far. But my list was bad in comparison to like the next list. But... Yeah. Szymanski did have this... The thing is, like, Szymanski did have the second best deck in the tournament. Behind mine. I had by far the best deck, and then he had the second best deck. Favorite ice cream flavor? Something with peanut butter. Depends on what the ice cream shop has, though. How do you get around Jolteon, Rope, Lysander? Rope? Why is there a rope involved? Oh, how do you get around Jolteon, Rope, Lysander? Yeah, or just KO it before it gets set up. Rope Lysander or KO before it gets set up. Or what I did was one of the games I double enhanced hammered the Jolteon. Like he got the Jolteon set up and then I double enhanced hammered it so it couldn't attack on the next turn, and then I KO'd it the turn after. I double enhanced hammered it, KO'd something else, and then he attached pass and I Lysander KO'd it. Honestly, that matchup might have been unfavored. My deck was still the better deck. Might just have been unfavored in that matchup overall. That's why I think that was the hardest one, because that matchup I think was probably unfavored. You have a favorite pass format? No. Was your Arc Pika list, Arc Pika list end up being actually favored into Palkia, or were the lists that plays at NASA not good enough to win? No, it was favored. It was 100% favored. Yeah, it was 100% favored. I mean, what's his name's list might have been better in Andre's list might have been, well, like Andre's list for Worlds was probably the better list. It was the better list for Worlds, like compared to my list that I for NAIC. But the meta was more narrow at Worlds than it was at NAIC. Like the Crobat was a pretty big... What was it I had in there? Crobat? I played Crobat, Roxanne. He didn't play Roxanne or Crobat. Roxanne was pretty clutch. I don't know. The Roxanne was like pretty good. I also played Palpet, I think. Like his list for Worlds was really good because the meta was super narrow, and then he had a good call on people not playing Dunsparce in their Inteleon decks, the Arceus Inteleon decks. But no, yeah, I was definitely favored against Palkia and AIC. The only Palkia I lost to, I misplayed. Like I lost to Kaiwin, but I threw pretty bad against Kaiwin. Then I beat all the other Palkias pretty handily. What's Tord doing? I don't know. Let's find out. Five and 1. Any cool Garchomp decks today? Not on stream yet. Is there even a Palkia in this format? There actually might not be. There might be no Palkias. You keep any of your old decks? No. I've just kept the... I've kept... a couple... CGC graded a couple of my decks for me. So I have those, but that's it. I don't have any of the other... I have the cards. I just don't have the decks. I could like rebuild them basically with the cards I used. You feel more difference winning a regional with stall compared to an attacking deck? Playing that many rounds? Not really, no. It's about the same. Stall's pretty... Stall's... You don't have to think very hard with stall. It's a pretty straightforward deck. So it's not too brain intensive. And then a lot of my wins were like quick. Because my opponents just lost. And then conceded. Because sometimes you just win on turn 2. And then your opponent doesn't want to sit there for 30 minutes while you deck them out. Like you beat them in game 1, and then game 2 you like lock them on turn 2 or whatever, and they're just like, well, I'm just gonna concede. There's no point of this. CGC graded cards from your winning decks? No, they graded the whole deck. One of them was the Lost Box from OCIC, and the other one was the Charizard from San Antonio. Did I get to the website you're looking at before? Just put command standings in the chat. Actually, I forgot to add that to my... Command standings will get you there. Was the Laurentis deck you played actually good? Seems only good against Mega Groudon. No, it was definitely good. Yeah, it wasn't like that much better than that deck was like fine. It was just good, but it wasn't like there's a lot of good. I mean, it's expanded. Everything's broken and expanded. But you beat Night March. You beat Toadbats. You beat Tina Toad. I think Tina Toad could somehow tech for you, but no one was playing the tech, so you just beat. Maybe you just beat Tina Toad. Beat all the Toad decks. Beat Night March. Get farmed by Volk. Yeah, but Volk was pretty mid. You beat Flareon if they don't play Wobbuffet. I actually did beat a Flareon with Wobbuffet. But he made some mistakes. I remember. You should lose to Flareon if they play the Wobbuffet. But unless they misplay. And then... Yeah, you do lose to Volcanion, of course, but... What decks would Totina tech if Totina tech for your deck? I actually don't think there was anything. I think I'm misremembering. For some reason, I was thinking that there was a possibility, but there's not. There's nothing they could play. No, the deck was pretty good, though. I mean, turn 1 item lock is just good. Most of the Turbo Darks you just beat if you go first in the set. Like, you go first game 1, you beat them because of turn 1 item lock. They go first, they beat you because they get too much stuff. Like Turbo Dark was basically a who goes first matchup. They go first, they get too much stuff in play, you lose, and then if you go first, you item lock them, you win. So some of your matchups were just like that. I was a Seismitoad EX format. I mean, I think it was fine. Everyone talks about how broken Toad Slurpuff was, but I just don't remember it being like that. I just don't know what people are talking about. I think I was playing Verzian Genesect at the time, so maybe I just beat them. I don't remember. Like, like I just don't remember. I do not remember. I don't remember it being that bad. What deck? Lorenzus Plume? That's what I was talking about before, yeah. Yeah, everyone says Toadpuff was broken, but like I don't remember it being that toxic at all. And I know I didn't play it. I didn't play Toadpuff. I think I was playing Verzian Genesect. Maybe I was just beating them, and that's why I don't think it was that toxic. I don't remember though. Maybe I wasn't playing much around that time either. I don't know. That could have been the time when I wasn't playing that much. But I was always pretty consistently playing the game locally. I don't know. I don't remember Toad Slurpuff being like broken. Z's Toad was broken. What was that one? What do you think of Vileplume, Meganium, Ogerponi X deck? Wait, which Vileplume? The one that accelerates energy into play? Can't be good. The reason Toadpuff was broken was because the format was awful in terms of draw. Half games just attach pass. Yeah, but Toad Shaman was when it actually got toxic. Yeah, Toad Shaman was toxic for sure. Fusion's deck from that spring regional was broken. I don't think it had Slurpuff. No, it did not have Slurpuff. And it was broken. It was just that deck was stupid for sure. But that was after Toad Slurpuff, right? You see they were putting Guardy with Regulation I? I did see that, yeah. It's gonna be pretty crazy. Oh, Jinx. 4 Juniper, 1 Trump, 4 Random Receiver, 4 Roller Skates. Wait, Jinx? What Jinx? Airbox of Birmingham or Fraud Watch? I mean, there's no Fraud Watch. It's just not that good of a play. It's like a fine. It's actually, honestly, Terrorbox is probably just bad. Terrorbox is probably a bad play. But it's not Fraud Watch. Decks just go from being good to bad. It's like metas change and fluctuate. The good old days when Professor Birch's observation was a legit staple. Bro, that was so dumb. I remember playing against Dylan Bryan. I played against Dylan Bryan in the finals of a regional. And he was playing Birch instead of Shauna. It was technically, it was better. Like, I should have been playing Shauna, but I wasn't. I wasn't playing Shauna. But that was the terrible format. Honestly, switching from, well, it was really bad when you went from standard to expanded into a single elimination bracket. Because me and my friend just hard countered our round 1 opponents because we just knew what they were going to play. We ended up playing, what did we play? Well, actually, my friend didn't get the read correctly, but he still won his top cut around anyways. But we played... Dude, that card was so bad too. Aromatisse, and there was a fairy EX that like couldn't die to anything, and like for 2 energy, it did more damage for each fairy energy in play. But I forget what the attack was called. It was a Florges? I don't remember what it was. It might have been Florges EX. Yeah, day 1 I played Verzian Genesect with Laserbank. Broken deck. And then made top cut, and then in day 2. Or not day 2. Day 2 was you immediately cut the top cut, and it was single elim top cut because we didn't have enough players for a top 32 like day 2 Swiss. So I just hard teched against my round 1 opponent. I knew they were playing Trevenant. I just knew they were going to play Trevenant Dusknoir. Or Excelgor Trevenant. So I beat them. It was actually Jimmy O'Brien. I think it was Jimmy O'Brien. Yeah, it was Jimmy O'Brien. I knew he was going to be playing Excelgor Trevenant. Because he had played it most recently at like another tournament on the expanded side thing. So I knew he was gonna play that, so I just teched against him, beat him, and then all my rounds were free until I hit Dylan Bryan in finals. And then he was playing Mega Manetric Aegislash, which is a pretty bad matchup because Aegislash one-hit KOs my Florges, and I do not want to KO his guys very easily. But we did play one Mewtwo, so I was able to take one game off him, and then game 2 I prize. Oh well, I misplayed in prize, and it was just really, really bad. I lost him in the finals, but 10% Raging Ball is crazy. I mean, it's juniors, so nothing's really crazy in juniors. Most popular decks this time around? Basically the same stuff. A lot of Golden Go stuff like that. This was New England 15-16. Yeah, it was 15-16 or 14-15. Yeah, it might have been 15-16 though. Maybe it was the season before the modern era shift. What else are these kids playing? How are there like 11 kids on the most played deck? There's not that many. There's only 100. Or there's only, what's this, 300, right? No, total senior trainers is 225. How many total juniors were there? Total juniors 157. One time Cal saw me lock in Verzian Genesect for expanded top 8 and switch to Pyroar. You couldn't let anyone know. Honestly, it was kind of cringe. It was kind of cool, and it was kind of like unique for the time that it existed. Going from standard to expanded day 1 to day 2, but like overall, it's like a pretty mid. It's a pretty bad structure format, whatever. Yeah. Thankfully, it does not exist anymore. What's on the left? Golden Go, 15%. Will there be parties when Guardy rotates? Yeah, I think people will be out dancing in the streets, to be honest. Like, it's gonna be huge. We should play extended day 1 to weed out all the poor people and then just play cube day 2. We should play expanded day 1 to weed out all the poor people and then just play cube in day 2. Back in the juniors didn't have cards. It was goofy to switch to a new format. I mean, back then the expanded card pool increase. We were also on like a upwards trajectory of power creep. So like the newest cards were or like pretty much always the best decks in expanded. So all you needed was like a couple trainer cards and your deck was basically good enough. Or it was like basically still top tier. If it was top tier day 1, it was top tier day 2 with a couple changes. Usually, you didn't really need to change much. I got a game wasn't actually that bad of a matchup. I mean, it's pretty bad. It's not unwinnable. Wait, the only way you could attack was with G booster, right? No, the matchup was pretty bad. The only way like Pyro just wins if they just split their energy. Like as Pyro, you just don't attack until you have Lysander KO. And then you let them attach, like you just split your energy on your bench Pyros. If you put all your energy on your active Pyro, then it just dies to a G booster and then they can chain G booster knockouts. But if you attach to the active and then attach to the bench, then they can't do anything. Then they go G booster the active one and then you KO with the bench one. And then you have like a third one set up and then the game's over. So I have almonds, cheese, and dried cranberries. In what order should I eat? Almonds first, then cranberries, then cheese. What round are we in? I believe we're going to round 8. Well, yes, Cal and I were 11/12. He did not have this elite technique. True, true. My bad, but my bad. Way back in the day. What do you think about the Baltless in round 3? It's probably just bad. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It could be the best way to play Balt, but Balt's pretty uncompetitive at this point in general, so any way to play Balt is basically the best way to play Balt. No matter what, the result will be the same. All right, we're gearing up for the next round. And the pairings up. We can take a look at the pairings. I feel like they should put on... Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know the matchups, so it's hard to comment on it. Did they make a Lopunny win last round? It did, yeah. Took ball from a good play around Milwaukee, chasing Dreepy and Ralts with Baby Vault and not being good. Guardian matchup got worse. Well, Guardian matchup has always been bad. The Guardian matchup has gotten worse, though, I feel like. And then you're unfavored against Paltnor now. Because of people playing Neo Upper Energy. Before, you could, like, trap them from ever getting to a Paul attack, but now they have Neo Upper, so they get there eventually. Your Golden Go matchup got worse. Golden Go used to be really good, and now it's like 50-50 to maybe slightly favored. I don't know. There's probably other stuff as well. Oh, yeah, the deck just kind of sucks. No, there's got to be something else, right? Charizard's a bad matchup. Saraledge is a bad matchup. Well, maybe. Zork's probably a bad matchup. Zork's a good deck. Raining Bolt's a bad deck. It's probably a bad matchup. Yeah, it's just really bad for her right now. It's just really bad. You just don't beat anything. Absolbox or Saraledge? Saraledge. Absolbox is probably Absolbox is definitely a good matchup for Raining Bolt, right? Speaking of other matchups. What is all the unclassified? Don't worry about the unclassified. Don't think about it. It's literally, it should not be there. Classified for the graphics they couldn't make in time? Probably not. It's just they didn't want to classify them because they just don't know what's worth classifying, would be my assumption. The unclassified thing just shouldn't be on there. It's not like a relevant stat. It's only Europe that does the unclassified thing, though. They don't do that at North American tournaments, right? Am I trolling? They don't do it, though. I'm pretty sure they don't. Because it's such an irrelevant stat to know. It's one of those baseball stats. When it was cloudy and the temperature was low 65, Babe Ruth had a 50% chance of hitting a home run. Why is Am not a good deck right now? Just not that good in general. Not that good of a deck. Too many things, too many bad matchups, too many things. There's too much going on. There's too much. Although the deck definitely got better. Like, it gained... Honestly, right now, maybe it isn't as bad as I'm even making it out to be honest. It is somehow 3% of the metagame here. I don't know how. Dude, I feel like Zoroark is just like... Well, I mean, people don't want to play it. I guess they don't want to play it. But, like, it feels like Zoroark should be way more popular than it is. Well, actually, I don't know about in this format. Mega Diancie is, like, a pretty big shift for the Guardian matchup, so... Yeah, Alakazam... I mean, you got Battle Cage and Alakazam now, right? So, yeah, you got stuff going on for you. Maybe Alakazam with Battle Cage is like that big of a difference maker. You also got Wondrous Patch, right? You got the Wondrous Patch. You got the Battle Cage. You got the... That's about it, right? Psyduck. We got the Duck. Dawn, we got Dawn. But see, eventually the deck is just all tech cards and the deck just sucks. Like, right? There's too much going on. On the left, it was just a different Charizard deck. It was both Charizard decks. Charizard, and then on the first page it was Golden Go. There was just that one time that said Adley Rutschman had the most home runs out of players whose names start with AD and who share a February 6th birthday. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like a on purpose baseball stat. But like, yeah, the unknown percentage of decks is a baseball stat. Well, it's even like faker than that. It's even faker than that because it's just like they just chose not to categorize them, right? It's like even further than that. Like just knowing that percentage of decks is just not relevant. So whatever stat kick W, move on. Yeah, but it takes up a spot, so we don't know what else could be there or how it should look. That's the annoying part. Is that it takes up a slot in the decks. Wait, where is it? That's the annoying part. Is that it eats. Wait, did we already miss it? Yeah, this is the annoying part. Is that they're like we see these 6 decks, but if we just remove unclassified, then we get to see 1+1 deck down here. So instead of something that's completely irrelevant, like the 8% unclassified, like we'd see like a 2% meta, a 2% deck, but that's more information. Seeing the 2% deck that's right behind Alakazam is more information than 8% unclassified. More relevancy. Maybe they're trying to hype it up as though there are many new decks. No, they do it every time for no reason. There's no reason to do it. If they were trying to hype up the new decks, they would classify the new decks and then talk about what percentage the new decks have at the metagame of the tournament. That's how you would do it. You'd put a number to them to talk about. You're like, okay, so the Mega Lopunny deck, it showed up. Boom. So do you want a same 60 unclassified with me at UIC? I'm down, to be honest. Honestly, we should try and convince as many people to make them take the unclassified thing off the chart. If we can convince all of EUIC to play unclassified archetypes, then it's 100% unclassified, and they get no data to work with. And that's what they get for making the unclassified category to begin with. That's how we that's how we beat them. Slop it up. Yeah. Everyone's out here just playing Sharpedo, Heracross, Mega Heracross, that's a good one. That will be definitely unclassified. We'll get them. We'll get them. Just come there, Hybrid. Appreciate the gifted sub there. Shadow. Always appreciate the support. Here we go. We got Daniel Magda 511 versus Aaron Platts, also 511. So both players have already guaranteed phase 2, but we're looking for the dub. Or we're playing for the dub. So a win here is still very important. I assume Magda is playing Golden Go. Everyone unclassified just plays a separate regional to see who's king of the slot. Sounds good to me. For 80 or AP Twitch, I'm kind of a Space Glide enjoyer. Bro, you're just talking gibberish. What the fuck? That rat bastard. Twitch. I hate playing against Twitch because my team... Dude, don't get me started on Twitch, man. I mean, people are just really bad at League of Legends in general, so... People don't play... When Twitch is just not on the map, people don't play different. So it's just so annoying. My team walking into their jungle, chasing someone down over and over again, walking into Twitch all. Like a bunch of nincompoops. Disgusting, man. I mean, maybe in bronze. Well, I'm not in bronze, so... And they still do it. I'm definitely not mechanically as good as people of my rank, but I am way better at League of Legends than people of my rank. Like, I know way more about League of Legends than basically anyone at my rank. What elo are you? I mean, I was like... I haven't even played this season, but last season it was like Emerald 1. Back in the day, Season 3, Gold 2. I was never that close to Challenger, though, but I was Gold 2. All right, Aaron here going first. Of course. The Gimme Goal start here from Daniel. Is it Ralt's Pass? Are we going to risk that against a potential Prime Catcher or Iron Bundle? It'll be like I'm Diamond 1. No, I never got to Diamond 1. Diamond 2 is my highest. Predictions? I got you. Did I pay out the last prediction? I did. Okay. You priced the Devo, which is horrible. I mean, the Devo's like okay, and y'all are overhyping the Devo in this matchup. The Devo's not that good in this matchup. Also, Aaron will still have the threat of TM Devo. That's like the more important part. Is like Daniel doesn't know the TM Devo is prized, so Daniel will have to play as if the TM Devo is not prized. But the TM Devo doesn't actually happen that often in this matchup. Like, yeah. If Daniel draws really, really slow, then it could happen quickly, possibly. But it doesn't. It's not that big of a deal. All right, he's gonna commit the Ultra Ball as well. What are we even getting here off this Ultra Ball? Oh, it's just another Rolts, right? Yeah. Okay. Sure. When you streaming League, I don't know. Maybe never. You play around the Iron Bundle here as Aaron. Daniel was not playing the Iron Bundle at his victory recently in... Did Daniel win Gdansk or Lille? Daniel did win one of those. He's giving it some thought here. Oh, waiting to cut. Okay. I was like wondering what he was like cooking. I was like, is the hand really that bad? What's the Devo for? I mean, there's TM Devo lines that can be executed with the deck. Starting with the Fighting Gong here from Daniel. The Devo is for, it can be utilized in the Golden Gun matchup. It can be utilized in the Grimmsnarl matchup. Any like evolution matchup. Stage 1, Stage 2 matchup. Well, you don't really ever use it against like Flareon, but Golden Go, Grimmsnarl, Mirror Match. It's really good in the Mirror Match, actually. I feel like I see it most consistently come up in the Mirror Match. And maybe Charizard. It's pretty good in Charizard, too. But it's not necessary to win. I'd say Charizard's probably its best matchup, but Daniel's still playing the Mawile. I did see him tweet on Twitter. Wait, what was that other card in there? Hold up, what was that? Oh, it's a Genesect. That's not very exciting. What strategy do you use to prize check? I usually just pick them up and then look at them. And if my opponent says anything, like I'll just say, you can't prove anything. So it's a waste of our time for you to call over the judge. And then we continue the game. Because they realize I'm right. All right, Vessel there giving up the Pheasantipity. So had a couple fightings. So Turbo Soul Rock potentially is available. And I don't think there was the Vitality Band. And I'm going back. And we will see these prize cards. Okay, the Vitality Band play is live here for Daniel. It does need the Air Balloon or that, and does have the Arven as the follow-up. Looks like did whiff. I mean, the Arven still... Oh, wait, going Secret Box. Going Secret Box aggressively? Wait, is that going to get us anything? Oh, wait, that can get us the turn 1 attack, because we can get double tools. Ooh, okay, okay. So we have the turn 1 Soul Rock knockout here. I was like, this doesn't get us there, does it, though? It does, actually. I guess that is one of the, like, the... I mean, that almost feels like Premium Power Pro, like, fits well into this build, then. I don't know. Looks like it's favored to keep the Mawile over the Golden Go here. He's giving it some thought. He's giving up an Arven as well. Golden Go, Arven, Fighting Energy gone. There's no Golden Ghost prized. I guess okay, this makes sense. Artisan will find us a Gimme Ghoul. Nest Ball finds us Genesect. Wait, did the screen just flicker black for you guys as well? And then boss for next turn as well to chase potentially around. Oh, maybe not boss. Hold up. Maybe he's thinking about an Arven instead. Does go back to the Arven. We see the Artisan committed. That'll get the Gimme Goal. And then, like I said, Genesect gets us the double Golden Goal. And then, like, it did favor... the Call for Family Gimme Goal. Did favor the Mawile over the Golden Go there. Discarding the Mawile. I guess that makes sense, though. You never need more than 3 Golden Goes in this matchup. If you had prized the Golden Go, you probably keep the other Golden Go. That means you're down 3 Arvens. No, we're down 2 Arvens right now. There's 1 Arven in the hand. We'll be down this Arven if we use it next turn. We'll be down. But Boss's Orders becomes like the only supporter you're trying to play. Or maybe a Turo if you whiff for a turn in this matchup. Past like turn 3. Like once turn 3 hits, you only want to be playing Boss or Turo. Playing like an Arven isn't technically bad. But usually the item lock. If the item lock's not happening, you're probably winning. If the item lock is happening. Oh, that's an aggressive Mawile. Literally just benching it. Interesting. I am very curious to see how Daniel actually approaches this. A super aggressive Mawile here. That does open like a new way to approach the prize trade from Aaron, though. Aaron can go for the 1-2-3 prize trade. Of course, that is going to be a little bit more difficult with Screamtail prized. But if it wasn't prized, yeah, the 1-2-3 prize trade potential does commit the Psychic to the active. I don't know how much I like that versus trying to find a Dark this turn for the Monkey Dory. I almost like the idea of just like playing Lily first. If you whiff Candy Guardy here, I feel like sacrificing Ralts plus attached to Monkey Dory is... Well, no, I guess you want to push Monkey Dory in the active so that Solrock can't just get another knockout, right? Would second Frillish be better than second Ralts turn 1? Probably not. It depends how scared you are of Daniel playing Prime Catcher, I guess. Like, that's what you'd want to, like, think about. Is like, do you think Daniel has Prime Catcher? All right, Fez was found. That's pretty good. We did find a Night Switcher. No Candy Guardy, but there's Guardy, so the Fez could find us Candy. We need to do something more here. I think the Fez has to come down here. I don't think you really have a choice here as Aaron anymore. Played Secret Box. Did you guys not hear what you guys didn't hear what I said then? I said we were talking about. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I don't think you guys deserve to know the secrets. No, you guys just don't deserve to know. You guys can believe what you want. Chat always listens. I mean, if you listen, then you already know. You guys have it all figured out, don't you? Got it all figured out. All right, we found the secret box here for Aaron. So both players' secret boxes have been expended. Candy Guardy is on the way, but what are you attacking with here as Aaron is the question. I said the 1-2-3 prize trade is available. Which means Aaron could just go KO Solrock. I mean, Screamtail KO a Gimme Ghoul here seems super good, but that's not available because Screamtail is prized. How do we discard Stretcher here? That's honestly a good question. Wasn't there like a Dark Energy in the hand? Yeah, that actually is a good question. Artisan is lining up the Drifloon. Instead, gonna go with the Frillish. I feel like the active has got to get KO'd here, right? Oh, we were discarding Stretcher instead of discarding Fish. Oh, the Jellicent didn't get discarded? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, I don't think. Getting rid of the Night Stretcher there seems like a pretty big mistake there from Aaron for sure. Well, yeah, why would you ever discard... I mean, if there's a Pokemon or an energy or in hand, that should always be discarded over the Night Stretcher. For sure. The Night Stretcher is always higher value than that. Okay, look at Aaron is playing Drifloon and double Bravery Charm, so has big one-hit KO potential. Question is, how many Counter Catcher does Aaron play? Yeah, Monkey Dory Punch active seems fine here, to be honest. Oh, no, we don't even have the... You're not even using Adrenabrain this turn because we attached to the Gardevoir. Is Aaron just going to run to Frillish and Item Lock? Maybe that has to... I mean, maybe you don't have a better play than that. Well, if we had kept the Night Stretcher, though, we could have got Drifloon here and then attacked with Drifloon for the KO. Oh, okay, we're going to Bravery Charm the Frillish. Okay, this doesn't seem as bad then because we don't just get KO'd by a Soul Rock. Okay, this is like okay then. I still don't like Aaron attaching the Psychic before playing the Lily. Like, I think we should have tried to get a Monkey Dory established. That kind of felt bad. But okay, this is not terrible, I feel like, from Aaron. Put a Bravery Charm on it. It's beefy. Punch for 20. Can't do that. Daniel points it out. Dude, Daniel's on top of it right now. Nice try, buddy. The Golden Goes are in play. That's huge. Like, Screamtail there to KO Gimmighoul would have been a really big play for Aaron, I feel like. I mean, Aaron probably Screamtail, so obviously it wasn't possible, but not that Aaron messed that up. Just would have been good. All right, Daniel does need 3 energy to KO this Frillish with the Golden Go KO, which is not great. But a Boss would KO the Raltier off the bench. But Daniel did grab Arven over Boss off the Secret Box, so that'd be something we have to draw into here. Here comes Golden Go draw number 1. Vessel. Golden Go to draw number 2. Into the cycle with the Lunatone. There's a Boss. Okay, I mean, we can get a prize card this turn as Daniel if you want. Loading up the Mawile. Maybe you just wait, though. Maybe you want to wait for the bosses until a Jellicent comes into play. Maybe you're not scared of Frillish enough to gust around Frillish here. That'd be the only thing I could think of is here. You could just punch the active. That sets up the 2-hit. There's 0 Monkey Dories established, which is like another reason that Aaron, I feel like, should have played toward trying to set up a Monkey Dory that turn. And it looks like that's what Daniel is debating here. Just punching with the active instead. Hold the Boss. That way if Jellicent comes out next turn, you have that to work with. Yeah, commits to the Arven now. So we are going to hold on to that Boss this turn. We're not going to get a KO. We are trying to build up that Mawile as well, though. The Mawile is getting ready to go. And it definitely is a pretty big threat, I guess, into... I mean, once you draw a couple of prize cards, it's obviously a big threat. But, I mean, this is what Aaron was looking for, to be honest. Aaron was trying to buy a turn this turn. Either wanted to get a KO, couldn't get a KO, so now we've bought the turn. Now we can start to get our Monkey Dories online and cooking. We do have the Big Jelly. We could go Big Jelly here. I mean, that seems fine. Then all of a sudden, Boss from Daniel, though, gets around the item lock. That's what you're giving up here, of course. But I feel like you maybe have to do that in this situation as Aaron. We will be able to get a prize card as well. Aaron can KO the active Soul Rock and can play towards that 1-2-3 prize trade that I mentioned, where Aaron can go KO a Soul Rock, KO Mega Mawile with like Drifloon Bravery Charm or something, and then look for like a Screamtail KO Genesect at the end or something like that to close it all out. Only has 1 Bravery Charm to work with, though. So if we commit to Bravery Charm for the Mawile KO, we won't have it for the Screamtail KO at the end. So we need some like Monkey Dory damage to help us out in that situation. Also, eventually a Golden Go could come to the active. We could KO the Golden Go, of course, by just like punching it and then look for the Mawile KO later. Oh, not going for another Monkey Dory here off the Artisan. I thought for sure we'd see a Monkey Dory come down. Okay, I don't like that. That's bad. Attaching the Brave Charm preempted the Drifloon is so bad. You're just asking to get Boss KO'd here. Wait, unless Aaron has KO on the Mawile right now. That's the only way this play is okay from Aaron, is if Aaron has Gust KO Mawile right now. Otherwise, this is a really bad play from Aaron. Fancy's easy KO later, too, if he plays that. Oh, true, yeah. I assume he does have the... I see the Diancie in there, yeah. So that makes... I mean, that makes the Drifloon play, I guess, a little bit less bad. Dude, does Aaron just hate recovery? Just get rid of the Lily. Get rid of the energy. We never get rid of the Super Rod. Thank you. We already attached Monkey Dory this turn, right? All right, well, Aaron is playing... I mean, just, I guess, to prioritize finding Psychic Energy here. I don't know how many Psychic we had in the discard pile. We maybe had to get... Well, I don't actually know what Aaron's playing for here, though, to be honest. They don't draw too many off this cycle. You know, we're just punching with Drifloon here every time. Or not Drifloon, excuse me, the Jellicent. Or not with the Counter Catcher? Well, I don't think the Counter Catcher play was available to Aaron, because there wasn't enough energy if you just solely search out the Counter Catcher. But yeah, the Drifloon bench, I feel like we should have just... I don't like this turn at all from Aaron. I feel like we should have gone Artisan for nothing or Monkey Dory, if there was one available, and then just played Lily and draw 8 cards. Like, this whole turn from Aaron, all we did from Aaron is bench a Drifloon for Daniel to KO it before we get to use it. Okay, hold up, we're retreating now. We're giving up our Monkey Dory? Well, no, I guess that's... Okay, giving up to Monkey Dory is fine when there is a Drifloon on the bench, I guess. But we're just giving items to Daniel as well, though. We're just giving free items to Daniel. We're not even forcing a boss out of Daniel to be able to use items. Okay, there's the KO with the Monkey Dory. I don't think Daniel's stressing this, though. I mean, I think we're going to see Daniel chase the Drifloon. Actually, maybe not, though. 3 prize card. No. We will see Daniel chase the Drifloon here, right? For sure. That's the way for Aaron to win the game, is to go chase the Mawile down at some point. So I think for sure we'll see Daniel go after the Drifloon to remove one of the potential 1-hit KO options. You'll still be technically behind on the prize exchange as Daniel. Well, actually, hold on. If you do chase the Drifloon here, I guess, that does open it up so Aaron can go Mega Diancie. Back-to-back Mega Diancies. Mega Diancie KO active into Mega Diancie KO Mega Mawile. So maybe... maybe Daniel has to... No, but if he chases 2 prizes, you don't KO the Drifloon, and that seems terrible. Honestly, was it ever a mistake for Daniel to have benched the Mawile? Isn't Chase Guardy just strong? Chase Guardy's not terrible. I don't hate chasing Guardy, yeah. Because then Aaron doesn't have a great play on board. So you like force Aaron to have a bigger turn, right? A Candy Guardy plus potentially other stuff. Yeah, chasing Guardy would be fine here, I guess, as well. I didn't really think about that as like an option. But that works, yeah. I don't hate that. Aaron can, of course, pull the play off, but maybe that at this point, actually, that might just be the best play, is just to force Aaron to have the most, as much as possible here. We'll see. There's the boss getting lined up. Is going to go for the Drifloon. Might not have the Guardy KO, or maybe is going for this instead. Yeah, I definitely look back on like the Mawile bench from Daniel early on, and it does feel like it's given like Aaron like a pretty good line of 1, 2, 3. Or it's like maybe we didn't have to give Aaron that line if we just don't bench the Mawile. But Daniel seemed to like be highly prioritizing it to get into play. It looks like actually, I think Daniel did have the Guardy KO there. Discarded 3, but I think had a superior in hand. So I'm pretty sure Daniel could have KO'd the Guardy there, just chose not to. Chose to go after the Drifloon. But yeah, the line is available here now for Aaron. If we can go find Mega Diancie KO active into Mega Diancie KO Mega Mawile. That does give Daniel a turn to Turo the Mawile, though, of course. Would you go for the Mawile now before Turo? I guess, yeah, why not, right? You could chase that first. You do want to get your Ralts out of range of a Soul Rock KO, though, I feel like, if you go for that. Drifloon's been recovered, but Drifloon is... Wait, Drifloon's not even that good here. We don't have a Bravery Charm. Now I feel like Daniel is going to have the prize advantage. It's going to come down to Aaron Ionoing at some point to make a comeback here. Yeah, that last turn from Aaron was just so bad. It was played so poorly, to be honest. Like, committing the Drifloon to Bravery... Like, all Aaron had to do last turn was just maybe go to set up a second Monkey Dory and just play Lily. Maybe don't even set up a second Monkey Dory. Just play Lily, basically. All Aaron had to do last turn was play Lily. Don't put the Drifloon in play. Don't put the Bravery Charm in play. Just play Lily. Draw 8 cards. Set up for future plays from there. Yeah, I don't know what Aaron is playing for here. Unless Aaron, no. There's no way there's a third Bravery Charmer here. I'm not. There's no chance. There's no chance. I don't even know what we're playing for at this point. We found Countercatcher. You could Countercatcher punch Genesect with Drifloon. That's a play, I guess, off of this draw. The timer. There's 30 minutes left. I mean, the only play I see here is Countercatcher, Genesect, punch it. And that's the play here that Aaron is setting up. I mean, this is like not terrible if Daniel whiffs Turo. Even if Daniel finds Air Balloon here, this isn't a terrible play, to be honest. But if there's a Turo, the game's kind of cooked. I do see Air Balloon Boss in Daniel's hand. So Daniel will be able to KO a 2-prize on this next turn no matter what. I think Aaron's debating attacking with Drifloon or attacking with... I guess maybe the fish works here for Aaron, to be honest. But goes to the Drifloon. This also works. Leaving 1 prize on the active also works here. No Fez draw? Oh, has Aaron not used Fez yet? Oh, did we forget the Fez? That is bad. Yeah, it's not good. Wait, why is there only 200 on the active? Shouldn't it be 210? Where'd that damage come from? I mean, 200 or 210 is like the same thing, I guess. Killed the Guardy. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I didn't see where the damage came from, so I was a little bit confused how we didn't end up with 30. But it makes sense to heal the Guardy. That kid takes it 1 more energy out of range. All right, Vessel coming down from Daniel. Yeah, Turo here. I guess Turo still doesn't end the... Nah, Turo should be game. Turo would almost definitely be game, but not 100%. It is still winnable. If it's just Air Balloon, though, to be honest, it is winnable. I do wonder... Okay, it's only Air Balloon. That's not Turo. Oh, wait, hold on. We're not done yet. Oh, wait, there's more. Picnic Basket. Ooh, is it Basket into Boss? It is possible here, it looks like. So Genesect has... what, 170 on it. So double Monkey Dory KOs Genesect, but there's no way to KO Genesect and Mawile next turn. So there's no way for Aaron to win next turn. But I guess like you put Daniel on like a 2-turn clock still. So it's not that far out of reach here for Aaron, I don't think. Daniel quickly counting some resources. You do have to be mindful here of, as Daniel, of getting item locked out of the game. Does Mew KO Mawile? Yes, but we can't double Monkey Dory and Mew. Wait. No. It would need to be a Mawile and a thing, yeah. Okay, goes for the Guardy. This will force Aaron to have as much as possible. And the 3 energy are trapped on the Drifloon. But I don't know what else you'd attack with anyway. Well, actually, no, that's not even true. The 3 energy being trapped there is kind of annoying. All right, there we go. 7 hit. No, because of Mawile's attack clause. Oh, yeah, true. You can't move the damage over with Monkey Dory and then punch it. Very true. So Aaron needs a lot this turn. You need Candy Guardy. And even if you find Candy Guardy, you also need Iono. You need Candy Guardy, Iono. Candy Guardy, Iono. Honestly, it's probably like Candy Guardy, Iono, double... Or Candy Guardy, Iono, set up double Monkey Dory. Punch the active with Gardevoir. Monkey Dory move 30 to the active and 30 to the bench Genesect or something like that. Is probably the play here from Aaron. Stall with Jelly. You could stall with Jelly as well. You could just retreat to Jelly, Iono. That could also be something. I think you could definitely set up the other Monkey Dory here as Aaron. I think Aaron probably only plays 1 counter catcher, so we can't even reach the Mega Mawile anymore. It's impossible to reach. My guess would be that Aaron only plays 1 counter catcher. Because this looks like Pedro's list. But it also has Diancie. We found the Candy Guardy. Okay, that's pretty good. And Pedro only played 1 counter catcher. It looks like Pedro's list with Diancie. Oh, true. That is true. Mawile is now game. Mawile does set up game here. Mawile is online to KO any 2 prize Pokemon off the bench. Oh, wait, yeah, and it has 2 metal on it already as well. Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize the Mawile is like set up ready to go. That's a good point. Aaron has Candy Guardy. We got the Fez Draw now. Super Rod, Psychic Energy. Mawile's going to win the game under item lock. Yeah, I guess the item lock doesn't matter. That's a good point. Yeah. So the Jellicent doesn't matter. Double Monkey Dory getting used. I mean, we're just going to heal the... Takes the KO on the Genesect. This does give Fez potential draw over to Daniel. We got Screamtail off the prize cards. Obviously can't use it. We are bench locked. Yeah, I think it has to be... Actually, I don't know what it is. What do we do? If we punch the active, but don't put it in range... Maybe this does have... Well, you can't do that. You're dead. You have to do 1 less energy. Okay, it has to be 5. Well, yeah, you can't do it, so it has to be 5. Yeah, I think you have to just punch with Drifloon here, honestly, as Aaron. Yeah, okay. And then you have to hope Daniel KOs your active. But Daniel should never KO the active here to give you bench space. Daniel should literally draw pass until he finds boss. Well, you know, draw all the cards and pass until you win the game. Until you find boss is basically what Daniel should do here. Oh, and boss is in hand, so. We'll go number 1 for 2. Sure. Best game. Also could have bought more time with Turo as well. All right, game 2. Yeah, definitely sloppy play there from Aaron. The Drifloon bench was bad, and that led to us like having to play the counter catcher, but then we didn't have the counter catcher for the late game. I feel like there were some more things in there as well, but yeah, the Mawile gets a dub here. I think Aaron forgot about the first attack there for a second. But Daniel takes 1 pretty cleanly. But was never under too much pressure or threat because Aaron just like overextended the resources. The biggest thing was benching the Drifloon, like playing Arven and benching Drifloon. Like Aaron put a Drifloon in play with the second Bravery Charm, which is like, the Bravery Charm there is huge as like a power card, and just kind of gave it to Daniel to KO, which is bad. Also missed the Fez Draw, yeah. Was it multiple missed Fez Draws or was it just 1? Is Aaron playing similar list to Pedro? It seems like it for sure. 2-1 Frillish line, plays the Drifloon. Just has Mega Diancie in there now. Being on Pile County at the moment? I know, so cringe. Why'd he even evolve Jizzle if he wasn't going to make the item lock stick? I mean, he left it in the active on 1 turn, right? Did Henry get penalized? Unsure. Thinking basket save the day. I honestly, oh, you're trolling. I see the kappa now. I was like, I don't think that thing mattered at all. All right, here we go. Game 2. I assume Aaron will be choosing second. Oh no. But the hand is currently dead. Maybe we can squeak out a card or 2 with Mew. Prize cards coming down. Let's take a look. What do we prize? Not Screamtail again, bro. In the same spot too. He's got like a little... Dude. Screamtail literally has a condo in prize card number 3. And he's not looking to leave for work today. Double candy? Oh, was it also double candy? Double candy, yeah. How many candy did Pedro play? I don't know if this is exactly Pedro's list, though. It might be like the thinner Guardy line. So there might be a 3rd candy in there. Also prized a Frillish, so you can't do the double Frillish line either here from Aaron. You can't retreat from Frillish to Frillish. Oh, and Daniel just concedes. Daniel didn't even want to see it. Wait, hang on. What was happening? We had a Vessel happening. Oh, did Aaron choose first? What? Well, he doesn't think he can win. Yeah, Daniel thinks he has too bad of a hand. I mean, Daniel had Buddy Puff and Pass. So there's a lot of top decks you could have had here as Daniel. Yeah, he had Buddy Puff and Pass. Unless he top decked. So he's like, this is not worth waiting for Aaron to finish his turn. Aaron's taking that all day. Yeah, that works for Aaron. Aaron's hand was not very good. Why don't you just wait for a turn? I mean, any turn is time. I don't hate it. I think it was a little hasty from Daniel. You should probably see if your opponent's dead drawing and see what your top deck is. But yeah, I think Daniel should at least see the conclusion of Aaron's turn for sure. Make sure Aaron's not also dead drawing. It just comes down to who top decks. And also see your top deck. All right, 3 energy prize here for Daniel. I'm curious if Daniel chooses first or second here, to be honest. No, Daniel chooses second. Yeah, okay. Which is what we should have seen Aaron choose. Aaron choosing first, I think, was a misplay in game 2. Monkey Dory Frillish. Pass. All right, over to Daniel. Draw for turn. Bench Genesect. Plays Arvin. Okay, the start here is pretty decent for Daniel. I thought it was actually kind of terrible, but actually it's okay. And we see Daniel isn't wasting any time. Getting in there immediately. And it looks like going for the heavy Golden Go route. Yeah, I don't hate the urgency there from Daniel, to be honest. And Daniel played a much more like thought out game 1, but we see here in game number 2, he's like, I don't have time to think, I just gotta go. Which, like, you like to see the pace of change. You know, game 1, taking his time, being like, I have time to like think through my plays, make sure everything is working correctly. Aaron confirming the sequence there. Vessel by Vessel, get 2 energy, attach a Give Me Goal, get 2 more energy. Now over to Aaron. We have an Ultra Ball top deck. Oh, we got the Jelly. Oh, wait, that's huge actually here for Aaron. An Ultra Ball away. No, get rid of the Guardy. Stop with the Night Stretcher discards. If you have a Guardy in there, you actually increase your odds. You discard the Guardy. And if second Guardy's in the deck, you don't use the Night Stretcher. If it's not, you can use the Night Stretcher. Dude, Aaron hates Night Stretcher. You know what, Aaron? Cut those from your deck. You don't like them. You don't want them. Give them to me. I will take your Night Stretchers. I'll play them in my deck. But yeah, you discard the Guardy there, and if the second Guardy is prize, then you can just Night Stretcher the Guardy back to your hand if you think that's correct. But if it's not correct, then you can leave one in the discard pile and one in the deck, and then your Night Stretchers become outs to Guardy, as well as the Guardy in the deck and the Ultra Balls for the Guardy. But the Jellicent turn 2 is pretty good here for Aaron, because Aaron can just go attach retreat into the Jellicent here to get established some item lock. So the Jellicent, yeah, the Jellicent's a very good, what's it called? So you're forgetting that Daniel could have item lock of his own, which would block Night Stretcher. Self item lock. All right, 8 drawn here. All right, Aaron started to play, is playing with some haste as well. I mean, I'd feel pretty good if I was Aaron in this situation, so can't do that. That's a pretty good draw, though. Maybe he's just like showing how good of a draw. I was like, damn, I drew the nuts. Also has Artisan to get second Ralts. Okay, we stabilized here. Should grab Dark Psychic, attach Psychic to Monkey Dory, retreat. Artisan for second little guy, Ralts. Yeah, playing with some haste. All right, Artisan, yeah. Both players definitely want to win this match. Yeah, a tie for both players also is effectively a loss at this point. Yeah, a tie basically does nothing. So both players want the win. You're trying to advance the top cut and further and beyond. Infinity and beyond. You want to win. You want the match to conclude. Play for the match to conclude. What? Okay, well, that was a big misplay, but he's playing fast to try and... I mean, retreat to fish was pretty good. And yeah, you can see he's laughing there because he knows he messed up. All right, definitely a pretty big mistake there from Aaron. But listen, I would rather see him play fast and mess up than play slow and, like, play perfectly. Like, this is... this is the correct trade-off. This is what you want to see. Well... You don't want to see him misplay, but if you're going to misplay, at least he's playing fast and misplaying. Into the Arzon here from Daniel. Will it be one of the rocks? Is going to start to set up the stones. Stone 2. All right, we're stoning now. The urgency is off the charts. You'd love to see the urgency still. When he get a takesy backsies for the wrong monkey attachment? Maybe he should ask Daniel. Be like, yo, Dan, can I just, one time, hook me up? Why was there like a little explosion there? What the heck? Am I trolling? Oh, did he just like blow on the cards? I was like, what caused that? Nitrogen for the fighting. I think Daniel might have Boss KO fish here. He might have Boss KO on the Jellicent here. Caliban comes down. Lining him up. Boss on the fish. That's 6. That's the KO. That is huge. First 2 prize cards to Daniel. Removing the Jellicent from play. I think Daniel would have been in a fine spot. Even if the Jellicent had been put the action immediately into the Candy Guardian here from Aaron. We hold out for our dark energy. Maybe you don't hold out for our dark energy here. I wouldn't hate to see the Psychic come down. Attached to the active. I mean, I think as Aaron here, you're looking for like Drifloon knockout. Yeah, I think you're looking for Drifloon knockout. And I think we might just see, yeah, I like to see this, I think, from Aaron. Just immediately go for the Drifloon. Try and find the Bravery Charm. Orange of the fish. Fish is too slow. Yes, Drifloon, yes. All right, taking account of the options. Screamtail left his condo. This round. Yeah, commit to the loon. Commit to the loon. Loon. No. Actually, hold on. Maybe that is better. Because now we can Screamtail. Actually, is it better? I still feel like the Drifloon is better. No, the Drifloon is better, right? Isn't it easier for... Doesn't Drifloon KO the active for 4 energy? Whereas Screamtail KOs the Genesect for 5? I guess Screamtail punch Genesect without Bravery Charm is still better, though. Like, better than nothing. Like, that's the better... Like, it's better to have that. Ooh, hold on. Wait, we have Vessel. Use the Vessel first, right? Vessel. Okay, we've identified the Vessel. Just Vessel away the damn TM Devo. We don't have time for TM Devo. Get rid of the Devo. No. I feel like the rate at which Daniel started playing in game 2 has like like put Aaron into a panic, and now he's like playing super fast. Feels like he's rushing too much. Yeah, I feel like he's like rushing a little, like he's rushing a little too much. We have a little bit of time. There's still 11 minutes left. Yeah, I feel like, but we should have started with Vessel, right? Vessel away Devo, and then Secret Box away. Yeah, I feel like we started with Vessel away Devo there. Mind controlled. Yeah, it's all part of Daniel's plan here. I'm not sure why we countercatcher the Genesect there. Wait, Daniel, wait, what item did Daniel get? He got countercatcher? Oh, this is just too, it's cooked. This is cooked. Yeah, this sequence was really bad here from Aaron. This is a really, really bad sequence. Not the Stretcher. Bro, he hates Night Stretcher. They're always in the discard pile. Oh, you already attach active. Good catch from Daniel. Oh, hang on. We're not done yet. We can cycle 1. Okay, that's actually pretty big to get 1 more energy in the discard pile here. That's an Ultra Ball? Oh my fucking god! Dude, what a rat! There's no way! What? Holy shit! What? Dude, never punished. He just drew Vessel Ultra Ball off of the garden and never punished. Holy smokes, bro. There's no way. That's insane. Oh my god. You love to see it? No, you do not love to see this. Dude, oh my gosh. Does he have the KO? You can maybe KO with the golden go off the bench with the metal now, right? And we get Fez? My goodness, man. The Fez play might be a misplay, though, because now we have 2 prizes in play. So Daniel can just play around. Ooh, we got the turtle off the... Oh, my gosh. Dude. Just load him, load him. Get him in there. We're swinging, we're swinging. One more. 2 more. 1 more. Yeah, 1 more. Just KO this Genesect. Monkey Dory 20 over to the Genesect, KO the Genesect. Wait, actually, can we go further? Oh, yeah. KO the Golden Go. Wait, can you do that? Is that cheating? No, it's not even cheating. All right, so Monkey Dory 20 off the Guardy to the bench, Golden Go, KO the Golden Go with the energy. So that way, Daniel can't start to load up the... No, don't want the energy. Thank goodness. About to tilt me. All right, over to Daniel. Daniel can still win. Daniel can still win the prize exchange. Boss KO Fez into Boss KO Guardy. Here we go. We're starting a sequence here. 8 minutes. Dude, the players have actually a ton of time left, too. I mean, you should play quickly, but, like, they have time. Identifying the Fez. I feel like the players might just not be aware of how much time is left. Well, actually, honestly, but you got to get there, right? Playing fast is probably correct. You also never know when your opponent might slow down, because like if they start overthinking stuff, you don't want to have to rely on your opponent playing fast either. So that is like another thing I think with this as well. You don't want to have to rely on your opponent playing quickly just because they played quickly last turn. Oh my gosh, the draw there from Daniel. I don't think we got the KO on a 2-prizer here. Oh no, we can draw, we can cycle with Lunatone here. Give the Artisan back, man. Wait, did somebody take someone else's Artisan? Yeah, did someone take someone's Artisan? All right, for 3. Vessel, that's not enough still, though. You're 1 energy short. Does the basket take Screamtail out of range of KO? Yeah, maybe there is a basket play here from Daniel. You could basket heal it and then boss KO the Monkey Dory with the Dark. That could be the play here. Oh, we only have 2. You can boss KO a Ralts. That's it. Boss on the Ralts for the KO. How many energy are on that Screamtail right now? 6? Oh, but Aaron has Turo. Aaron has Turo in hand. You could Turo, Screamtail, KO Genesect, or KO Fez off the bench. The Turo play here goes, you can just reset the Screamtail and then Screamtail KO the Fez with double Monkey Dory. Just push Guardy up. Well, you can push this up and then Turo into the Guardy. This still works. Candy for a following turn to candy out the next Guardy. Oh, wait, what is Aaron going for here? Wait, I don't like this. What are we Ultra Balling for? We Ultra Ball away. Candy and... Ooh, plays boss. Okay, that I think was just a yeah, I'm not sure about that play from Aaron here. I mean, if you get Drifloon Bravery Charm, you don't care if your Guardy dies, I guess. But you're not... Oh, no, you do guarantee it. You have Arven in hand. I didn't see the Arven. Yeah, Drifloon Bravery Charm works here. Oh, no. Because we can't play... Okay, no, this play from Aaron is bad. This play from Aaron is bad. Aaron needed to wait to draw with Fez first and see what we got. Because now if you don't draw a Bravery Charm, Daniel can win by KOing the Guardy. Wait, yes? Maybe? No? Yes. So... No, you can't do that. You have to Turo. So you have to Fez into Bravery Charm. Okay, he sees the play for that. He sees the play that he's put himself into, but he doesn't have to. He didn't have to be in this situation. No way, dude! Oh my gosh! Dude, he can't keep getting away with this. Are you kidding me? Holy shit! Oh my gosh, dude. I can't, bro. Oh my god, dude, at every turn, bro. Aaron gets bailed out at every single turn, man. Holy smokes. Oh, I guess the Turo gives us our bench space back, though. So it's not actually... Well, no, because he discarded Candy and Ralts. So even though we bench locked ourselves out of Ralts, if we Turo, we give our bench space back. But if we don't have the Ralts and the Candy to get back into a Gardevoir, it doesn't matter. But because he's a sack... Oh my gosh. Urgency equals rewarded. Urgency equals rewarded. That is true. He's playing fast. We love to see the playing fast. I don't want to downplay the playing fast. Oh, wait, did he not? Okay, those have to be discarded. Okay, good. That's where you want them as Aaron here. You do not want those on your Gardevoir. You should load up one more on the Drifloon. One more energy on the Drifloon should be loaded. Two active. Just put two on the other Golden Go. Puts it on the Fez. Okay, sure. Knockout. Okay, that works. I think that works as... Oh, no. No, this doesn't work, actually. Daniel can go boss KO Guardy, and then the Drifloon doesn't KO the active. Aaron needs to load up one more energy on the active here. But Aaron does play boss, and there's not that many cards left in the deck, so... Had to be the Dango? Yeah, he could have just put the 20 on the Dango, and that would have also played around it, right? Oh, but Daniel can also KO the active with a Soul Rock as well, right? Daniel could also just attack with a 1 prizer into the active. Oh, no, but then you lose to Screamtail. No, you can't really do that. You have to leave the energy on the... Yeah, he's going to Fez into boss. Yeah, he probably still... He has boss... Oh, yeah. He probably still likely has the... Oh, we're talking about from Daniel's POV, though. Like, what does Daniel do here? Like, this gives an opportunity to Daniel. Well, like, on his side of the field. Like, Daniel's play has to be boss KO Guardy. Hope there's no Gust. Countercatcher's already in the discard pile. Oh, there's no boss. The boss actually isn't in hand here for Aaron. The boss isn't in hand. He can Turo Fez punch with rock? No, because there's Genesect still on the bench. It's like the same thing. Okay, we're into the Superior now. All right, we still need to see some haste here from Daniel, because there's still an out for Daniel to win the game. That's for 3. Another Superior found. Because Daniel's play here is boss KO Guardy and hope that Aaron doesn't win next turn. Yeah, but if Aaron had just loaded up 1 extra energy on the active, Aaron couldn't lose. But now Aaron can lose if Aaron can't find boss. 7 KO. Okay, Daniel down to 1 prize card. Aaron, 2 prize cards left. Countercatcher not available to Aaron, but does play a boss's orders. I doubt Daniel's aware of the boss's orders now, but the question is, can Aaron draw into the boss's orders? Draw for turn is... Honestly, it would have been poetic if it was just boss's orders. Just end it. No boss in hand. I mean, there might be a card in that you might be able to thin out a card with Artisan here. But yeah, if Daniel had just attached 1 extra energy to the Drifloon last turn, he would have just won. He can Countercatcher, right? He's out of Countercatcher. His Countercatcher's gone. But he plays a boss. He can't Countercatcher because he doesn't have Countercatcher left. He Artisans into boss. Watch. Just puts it on the bench. Ready to go. I'm not sure what math Aaron is doing here. Like, you just have to use Artisan. Could Frill, maybe? True. Well, I mean, you just start with Artisan and then you just use Artisan and then you draw with Fez. I don't know what Aaron's cooking here. I mean, you could just Fez first as well. I don't really care, to be honest. Maybe you save the Artisan because you might need a Super Rod to combo with it. So you just Fez. Okay, he's gonna go with the Artisan. That's fine. There is a basic in the deck. There's the boss. It was in the bottom 3. You can thin the Frillish here. And then it's close to a little under a 50-50. 40, yeah, you have 40% chance, something like that. Maybe less. More. All right, overtime. If Aaron doesn't win this turn, Daniel has one more turn to potentially win the game. You see 3 of 7. You have 1 left in the deck. Goes for the Judge Shuffle. I mean, at this point, Daniel's definitely aware of a win condition for Aaron. Oh, I mean, I guess you could be thinking about its second counter catcher. Just activate the Fez. Will Aaron be punished for his mistakes? 1. Dude, if it's the 3rd card. He might get punished for his mistakes still. We could still Iono here, though. You can still hear Iono here as Aaron. It's the Mew. Boss was the next card. So for Aaron here, it now has to be Iono retreat. You have to, yeah, Iono retreat to Fez, attach to Fez, right? Iono Frillish? Oh, we can't get the Frillish though. We already used Artisan. You're right. The Frillish is on the bench. We can Frillish. We can Frillish. And then it comes down to Daniel finding move the active plus fighting energy. There's already the Vitality Band set up on the Soul Rock. Daniel did get a fighting energy off the prize cards, but it's in the hand now. I mean, yeah, here is Aaron. You just have to go attach a Frillish Iono. Attach a Frill. Okay. Frill push. Go attach to the Frillish. No, put the energy. Attach to the fish. The fish needs the energy. Wait, maybe he's out of superiors. Maybe Daniel's out of superiors, so the attach doesn't matter, I guess. No, he did forget. Well, he did forget, but it actually might not matter, because Daniel might be out of superiors. Okay, draw 2 of 3. No energy. We have boss for next turn, but our fish is stuck in the active. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter, because we can't win next turn anyways. Oh, didn't bench Mew, so can't draw with Mew. Oh, and there's a superior. Draw for turn for Daniel. Golden go for 2. That actually might have guaranteed it. That might have locked him up the tie here. Yep, there's a superior. So that would have guaranteed Aaron the tie. But honestly, I'm not complaining, because like a tie here for both players is basically a double game loss anyways. Yeah, it's basically a double game loss. A tie is, so seeing a winner here is definitely way more fulfilling for sure. That was definitely an exciting game for sure. That was very that was a roller coaster of a match. Yeah, obviously Aaron made quite a few major mistakes, but I will say it was good to see Aaron play fast in a situation where playing fast was the biggest deal. The misplays, of course, are going to be a factor of that, but it was more important that he played quickly. So it was good to see him play quickly. And of course, if you're playing quickly, you're going to misplay more often. You're going to misplay more often, but it's better to see him play quick and we see a result. We see an end to this match, despite even if that means Aaron did make some mistakes. For the playing fast is a mistake, then slow poke and play good. Well, especially if the play good is just a result of a tie or just like a 1-0 or something. He's been misplaying since game 1 though. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, so no one said he wasn't. What time did I wake up for this? 2 a.m. If he didn't misplay, he would have won. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Aaron definitely would have won if he just didn't throw. Yeah. If Aaron played better that game, he would have won. Definitely. For sure. Better plays greater than urgency? No, it's definitely just not true. There's a balance to it where it's like you should take as much time as you possibly can to make the correct plays. But if you're trying to maximize your out to winning a match, playing faster at the cost of lower accuracy is 100% correct. It's not even like a debate. Lowering your accuracy to maximize your odds of winning the match is 100% correct. Yeah, Chad, if you win, he would have won. I mean, that's not what they said, Ash. They were asking, like, did he actually have the opportunity to actually win this match? Or does he just, like, always lose anyways? Like, even if he plays better, does he still lose? And the answer is no. Aaron would have won if he had just played better. There definitely is a difference between if you played better, you would have won. Yeah. There's a difference between if you play better, you win, versus if you play better, you still lose anyways. Those are two different things. So Daniel played fast and then started having an anxiety attack for the rest of the set. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to match his pace for sure or anything like that, but it did come down to literally overtime. It still came down to overtime, despite how fast both players were playing. They did slow down a little bit at the end there, but they knew like that at the final turns, like it wasn't gonna be as big of a difference. I would have turned the stream off if Guardy hit the boss on the third Fez card. That would have been insanely egregious if he got that as well. That would have been absurd. Honestly, but it would have been kind of fitting for the end of that match. Playing perfect doesn't matter if you never get the time to win. Yeah, exactly. If all your matches end 0-0 or 1-1, it doesn't matter if you play perfectly. It's not about playing perfectly, it's about winning. Do you think if Gabriel did the judge shuffle for Aaron, he would have got the boss? Good question. I was not punished the last turn, but that's all that matters. The eventual punish. Plus the scoop in game 2. The scoop in game 2 was definitely... Yeah, I'm not sure about the scoop in game 2 from Daniel. I mean, there's nothing really to go back and look at. Like, the question is, should Daniel have waited to see... Because Daniel's hand had a Poffin and nothing else. But Aaron's hand was also really bad. So if Daniel just sees what Aaron has... and then gets a decent, even if Daniel doesn't get that good of a top deck, all he needs is because he had Poffin, so and Air Balloon, so if he gets an energy, he can call for Family for Genesect. Like Daniel needed very little to have a better setup than Aaron. So I think maybe Daniel should have just waited. Maybe he should have just waited for Aaron to play out the turn, at least. But yeah, Daniel's hand wasn't anything crazy for sure, obviously.
Into phase 2 with a great record. How's your day going so far?
Could be doing better. I mean, my score 6-1, and that's like pretty good. But I did a few mistakes that might have cost me the games I dropped. But otherwise, I'm doing great.
So you're sitting at 6-1-1, but you've seen room for improvement. You think you could be doing even better. It's a good sign going into phase 2. Now, one thing that was really interesting about that last game, we get to game 2, you look at your hand and you're like, nah, game 3. Can you take us through that decision quickly?
So this is the patented mulligan game strategy invented by my guardian Milo. It's like, my hand was atrocious that game. And even though I didn't see my top deck, I know that the Jellicent matchup is a drag. So even if I scooped, the game would have been still close on time, right? And if I just played the second game out, I would have lost, and then it would have been a tie guaranteed. And I think a tie is not very good here.
And it certainly worked out. You got the win at the end right under the wire. But of course, you're already a regional champion this season. You won Gdansk. Your world invitation is locked up. What makes you keep coming to tournaments? And why are you still bringing Gold and Go?
I believe that in the current format that we have since the last rotation, it's correct to just pick one deck and stick to it and play it as best you can. I think switching decks is not a great idea. My invite is secured, but not a top 22 stipend. That's a lot of cash, so it's the main reason why.
I'm playing, but I think I registered to this tournament before winning Gdansk as well. So
Okay, so, you know, partly you were coming here anyway, but also, look, I've got my invite, but the stipend, that is still there, and you're making a good run for it.
there is glory to be won.
Absolutely, there is. Now, last question then. Do you have a local league that you play? Did you start at a local league? Do you have a local group in your hometown that helps you prepare?
I'm usually preparing with my friends. There's a lot of like Italians and UK people, but we have a lot of like a league. We have a lot of leagues in Czechia, but there isn't anyone that particularly comes to mind. I'm mostly preparing with Milo and my friends and some other people that Milo knows. So
Thank you very much. Well, congratulations on your victory. 6-1-1, great record. Good luck in phase 2.
thank you.
Now, there are
For glory, bro. He's in it for the glory. Dude, that's what you like to hear, bro. He's locked in for the right reasons. Well, he's also after the money, I guess, as well, but also glory. For the glory. Yeah, exciting match for sure. That was definitely an exciting match. Listen, chat, none of you were like that too toxic. I mean, obviously, like you all are just kind of also like mirroring some of the things that I'm saying, like Aaron throwing. I'm fine with us saying like, you know, Aaron throwing could have played better, yada yada yada. But yeah, don't get too toxic, obviously. But I don't think anyone's been too toxic yet. I don't mind like any of the comments that have been said in chat so far. Aaron did throw, did play poorly. But we also have to realize the good things that Aaron did as well, right? Like picking up the pace of play, going to game 3 was really good. Insightful choice from Aaron, knowing you got to play fast if you want to have a chance to win, knowing that a tie here is effectively a loss. A loss is a loss, a tie is a loss, a win is the only thing that matters. So doing your best to, you know, conclude the match as much as possible. Giving yourself the best, even if you have a 1% chance to win the match, you may as well play towards that 1% as opposed to just giving up because it's only 1%. Yeah. I would have won there, to be honest. True. But yeah, keep in mind, I didn't see anyone making any comments that I don't like seeing. But yeah, keep in mind, remember, we're never judging the player or the person. We're only ever judging the gameplay. If the gameplay's sloppy, it's fine to call it out. I don't mind you guys getting hype in the chat or anything, but just keep that in mind. Yeah, I don't think anyone was like, any of y'all were being too egregious. And I will just like time you out or ban you if you are. But yeah. Yeah, we're never judging the person or the player. We're only ever judging the gameplay. It's fine to be expressive in that. Play today in Stuttgart, drop to the 222. Speak for yourself. I'm judgmental for real. If it was me, I would have shuffled differently. So once the judge shuffled, the boss would have been up to the top. True. Speak for yourself. I'm a hater. Appreciate the 14 months there, Steezy. Can I be toxic if the players on stream are known YouTube chatters? Possibly, yeah. Or would you just for the life advice at this point, the Pokemon is secondary? We need Aaron to brush up on his Drifloon and Screamtail masks. He was thinking too much on those. I mean, for all we know, this is his first time playing Guardy, right? He could have literally picked up Guardy before the tournament, had a friend send him a 60 or something, or like build a 60. Who knows how much experience he has with the deck. But like, I don't ever try and like, that's another thing with like the analyzing the gameplay. Like, all I want to do is like, all we should be doing is analyzing the gameplay. Like, I don't really care how much prep a players put in with the deck or whatever. We just call out what was the best. We always just want to try to figure out what is the best play in the scenario. And when they don't make it, they're throwing or misplaying. Which is fine. That's not like a knock on the person. Everyone throws, everyone misplays. I have nothing against Aaron. But dude, so lucky. What the fuck? The Mystery Garden into Ultra Ball Vessel, and then what was the other one? What was the other egregious one? There's another egregious one. It's insane. What was the Bravery Charm? The second Bravery Charm off the third card. Insane. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Last round of the day coming up, and then I will be heading off. Oh, dude, it's only almost 10. Yeah, I'm gonna head off after this. Might go to the gym, and then I might come back and stream some more. Maybe take a nap, go to the gym, and then I'll maybe stream again, play some PTCG live for a couple hours before I go to bed to get up for day 2. Well, this has been, I feel like it's been pretty fast. Yeah, we're only coming up on like 7 hours right now. We'll see. I'll be right back. was just thinking about this, which is like interesting, like with Daniel scooping so quickly in game 2, like like if you're playing in game 2, Aaron is less incentivized to play quickly because Aaron can like tie or lose at that point, right? But like at that point, Aaron's like not even concerned with game 3. But once you're in game 3, like Aaron goes from, oh, I can tie or win, and then you're more incentivized to like want to finish the match. So like, what if there's like a almost like a psychological reason to want to be in game 3? Like as soon as possible. Like I don't think Daniel's probably should have waited 1 turn just to see if Aaron was dead drawing. Like I don't think you want to give up on your opponent dead drawing, right? Like you want to win all the matches your opponent dead draws, right? So losing that percentage of wins feels bad. So you should probably wait to see what if Aaron was dead drawing or like didn't draw that well. And Aaron actually would have passed without a Ralton play, I'm pretty sure, that turn. And that would have been enough information for Daniel to probably at least see his top deck and maybe even play out for another top deck after that. Prediction? Oh, my bad. What was the final result? Daniel won. Daniel was sitting on the right-hand side. But like if you're in game 2 there as Daniel, like if you can spawn into game 2 or game 3 as Daniel with 20 minutes left, you almost maybe want to spawn into game 3 because then you know Aaron is going to be playing for the win, or like playing with more urgency, because then for Aaron it's tie win or lose. Like you can win the match, but if it's in game 2 it's like lose or tie. I don't know, it's just like interesting. I was just like thinking about it, like not that like it like there's like slightly more benefit to like conceding faster to put you both in a win scenario if you think your start is weaker. Like there's a more benefit to just like doing what Daniel did. I think Daniel maybe should have waited a turn, obviously, but maybe Daniel should have waited 1 turn, but it like increases the value of just when you're like in a pretty weak opening and your opponent has a stronger opening or a strong enough opening, that conceding would like increase your odds of the match concluding, basically. Not necessarily that you win, but a tie is like basically a double loss. If your goal is to win the tournament, a tie there is basically losing anyway, so who cares? You just want the match to conclude. You want to like maximize your percent chance of winning the match. So even if your percent chance of winning is like 20-80, like you win 20%, like you get to the end game and you win 20% of the time, your opponent wins 80% of the time, you still want that to resolve, right? You want that to resolve over a tie. Even if it ends up with you losing, you want as many of those to resolve as possible. Because then you want that 20% when a tie is effectively a loss anyways. He thinks even if the opponent is dead drawing, his chances aren't that high to win that game with a hand he didn't even wait. Well, I think if he knew his opponent's hand was dead, he would have waited for a top deck for sure. But he didn't know. Like Aaron started by going Vessel away as Psychic and started checking his prize cards, and he was like, okay, my hand's not that strong, fuck this, I'm out of here. So I think if he knew Aaron's hand was dead, he would have stuck it out, at least to see the top deck. Because all he needs is an energy there to call for family for Genesect, because he had Air Balloon and Buddy Poffin. Or Turo. Maybe it was Turo, not Air Balloon. He definitely had a Turo. Maybe he didn't have the Air Balloon. But he would have been able to, if he just top decks an energy or a Vessel, he just call for family for Genesect and he's good to go. But obviously he didn't know his opponent's hand was dead. So immediately when he sees his opponent go, use Vessel first, discard a Psychic, start to check prize cards, he's like, well, my hand feels so weak anyways. If they just have anything, it's not feeling great. Let's just go next. Also probably wasn't going to get that early knockout either because the Mew was in the active, right? You also miss out on that early KO as well. Yeah, it was just like a thought process. It's not like that. It's not like you should concede more often in those situations than you normally would. I was just kind of thinking it from like how your opponent is going to play the game, right? Like, especially if your opponent isn't as experienced of a player and doesn't kind of understand the repercussions of like not finishing the match. Simply them being in game 3 and having a chance to win will probably incentivize them to play faster. If your opponent's a more experienced player, and knows that what's at stake, they're probably just going to play faster naturally, right? Appreciate the 7 months there. Fight demons. Where do you see the deck list of the players? After the tournament. You cannot see them until after the tournament. Irian Pulp? No, that sounds terrible. Is the Lopunny guy still XO? No, I believe he did lose. Actually, no. No. He did lose. Or tie. He lost last round. So he's 7-1. And we can pull up the standings here. We're going to take a look at those. We got Drew and Oyvind. We haven't seen either of them. We could see this on stream. I would like to see the Eidos on stream, as long as it's a fine map. But it's probably Golden Goat versus Charizard. But I don't know. I guess I wouldn't hate that. I mean, that's pretty Charizard favored. Maybe I wouldn't like that, actually. Especially Oyvind's. Well, no, yeah, especially the build that Oyvind's playing. I feel like that's like got the Briar. Yeah, maybe I don't want to see that. Got a couple 701s here. Marcus, Vincenzo, Daniel, Nikolai, Julius, Rune, Haruto. 7-1s. Tonnison's up here at 7-1. Is Fabian still playing Chicken Pole? Damn, Drew Ado only to finish 17th slash 33rd. Chill. This is the one. This is Drew's cut. Drew's making cut on this one. Dango third against non-stamps Ard? Nah. Nah. Is Brennan Cameraman related to Owen? Yeah. They're twins, right? They're literally twins. I was gonna say they were brothers, but I'm pretty sure they're actually twins. Have a cup tomorrow. My Dangos didn't arrive, so I'm playing Sarah Ledge. Friends showed me they're playing Mega Gengar, Mooney-X, and Hydreigon. How screwed am I? What do you mean how screwed are you? You're playing a good deck and your opponent is your friend is playing a garbage pile. What are we doing here? How's Lopunny been performing? We've only seen one on stream. They're 7-1 currently, so they're playing in phase 2. But that's all the knowledge we have. Both of them are actually the reason that cameras were invented. Yeah. If he bubbles again, he might be the best player that didn't make top cut this season. Hold on, he's still got some more tournaments to play in. Why are you writing him off already? What the heck? I tried your last Air Ledge deck. Feels way worse than the one you won that tourney with. What did I change? I didn't even change that much. Although I will say the Charcadets are probably capped. They should probably all be the 70 HP one retreat ones. Drew cut Frankfurt, if I recall correctly. Was Frankfurt this season? How many tournaments? Oh, it was this season. What the heck? There's already been so many tournaments this season. What the? Is Tor playing the tournament? Tord is playing, yeah. Tord's record is currently 6-1-1 going into the first round of phase 2. Haven't seen Hedrick and Cuff for a while. He needs to stop playing Palt Nor. I don't disagree. Maybe he's just trying to become so experienced with it that when Guardy rotates, like, he'll be unbeatable though. Maybe he's like, this is like his training arc. Like right now he's just training with Palt Nor in all these high level tournaments. So that way when Guardy rotates and that matchup no longer exists, He just dominates the tournaments moving forward. You tell him this every single day and he doesn't listen. Alt investment. What is a sunken cost? Does he genuinely think it's the best play though, or does he just want to keep playing Pult? So there's like 3 reasons to play a deck: comfortability, enjoyability, and optability. Optimility. You think it's the best play, or there's nothing better? I guess you could make that argument. For the longest time, Bradner seemed like the best player to not win a regional. Who do you think it is now? Best player to not win a regional. I mean, if we optability. The best player to not win a regional, well, excluding Japanese players. We'd have to exclude Japanese players because otherwise it's probably just a Japanese player. He thinks deck is too good and he just keeps making mistakes. So if he switches decks, he'll just make mistakes on that deck too. Damn. So there's no hope, you're saying. Nothing can save him. The best player to not win a regional is probably a Japanese player. So we have to exclude Japan because they don't actually play in that many regionals. The best player to not win a regional is Jishen. It's not even close. Yeah, but he doesn't. I don't know how much effort he puts into the game right now. If he's putting effort in, I would maybe agree with you. Otherwise, we gotta go with someone who we think is grinding. I'm looking at the list now. Hul or Kieran, maybe? I mean, they're up there. I'm just looking at a list of... I would maybe say Caleb Rogerson if he played better decks. He plays stuff like Terra Box, so I can't say Caleb Rogerson. That's part of it. Like you have to you have to be like putting in the full effort. It would probably be like if we're not excluding Japanese players, it's probably Kato, to be honest. But if we're excluding Japanese players, well, it's Kato or some other Japanese player for sure. Best player to have not won a regional. Calvin Connor? No, Calvin won last season. Damian Lillard? It's a good shout. It's a good shout. I think Kato won Australian regionals last year. Oh, you actually might be right, yeah. I don't know, it's hard. A lot of players. I'm trying to remember ones that haven't won a regional. Sander? Tom Brady? Tom Brady's a good shout. Gabriel Fernandez? Actually, the answer probably was Gabriel. Until his DQ. Well, we don't know what he got DQ'd for 100%. So honestly, Gabriel was probably the correct answer. Cristiano Ronaldo? Nah. Messi's definitely a better player who hasn't won a regional. My friend's about to play in his first regionals. He loves Applin, so I suggest Festival Lead. Feels stronger with thicker ceiling line. Thoughts on the matter for it being a fun deck? I don't know. I haven't played with that deck in a long time, to be honest. I don't know where I'd be at with it. Was you going to Merida? I didn't know. No, I'm not going to Merida. That's the same week as Birmingham, right? No. I'm not trying to travel 3 weeks in a row. I'm going to Toronto, and then... I'm going to Toronto, and then I'm going... Okay, we got the 8-0 showdown. Toronto, and then the week after Merida, I'm going to Japan, so... I don't want to travel 3 weeks in a row. Otherwise, I would have considered it. Pedro ever win? Torres? Yeah, Torres won. Isaiah Chaville, Azul thoughts? No. Rahul / G Manley? I think there's some players I'd rate before Grant and Rahul right now. The Fernandez thing, it can't be the face-up riffle. The more I think about it, players order their entire deck and then mash 7 to 9 times with no controversy. I don't think we'll ever know. Yeah, exactly. The face-up riffling being the only reason why. Well, hopefully we don't ever know. Hopefully they make a statement. Is a little far in the future. Do you plan to go to Orlando Regionals? Use the command of the title to see which majors I currently plan to attend. I feel you. I thought Vegas into LIC was going to be lit, but by the end we were all pretty miserable. Yeah, it's just a lot. Especially like it'd be one thing to go like in country, like back-to-back regionals in country is one thing, right? Especially if it's on the same coast. If you go East Coast to East Coast, West Coast to West Coast, whatever. But when you're going Vegas to Brazil, like that's a whole different beast. Okay, here we go. Oyvind with the thick Mander there, the 80 HP Charmander, but he's fast. He's got mobility. Give me Ghoul. Soul Rock start here from Drew. Pretty weak start here from Drew, though, it looks like. Yeah, immediately bench and pass over to Oyvind. Oyvind here's got the Poffin, got the Arvin, got the Artisan, got the Briar. Honestly, this hand here from Oyvind is looking pretty good. Has Candy Pidgeot in the hand. Going through with the prize check here. They did show the prize cards. I just wasn't paying attention. So let's go back and take a look at those. One of each rock for Drew. Whatever. Is playing Lightning Energy, so is playing the Lavencias. It's playing Duskull, so it's still playing the Dusknoir. As it goes, of course. One Charmander prized. Yeah, we could just see Tatsu getting lined up. Yo, the fast Mander is kind of cool, though. Kind of quick. Was it free retreat if it has no energy, or is it free retreat if it has an energy? I actually forget which one it is. Arvin second Poffin, and then gonna run into the Tatsu. I assume. Get the Duskull, get the Charmander. Lone Pidgey on the bench. This could get picked off here by Drew. You hate to see the Pidgey go, but no backup Pidgey here from Oyvind. Hold on, we're not done yet. Hold on, there's more. Artisan. Oh, there's also there's a Team Evo in hand, but I don't think there's an energy here for Oyvind. So not gonna get off the Team Evo here. Chunky Mander not being able to be searched with Buddy Poffin, which is correct to play. I mean, I don't hate the split here from Oyvind, having the split here. 270s, 180. You have Ultra Balls and Arzons to find the 80. These are your odds of having a more mobile starter to get into something like the Tatsu, and then have a thicker one to like protect against like Dragapult. Poffin top deck there from Drew. And then has the Arzon to work with as well to get the Soul Rock out here. So bench is going to be fully loaded with options. And that with Soul Rock in the active here, Drew can just go for Soul Rock knockout on the Tatsugiri here. I think if you play the tank mana, it's the 4th mana, 380 70s in a tank. I don't think ever playing 4 mana. 4 mana is, I feel like, is pretty bad. There's like, not bad, but it's like unnecessary. You could do it, but it just feels like it just feels overkill. I think a Night Treacher would be better than the 4th mana every time. Yeah, it's like it's a mix of like the flex of the mobility and then the tankiness against Dragapult specifically. Is there anything besides Dragapult that the extra HP matters against? TM Devo maybe up against a Gardevoir deck? You candy that one out. It's bad if you need 2 off a Poffin and you prize one. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. That's like the trade-off, right? That's the trade-off. Like being able to like, if you open that chart, if you open like Pidgey or that, like opening that Charmander means you can, without having to attach energy, you can get into Tatsugiri, you can get into Pidgey and use Call for Family. Like, so that, like that value exists, right? That value is there. Even retreating turn 1 into Chi-Yu to push it to not give a Soul Rock as easy of a KO, like, I don't know. Value exists, but it might not be worth the trade-off. Yeah, survives the rock, of course, yeah. They need the Vitality Band. Yeah, there is a trade-off, right? There's a trade-off. Can't Poffin for it. Which is a pretty big deal. Not being able to Poffin for one of your main attacker's basic Pokemon. Pretty big difference. All right, Lunar Cycle. Fresh 3 on the way. We'll probably see Drew try and play this as a 1-prize board early on here. Ooh, Vessel Way, Gimme Ghoul. Committing to the triple gimme. We'll probably see the Soul Rock KO on the active. The only thing about this play, though, is now if Oiven goes after a Gimme Ghoul, I mean, it's probably still fine, though, right? It's probably not that big of a deal. Also playing the Call for Family Gimme Ghoul here from Drew. Seems like everyone's made their way to the Call for Family Gimme Ghouls. Pretty good. Let's have, oh wait, we have boss. Have we played a supporter yet, actually, from Drew here? Can we boss KO Pidgey? Or I guess boss KO Duskull is also a possibility, right? I actually don't know which one of those two is actually better. Okay, well, if we've already played a supporter here, then we obviously can't boss. Looks like Drew doesn't know either. It's definitely the Pidgey or the Duskull, though. You're never going after a Charmander here. Yeah, you're never going after Charmander here. What am I saying? Goes for the Duskull. Okay. Is more scared of the ghost potential. Tatsu push back to the active here from Oiven. I think Oiven has a lot of supporters in hand, but I don't think any of them are good. Top deck is Fire Energy, so we're living off the Tatsu here. And if we whiff, we could always Turo it. Starts with the Artisan use here. Duskull number 2, I think, is prized here for Oiven. Yeah, Duskull and a Charmander prize. So you could get a Pidgey here, or you could just leave the bench space open. And honestly, I guess you're always leaving the bench space open for Fez, right? Like, you're never actually grabbing anything here. Oh, we're actually going to go for the Pidgey. Interesting. Maybe we just want to avoid Fez that much. We do have TM Evo in hand here for Oiven, so we can TM Evo this turn. I'm sure we're going to look for a supporter as well off the Tatsugiri. So we're just going to give up on the potential of Fez. I guess that probably makes sense, though. All right, well, Tatsu help us out this time. Arven and Iono are some options. I mean, it's hard to argue against the Arven for Candy Pidgeot, right? Unless we're scared of Pidgeot immediately getting Gust KO'd here. Goes for the Iono. The Duskull's in the discard pile. Sharpedo? Nah, no Sharpedos. I don't mind Iono Team Evo. Yeah, I don't mind it too much either, to be honest. Well, but the thing is, like, I almost want to save the Iono for later, though, as well. Is it going to be just Team Evo? No Iono. I almost like that more, to be honest. Like, I'm okay with not candying Pidgeot into play, I guess. But then we should probably just Team Evo, right? And that's it. Yeah. And because we have Pidgeot in hand. Like, using Iono aggressively. I haven't played any of this matchup. Is it not cooked if Drew gets to 4 to 6 on a 1 prize board? Well, no, but then Oyvind's going to hit him with the Iono. Oh, but I guess now can Drew just evolve all the Golden Goes and go knockout? I guess you could here as Drew, right? This is like a, yeah, I guess, I mean, it's where you want to be as Drew, I guess, is probably the argument, right? So like from Drew here, we're probably going to see, you probably just go all out now, right? You get the knockout on the active, plus you evolve everything to Golden Goes. If you do wait here as Drew, then you just get Iono and you could be in trouble. Oh, I wonder if Drew is aware of the lack of maximum belt in Oyvind's list as well. Because then you... oh, but the Chi-Yu could get the KO. Yeah, you're afraid of Chi-Yu KO in Golden Go, I guess. The answer is no. As both Golden Goes get committed here from Drew. Pretty good draw. No Genesect necessary. Just in case we needed it. Oh, Drew is putting the 2-prizer in the active here. We're going to go for a boss KO here. Right, there's no way we're KOing the active after doing this. I mean, that'd be crazy, right? That'd be kind of wild. Chasing the bird. Oh, I guess it does seem pretty good here, right? Definitely would have been able to KO, I think, the... This does feed Oyvind the Chi-Yu KO, and then from there, Drew would need Gust 2-prizer, Gust 2-prizer. And this means Oyvind doesn't need a Gust for the Chi-Yu to get a 2-prize knockout. Like, Drew's going to go KO Odo, go down to 4, and then Oyvind's going to go Chi-Yu knockout for 2. And if Drew doesn't get 2, then I feel like you're feeling pretty good here as Oyvind, right? There it is. It's all lined up. Oh, we're going after the Chi-Yu, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this makes more sense to me, actually. Wait, but... No, okay. This play I like more, for sure. I thought we were going to go after the Odo here, but I like this play more. For sure. But Oyvind's not that far away from just getting the Chi-Yu back and attacking with it, right? Like... It's very possible Oyvind still sets up the Chi-Yu and knocks out the active here. This play seems really bad when we use 2 boss and need 2 boss twice. I mean, I guess the play here from Drew is to hope that Oyvind doesn't have it, right? This is the hope that Oyvind does not have the second Chi-Yu. And we are bumping the Artisan. Wait, are we bumping the Artisan? We should definitely be bumping Artisan here. Not bumping the Artisan would be terrible. You have to bump Artisan here. That makes a massive difference in whether or not the Chi-Yu gets recovered. All right, there's the knockout. That is true, though. That is fair. If the Chi-Yu attack happens here from Oyvind. Candy in hand. There's Pidgeot. I think we should go Pidgeot into Iono, right? Yep, into the Iono. We're looking for Super Rod, Charizard, and Ultra Ball. Where's Oyvind's A-Spec? Secret Box. I believe Oyvind's second stadium is prize, though, so Secret Box won't be able to pull everything together here. Charizard. Super Rod, that's it. That's the combo. And now for Drew to get back into the prize exchange. Yeah, now for Drew to get back into the prize exchange, he needs band 2. Well, no, he would need band if he's not attacking with Charizard. Or if he was attacking with Charizard. Or attacking with Chi-Yu. Yeah, now for Drew to get back into the prize exchange, you need boss KO off the bench. Yeah, I do wonder, could Drew have just sat as a 1-prize board? Well, I don't know. It's like weird. Like if you sit as a 1-prize board for one more turn as Drew, maybe you could have, though, to be honest. Yeah, now the more I think about it, the more I feel like Drew could have chilled with just 3 Gimme Ghouls in the rocks, got Iono'd, and then recovered from there. I don't know, it's interesting. But if you go the golden go route like Drew did, maybe you should just go like Soul Rock KO the active anyways though. Force the counter catcher out of Oyvind. Oh, is Oyvind going Charizard KO, Briar win? Okay. Oyvind's going for Charizard KO into Briar to win the game. I feel like this play... I don't know. I guess I'm less of a fan of this play because if Drew has boss KO Pidgeot, it'd be like really, really hard to set that play up. Right? Actually, even if Drew just KOs the Charizard, isn't that play really hard to set up? Like, I feel pulling off the 2-4 here from Oyvind is so difficult, but like just attacking with Chi-Yu is so easy. Like the only piece that Oyvind has in the hand is you have Candy Dusknoir, but you need Candy Dusknoir, Candy Charizard, and Briar. You need Charizard, Candy, Briar. I don't know. I feel like just attacking with Chi-Yu for turn just felt like better. I feel like the Chi-Yu play was more than enough for Drew because he forced Oyvind to have back-to-back boss KOs. That's so much. The only thing would be like if Oyvind, I don't know, 4 with rocks, and it seemed bad if Drew kept his board on all 1 prizers. Yeah, it seemed like it would be okay. Why do we see right off? That was our play because we needed the Duskull. The other Duskull's prized. How does he take 4 next turn? If Drew takes a 2 prize knockout, Oyvind can go play Briar, Candy Dusknoir, pop it on the Soul Rock, and then Charizard KO for 3 with the Briar. He has it guaranteed, no? No. As long as Drew KOs the active, it's definitely not guaranteed. Drew needs to take Pidgey to make the play harder. No, I think the KO in the Charizard is definitely better than KO in the Pidgey here. If you don't KO the Charizard, all Oyvind needs is Briar with Tatsugiri already set up on the board and Candy Dusknoir. I feel like KO in the active makes it way harder. KO in the active means +2 pieces, right? If you KO the Pidgeot, you don't have 1 pair of pieces guaranteed, but you need 2 less pieces to begin with. I'm in Pidgeot. No, I know what you mean. I still think it's better to KO Charizard, though, for sure. Wait, if Drew kills the active, he goes down to 1 after Dusknoir, or am I missing something? You just play the Briar first. You play Briar, and then you Dusknoir. Okay, Drew also needs to get the KO here. It's possible Drew whiffs, and if Drew whiffs, the game is just over. But I see the Earthen Vessel here. It's going to be +2. I see a Fighting Gong, and there's at least 1 superior in the hand. So we're definitely close. I'm sure this is a common leak where people are more inclined to find ways that they can win without the opponent interaction as opposed to making an opponent find something really difficult. Yeah, because this play from I know what you're saying there, Aban. Because this play from Oyvind, Drew can't beat it if it happens. But it feels unlikely to happen. Okay, Drew found the KO here. I feel like Drew misplayed with that Vessel use then, because we just drew into a fighting. We needed that fighting. Oh no, we had a Fighting Gong left. It would have been fine. Did Oyvind play Poffin when having a full bench last turn? No. I feel like not keeping the board on 1 prize was the throw. That way Oyvind would be at 5 right now, and Drew would have been on the same exact prizes. Yeah, it would have been definitely interesting to see how the game played out from there, for sure. Cycling once with the rock. Throw Arvin, another Fighting Gong. I don't think there's any fighting energy left in the deck, though. We could definitely thin out Poffin here or something like that. Gets rid of a Gong and a Turo. Oh, Lavencia's in play as well. I forgot about Lavencia. How many Lightnings are in the discard pile? There might be a couple in there. Lavencia did stick. Burning the Poffin and the Gong. Push 20 months there. Recoil. He's going for the boss on the Pidgeot. So I think KOing the Charizard is just better here, though. And discard 7, over discarding to have a little bit more in the discard pile to work with. Or 6, my bad. I guess he took one back. Sure. Dude, I feel like KOing the Zard is better. Oh, wait, no. Candy Pidgeot, Candy. Dude, I feel like KOing the... And actually, he might have whiffed. I feel like KOing the Zard is just higher, like... I don't know. Now Chi-Yu is cracked? No, he just wins now. Yeah, there it is. 4 price turn from Oyvind. I think it's a mistake from Drew. Should Drew just not KO the Zard there? If you KO the Zard, you force another Candy Zard out of... I mean, you keep the Quick Search? I don't know. Is the Quick Search really that high value? I feel like plus 2 pieces is higher value. Like plus KO and 2 more pieces. Like forcing Oyvind to have Candy Charizard next turn, feels like it makes Oyvind work harder to get the win. All right, game 2. We'll see if Drew approaches this any different going to this one. I'm gonna run an ad real fast so it doesn't pop up during the match. He had it either way because he had candies in hand, yeah? No, he didn't have it. He would have had to have hit a piece off. He would have to get heads on Mezagoza, Tatsugiri into Briar. He actually did it even with Quick Search. With Quick Search, he needed one of those things to resolve. Because if he Quick Searches for Charizard, he can't Quick Search for Briar. So he'd have to get heads on Mezagoza to get the Zard, or Tatsugiri would have to find the Briar. Okay, what the fuck? How many of those pieces did Oyvind already have? Oyvind had Candy Dusknoir. Going into drawing his prize cards there. But then I think he got Pidgeot or Candy off the prize cards plus top deck. And then was able to just Quick Search for. So one of them came off the prize cards, one of them came off the top deck. Going into exiting his turn with his attack, he had Candy Dusknoir in hand. No Briar, no second Candy, no Pidgeot. All right. Fez start there for Oyvind. And honestly, it's looking pretty weak if there's not a good top deck. Secret box prize here for Oyvind. For Drew, nothing too crazy. Also a Charmander prize again. It is Fez pass here from Oyvind. And no Arven for Poffin or anything like that. So it's going to have to be a Lily next turn and hope to find some basics. Only 29 minutes left. So we definitely want to see a little bit of haste from both players here. Play for the possibility of a game 3. A tie isn't terrible, though. I will say that. A tie at this point for both players. You can take a tie and have that be useful to actually making asymmetrical cut. X2-1 should be the record for cut, so... tie wouldn't be the end of the world. But I'm sure, especially on Oyvind's side, I feel like this matchup is favored for Oyvind. So I think you're not trying to, like, give up a favorable matchup without it concluding. You're trying to reach for the conclusion here. In terms of, like, getting a game 3. Like, you want to have a decent amount of time for game 3 here as Oyvind, for sure. Briar only works when your opponent's at exactly 2 prizes. No, you can only play it when your opponent is at 2 prize cards. So you can play it at 2, and then they can go to less, and it's still already activated. Briar can only be played at 2 prize cards. Once a card is played, the card is played. You beat the 4 months there, GG. Realize Briar could work still after before using Dusknoir. Yeah. The limiting factor is when you can play the card. The card can be played when your opponent has 2 prize cards remaining. Patch active and then minor end running. Does Drew play Lana's Aid? Looks like just Lavencia. Patch to Fez and goes with... Where's Jake Gearhart? Is it correct to Iono here? Or is Lily better? Oh, I guess maybe you want to disrupt Drew's hand, though. So there's some value with disruption here. Where's the chart? If we're trying to maximize new cards, what's better there, Iono or Lily? No Poffin. No Poffin. Ooh, okay. Half a Poffin. And a Poffin. Okay, no TM Evo though, so it's still not great to be honest. That is still like very... That hand is actually still pretty mediocre. We almost like need to retreat into Tatsu, let Tatsu die, and then Fez get the Fez draw off that. Lily is better for new cards than opening hand, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it depends how many cards are in your hand, right? Early game is Lily? Well, no, it depends how many cards you have in your hand. On average, it is, for sure, but... On turn 1, if your opponent mulliganed enough, it's better to play Iono than Lily. I assume Lily would see more new cards there, but there is still value in playing the Iono, which I assume Oyvind played Iono with the idea of trying to disrupt Drew's hand specifically. And if any of the cards in your hand work in the new hand plus other cards, true, that's also a factor. Well, I mean, that's still just kind of tied into potential for... Oh, no, that is a factor. That is a factor, yeah. You're right, because even if you're seeing less new cards, the old cards you might want to see again anyways, right? True. This is the first round of phase 2, yeah. Yep, there's a retreat to the Tatsu. There's an Iono. Oyvind probably only plays 2 Iono. This might be the last... That's the only supporter Oyvind has here. This might be the last hand disruption supporter here from Oyvind. And we do see the double Charmander being benched as well, so not even going for a Pidgey there. Valuing the higher odds of just getting to a Charizard on the following turn. Let's have Ultra Ball, but it's just going to be the pass. Genesect in the hand there for Drew. Thinking about using Artisan before cycling with the Lunatone. Goes into the Artisan, immediately fails though. Wants to keep the bench space open. Yeah, I assume you're just looking for the Soul Rock KO on the active here. As for the secret box, I mean, that can get you the air balloon to move into the active, or you could just go Golden Go KO. Actually, Golden Go KO active is fine, right? Oh, well, no, you could get Chi-Yu'd. Are you that scared of Chi-Yu here? Like, are you actually going to get Chi-Yu'd here? You really want to commit the secret box just to move your active? You got some dead cards in the hand. Here comes a vessel. Is it double Avencia here from Drew, or is it just one? Five cards in hand, I would definitely respect the Chi-Yu. Well, it depends how costly it is, right? Like, if Oyvind has to go Candy Charizard and then retreat to the Chi-Yu's not that scary, right? Because then all the energy's on the Chi-Yu. Oh, true. The Charmander has free retreat. I was like, I don't know if it's that scary. But yeah, the free retreat Charmander goes crazy here. Ooh, does Drew have Boss KO Fez? I feel like Boss KO Fez would be pretty good here if it's available. The secret box is being committed. Oh, true. The Artisan is also still in play. I actually overlooked that as well. I was like, we have to find the Chi-Yu. Ooh. Giving up a boss? Ooh. We're not playing a boss this turn then, right? Or are we? Hero. Oh, Arvin. Yeah. So we're just going to go with the Soul Rock KO here. Okay. It doesn't feel terrible. I mean, it always feels bad to give up boss, but if we're not playing a boss this turn, it doesn't feel as bad. So similar opening here from Drew. Just KO 1 prizer with the Soul Rock. No golden goes in play. "21 minutes left. There's not that much time for game 3 right now. But like I said, a tie here isn't terrible. Like, I'm sure Oyvind is trying to, like, this is a favorable matchup for Oyvind, so I'm sure Oyvind is trying to win the game. Like, wants to have enough time for a third game for sure. Gotta maximize. All right, there's the KO. Oyvind counter catcher off the top. Ultra Ball away, counter catcher, and Pidgeot. 9 up a Charmeleon. Could evolve the bench one to Charmeleon. The active one still could become Candy Charizard combo. Then Artisan to get the Chi-Yu. The options are there. So Oyvind's playing a 1-1 split of the tanky Charmeleons. No 90 HP Charmeleon. And give me 1 second. All right, Duskull's in play. We got Boss. We got Golden Go. I mean, Boss KO Duskull looks pretty good here. Me. Oyvind's down 2 Iono, so you're not going to get Iono'd again, right? What is Drew cooking so hard here? Isn't it? Is it not just Boss KO Duskull? Drew is in the tank. Or is it ever just KO the Charmander here? Is that what he's thinking about? Save the boss. Okay, he's going to conserve the boss, take the knock on the active. GU push from Oyvind. No 2 prizes in play currently, and 2 Ionos down. I wouldn't be surprised if Oyvind only plays 2 Iono. We have our Charizard now, finally. Searching out some energies. 2 to the GU, 1 to the Charizard. Does Drew play Premium Power Pro? I don't think so, no. Artisan as well to get the Pidgey. Still looking pretty good here for Drew, though. Next turn, Drew can go... Well, hang on, let's see. Yeah, next turn, Drew can just go Gus KO Fez, right? If we can't KO the active Charizard. But KO active... Or, excuse me. There's no active Charizard. Gus KO Fez or Gus KO Charizard. I think is what I meant to say. Also, I guess Drew could just, like... find another Soul Rock and just boss KO this turn, right? We didn't boss last turn. We were content with just the KO on the active. And now this turn we could go like boss KO Duskull. Well, now it's a Dusclops. Boss KO Pidgey. And then we go into Golden Ghost on the next turn. I wonder... I mean, I would bet Oyvind only plays 2 Iono. The question would be, does Drew know that, and is Drew gonna play into that, being like, you can't disrupt my hand anymore, so I can just play through my hand for the rest of the game. Like, that knowledge is a pretty big deal. Look at this Arven here. I don't see another Iono. It could be prized for Oyvind, but my guess would be that Oyvind is out of Ionos here. Has Drew picked up on that and is gonna play towards that as well? Because I feel like if you know that as Drew here, you can play this like super slowly. And just like go for another Soul Rock KO or something like that. Would get more aggressive as well. But you have that kind of flexibility right now as Drew. If you make that analysis, if you make that read. Fire off the prize cards here. Massive card for Oyvind. Meagle gets pushed. Okay, I think with that push here from Drew, Drew is going to get aggressive with the Golden Goes. Where's the urgency? I mean, there's a little bit of lack. There's a little bit of a lack of urgency here for sure. Okay, all right. If there's no Iono left from Oyvind, once the Golden Goes hit the field, I would just concede, I think. Right? As Oyvind here, you just pack it up. You can't win. Does Oyvind play Turo? Even with Turo, is there a chance? Maybe with Turo, there's a chance here. No, is there? If Drew goes KO Fez, could you go Turo Charizard, Counter Catcher, KO Golden Go? Well, no. KO Golden Go with Chi-Yu. I'm trying to like come up with a line here. Let's say we have Turo. Say Fez gets KO'd. Turo Charizard. Chi-Yu knockout. But then Drew can go knockout, go down to 1. There's just no line here. I think Oyvind should just concede. As long as you don't have another Iono. If Oyvind actually has another Iono, but I don't think there is one, then you could stick it out. Like, even at this point, I think you know the knockout's guaranteed. I would pack it up if I was Oyvind here. Maybe he's just going to wait to see the KO on the Pheasantipity happen. Maybe you do wait for that. Because if it doesn't exist, then I guess, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, if the KO doesn't exist, maybe it's fine to stick it out, obviously. I mean, give her that basket. What the heck? We're not going on a picnic. Come on, urgency! We need the urgency to kick in right now. Everyone probably knows that this matchup is too bad and wants to tie. This matchup is favorable for Oyvind. Since they're 8-0, aren't they fine with the tie? Not really. Well, so it doesn't hurt them to tie, but when you're trying to like, when you're thinking about a tournament in terms of like maximizing your odds of succeeding in the tournament, you don't want to tie into a favorable matchup. You want to tie into an unfavorable matchup or a 50-50. Ideally an unfavorable matchup. So this matchup is favored for Oyvind. So Oyvind wants to maximize the chance of winning this matchup and tie somewhere else. Because in other matchups, you're going to be like unfavored going into game 3. You'd rather tie that game. But going to game 3 of this game, oh, did we see the Turo happen here? Turo plus knockout. It doesn't do anything though. You still just lose. There's no Iono. No, Oyvind needs to concede. Yeah, Oyvind needs to concede. Now, for Drew here, Drew is of the two players that like... Wait, okay, Oyvind picked it up. Okay, cool. Yeah, Drew here is the one who's okay with a tie. Briar, no? No, because Drew's going to go down to 1 prize card here. Yeah, Oyvind should have conceded sooner. Oyvind should have conceded as soon as Drew started popping off on the last turn. Just pack it up in the middle of the turn. Be like, nah, he's got it. Well, maybe you wait for the boss. You make him show you the boss, I guess, at least. That's the one thing you could wait for. But I'm glad to see Oyvind concede. Well, Oyvind should have... Yeah, Oyvind conceded late, for sure. He should have conceded immediately when the boss happened on the Fez, because there's no win condition at that point. No Ionos left. You're done. Oyvind could have pulled Iono prizes. No, he was out. He was out. There's none left. Oyvind did have a third Iono in prizes. Maybe waiting to see if he could have... Oh, wait. He actually did have a third Iono? Oh, okay. My bad. He actually had one. Okay. So I guess as soon as he didn't pull it there, you pack it up. Okay, okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I just assumed he only played 2 and he was out. But if he had a third, then yeah, him sticking it out to find the third Iono is fine. But then he conceded once he didn't have it. Makes sense. All right, so a timely concession from Oyvind. I would still like to see a little bit more urgency on I would have liked to have seen a more urgency on Oyvind's side of the field. Even Drew, no, Drew was playing pretty quickly. Maybe just Oyvind's side. All right, here we go. Oyvind does get to go second now. Double gimmies. Double Poffin for Oyvind, but that's like less relevant. It just depends on what the setup looks like. If you play Lily here, you could be struggling. Genesect start here for Drew is not good. Might see Drew take a more aggressive route in this one. We'll see. Double gimme goal prized is suboptimal for sure. Maybe you just want to see if they Ino off the prizes. No. Yeah. That's what he was looking for sure. That's what he was checking for. And that's fair. I thought he didn't have a Iono to get. I didn't think there was an Iono prized. So I was like, there's no point in him hanging around. But up until the point where the prize cards didn't matter anymore, then it was correct, yeah. I think League Headquarters Stadium could be good in this meta. Probably not. There's like no basic attackers right now, right? They're like, nah, it doesn't seem very good. Ooh, no basics turn 1 here from Drew. Not good. Not gonna be able to get as aggressive as you want. You are just a top deck away from the Arvin leading to a Soul Rock attack, though. All right, over to Oyvind. Ryer's not great, but we have Arvin. And honestly, the Arvin was initially looking a little weak here for Oyvind. But when there's no threat for your Odo or your Zard, it's pretty strong, so... Ooh, we're going Secret Box route, actually. I assume Oyvind plays to TM Evo, right? We're definitely TM Evo in here. Giving up a Charmeleon and a Counter Catcher. Definitely seems like he thinks he's going to be the aggressor here. Give that up. Yep, second TM Evo getting searched out. I wonder what's the third basic that he wants. Oh, I guess getting the Lily for the follow-up support is also really nice from the Secret Box as well. That's probably the bigger deal, to be honest. I almost want to see Oyvind go like double Duskull here if it's not prized. Like get down Duskull for the possibility of Dusclops or Candy Dusknoir. So get like Charmeleon plus Pidgeotto. And then Artisan for second Duskull if it's not prized. Giving the op Artisan feels bad. I don't know if you're that concerned about it. I mean, Drew had a really slow start, but you probably know Drew has something in the hand. And I'm just going to go check the prize cards. Yes, second Duskull is available. Oh, he didn't actually give it to him. Okay. So he did play. He is playing around that. Not giving Drew access to the Artisan. He just took it, but he's not using it. I thought we were going to use it. Oh, well, that's what I was initially thinking when he would went for the Secret Box over just going for a Poffin. But the real value of going for the Secret Box over just a Poffin is getting the Lily for next turn, to be honest. So that makes sense. Okay, Secret Box and Vitality Band being searched out here from Drew. I mean, I think you have to go all in here as Drew for... yeah, with the Counter Catcher discarded as well from Oyvind, I think Drew should try and reach for the KO on the Duskull. So we should go Secret Box for Artisan Nest Ball and then try and cycle into a Nest Ball or a Buddy Poffin here as Drew. Drew's giving it a thought. Does this look like a tie? No, it's still very winnable. It just depends on the pace of the play from the players. I mean, neither of them are playing too slowly, but we'll see how badly they want to win this by how fast they play. Thinking about discarding the boss here. Does give up a boss. Also goes with the Vitality Band, but that's probably not a big deal. Yeah, is going the route... Oh, Fighting Gong makes more sense than Nest Ball, yeah. He's going the route of Soul Rock plus Lunatone. And then hoping to draw into some outs to the Gimme Ghouls. Off the Lunar Cycle. We're looking for a Buddy Poffin off this Lunar Cycle here. This is it. This is a big one. Can we find a Buddy Poffin? Or it has to be Buddy Poffin or double Gimme Ghoul. Ooh. Air balloon. Do you even attack? What if you just want Genesect pass? Just leave the Genesect in the active. Attacking here is so bad without backup gimme goals. I think Drew's even regretting retreating, but he's already initiated the retreat, so he's got to commit something up. You can still not attack. You don't have to attack, but now that we're here, I mean, I don't know why we were. Well, no, I don't know why we retreated if we're not going to attack, but I think it was a mistake to retreat. I think leaving the Genesect active was probably better. All right, there's the pass. Or even with the Candy top deck, you could get Candy Dusknoir here and really start to get aggressive. I think that's what we're going to see here from Oyvind. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just going to be Ultra Ball for Charizard. I thought we were going to see the Ultra Ball for the Dusknoir, Candy out the Dusknoir. Okay, no, that is what we're going to see. Okay, that's what I like to see. Oyvind doesn't need to pick up the pace of play, though, if he wants to try and finish this match. I mean, he's in a commanding position right now. There's only 6 minutes left, though. He's very well positioned to win this one, but he has to pick up the pace of play. Lining up another Duskull, I like that. More aggressive routes later on. Actually, I kind of don't like the Duskull here, I guess. It's like, okay. Commit to the quick search before. I guess we're just going to get the Charizard here off the rip. That's fine, I guess. I mean, prefer to draw into the Charizard, but this does thin 3 cards out of the deck before you commit to the Lily, so it's like, whatever. I'm actually not a huge fan of the Artisan use there. I mean, I guess it's fine. You have so much time. You have so much time to find another Charmander. Yo, Drew with the sneaky time waster. The high 5 off the Lily for the fresh 8. No, I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a meme. Or is it? There's the Poffin. Charmander number 2 on the way. Come on, we need some urgency here. Faster, you gotta go faster. Pop on the Lunatone. Oh yeah, I guess you don't want to pop it on the active because then you just push up the Genesect. And then Charizard KO. Okay, 2 prize cards strong. I don't think there's gonna be enough time. I think it's gonna tie. I think it's gonna be a tie here. Why would they high 5? People do a thing where, like, when you play research, if you have a 0 card hand and you play research, you high 5 your opponent. I actually don't know why. People do it with research, so that's like the same thing. I actually don't know why people do it though. Good sportsmanship? How is that in any way good sportsmanship though? Should I high 5 my opponent when they draw boss off the top deck? Like, what are we doing? Oh, sick top deck, man. You really got me with that one. I have game in hand. You got the Iono to 1? Bro, let's get it. That's what I'm talking about. Iono me to 1. I hope I whiff, man. All right, let's get it. Shuffle up. It's called being a good sport. Well, no, I don't know if there's like a meme behind it or something. I never understood why. Because you did a good job. Cleared all the cards first. True, true. Efficiency. Azul hates fun, bro. Just show you have 0 cards in hand. Oh. Wait, isn't that like a thing like in the like back in the day? Like somehow you would somehow show like you don't have a weapon on you. It's unethical to turn down the high 5 if your opponent initiates. I've turned down the high 5 before. I'm unarmed. Back in the day? Yeah, like in the, I don't know, like in the old Western or something like that. We'll bring the positivity back to the game. Nah. You ain't catch it. You ain't gonna catch a high 5 from me. Shows you were unarmed in the West by hitting them with the high 5. I lick my palm and then offer the high 5. How about a low one? What if you hit him with a too slow? How do we feel about that? What if you hit your opponent with a too slow after they research with a 0 card hand? Is that unsportsmanlike? Is that like BM? Suboptimal. All right, plenty of 2 prizes in play here for Drew. Yeah, Drew's just kind of going through the motions here. No potential for a KO, except on the Charmander, I guess. I don't know. I think Drew has maybe played a supporter, though. I mean, Solrock, KO, the Duskull, or the Charmander would be a play. It's going to be run to gimme to minor errand running? We don't even have 2 gimme ghouls here. Super Rod coming in from Oyvind. It feels like Drew's just kind of given up on this game, to be honest. Oh, is Oyvind cooking like that? Yo, chill. Oh my gosh. He's not messing around. Knockout. 1 minute left. That's it. Oyvind wins. Dude, he's wasting no time. Oh, he saw the bottom of his deck there. Get him, Drew. Get him. Gotta be something, right? In the rules, it says you're not supposed to see the bottom of your cards as you go to shuffle. Urgency at play. And there's a concession. Oyvind gets the 2-1. Like to see the urgency. Like to see the concede from Oyvind in game 2. Like to see the urgency at the end there as well. Both players. I mean, Oyvind could have been playing a little bit faster, but he got there with the time that was available. He got there. He got the dub. Urgency, bro. You love to see the urgency. The levels of urgency at this event are above average. I don't want to say they're too ridiculous, though. It's not crazy levels of urgency, but above average for sure. Relax, guys. TBC, I will wait till tomorrow to DQ him. 9-0 going to the... All right, let's take a look at the final standings. I'm going to head off for now. Let's take a look at these final standings going into... What page am I on, bro? What the heck? Final standings going into day number 2. We got Oyvind 9-0 leading the charge. Marcus, Nikolai, Rune, and Haruto 8-0-1. I'm not sure what any of those are playing. Rune is playing Jelly Guardy with Mega Diancie. The rest of them I have no clue. Miloslav, one of the 8-1s here, is playing Golden Go, of course. Sergi, Fabio, Ufi, all 8-1. Fabian down here. Is Fabian playing Dragon Chickens? 8-1 with the Dragon Chickens? 2 Buddy Poffin? Bruh. Magda is also making his way back up. 7-1-1, won that final round after we saw him on stream. Solid gameplay for sure throughout the tournament. Excited for day number 2, but that's not for another 12 hours, 14, 15 hours. Not many Americans are most likely. Well, yeah, obviously you can tell that by the standings. Like if there was like even like 10 more Americans there, it'd be way different at the top end of things, obviously. All right, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and raid them. I might stream again today to just play some PTCG live because there's just like a lot of day left, to be honest. We're not very light on day. Plenty of day left. So I am going to raid the main channel. So if you want to catch the interview with Oyvind, if they're doing an interview with Oyvind, then I'm gonna maybe take a nap, go to the gym, and then I might come back and stream some PTCG live before going to bed for day 2. But yeah, have a good one, chat. If you want to see the standings for the tournament, just put command standings in either of the chat in YouTube or Twitch. It'll give you the link to the standings page that I'm looking at right now. That's labs.limitlesstcg.com. So if you want to keep up with that tournament or any other tournament, dude, I feel like I'm not sponsored by them as well, by the way. I'm not sponsored by them. Have a good one. See you later today, and if not, see you later today, maybe. And if not later today, I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.